Desert Gold, A Romance of the Border by Zane Grey. Prologue. A face haunted Cameron, a woman's face. It was there in the white heart of the dying campfire. It hung in the shadows that hovered over the flickering light. It drifted in the darkness beyond. This hour, when the day had closed and the lonely desert night set in with its dead silence, was one in which Cameron's mind was thronged with memories of a time long past, of a home back in Peoria, of a woman he had wronged and lost, and loved too late. He was a prospector for gold, a hunter of solitude, a lover of the drear, rock-ribbed infinitude, because he wanted to be alone to remember. A sound disturbed Cameron's reflections. He bent his head listening. A soft wind fanned the paling members, blew sparks and white ashes and thin smoke away to the enshrouding circle of blackness. His burro did not appear to be moving about. The quiet split into the cry of a coyote. It rose strange, wild, mournful, not the howl of a prowling upland beast baying the campfire or barking at a lonely prospector, but the wail of a wolf, full-voiced, crying out the meaning of the desert and the night. Hunger throbbed in it, hunger for a mate, for offspring, for life. When it ceased, the terrible desert silence smote Cameron, and the cry echoed in his soul. He and that wandering wolf were brothers. When a sharp clink of metal on stone and soft pads of hoofs in sand prompted Cameron to reach for his gun, and to move out of the light of the waning campfire. He was somewhere along the wild borderline between Sonora and Arizona, and the prospector who dared the heat and bareness of that region risked other dangers sometimes as menacing. Figures darker than the gloom approached and took shape, and in the light turned out to be those of a white man and a heavily packed burro. "Hello there," the man called, as he came to a halt and gazed about him. "I saw your fire. May I camp here?" Cameron came forth out of the shadow and greeted his visitor, whom he took for a prospector like himself. Cameron resented the breaking of his lonely campfire vigil, but he respected the law of the desert. The stranger thanked him, and then slipped the pack from his burro. Then he rolled out his pack and began preparations for a meal. His movements were slow and methodical. Cameron watched him, still with resentment, yet with a curious and growing interest. The campfire burst into a bright blaze, and by its light Cameron saw a man whose gray hair somehow did not seem to make him old, and whose stooped shoulders did not detract from an impression of rugged strength. "Find any mineral?" asked Cameron presently. His visitor looked up quickly, as if startled by the sound of a human voice. He replied, and then the two men talked a little, but the stranger evidently preferred silence. Cameron understood that. He laughed grimly and bent a keener gaze upon the furrowed, shadowy face. Another of those strange desert prospectors in whom there was some relentless driving power besides the lust for gold. Cameron felt that between this man and himself there was a subtle affinity, vague and undefined, perhaps born of the divination that here was a desert wanderer like himself, perhaps born of a deeper and unintelligible relation having its root back in the past. A long-forgotten sensation stirred in Cameron's breast, one so long forgotten that he could not recognize it, but it was akin to pain. When he awakened he found, to his surprise, that his companion had departed. A trail in the sand led off to the north. There was no water in that direction. Cameron shrugged his shoulders. It was not his affair. He had his own problems. And straightway he forgot his strange visitor. Cameron began his day, grateful for the solitude that was now unbroken, for the canyon-furrowed and cactus-spired scene that now showed no sign of life. He traveled southwest, never straying far from the dry stream-bed, and in a desultory way, without eagerness, he hunted for signs of gold. The work was toilsome, yet the periods of rest in which he indulged were not taken because of fatigue. He rested to look, to listen, to feel. What the vast silent world meant to him had always been a mystical thing, which he felt in all its incalculable power, but never understood. That day, while it was yet light, and he was digging in a moist white-bordered bush for water, he was brought sharply up by hearing the crack of hard hoofs on stone. There down the canyon came a man and a burro. Cameron recognized them. "Hello, friend," called the man, halting. "Our trails crossed again. That's good." "Hello," replied Cameron, slowly. "Any mineral sign today?" "No." They made camp together, ate their frugal meal, smoked a pipe, and rolled in their blankets without exchanging many words. In the morning the same reticence, the same aloofness characterized the manner of both. But Cameron's companion, when he had packed his burro and was ready to start, faced about and said, "We might stay together, if it's all right with you." "I never take a partner," replied Cameron. "You're alone. I'm alone," said the other mildly. "It's a big place. If we find gold, there'll be enough for two." "I don't go down into the desert for gold alone," rejoined Cameron, with a chill note in his swift reply. His companion's deep-set, luminous eyes emitted a singular flash. It moved Cameron to say that in the years of his wandering he had met no man who could endure equally with him in the blasting heat, the blinding dust storms, the wilderness of sand and rock and lava and cactus, the terrible silence and desolation of the desert. Cameron waved a hand toward the wide, shimmering, shadowy descent of plain and range. "I may strike through the Sonora Desert. I may head for Pinacate or north for the Colorado Basin. You are an old man. I don't know the country, but to me one place is the same as another," replied his companion. For moments he seemed to forget himself, and swept his far-reaching gaze out over the colored gulf of stone and sand. Then with gentle slaps he drove his burro in behind Cameron. "Yes, I'm old. I'm lonely, too. It's come to me just lately. But, friend, I can still travel, and for a few days my company won't hurt you." "Have it your way," said Cameron. They began a slow march down into the desert. At sunset they camped under the lee of a low mesa. Cameron was glad his companion had the Indian habit of silence. Another day's travel found the prospectors deep in the wilderness. Then there came a breaking of reserve, noticeable in the elder man, almost imperceptibly gradual in Cameron. Beside the meager mesquite campfire this gray-faced, thoughtful old prospector would remove his black pipe from his mouth to talk a little, and Cameron would listen, and sometimes unlock his lips to speak a word. And so, as Cameron began to respond to the influence of a desert less lonely than habitual, he began to take a keener note of his comrade, and found him different from any other he had ever encountered in the wilderness. This man never grumbled at the heat, the glare, the driving sand, the sour water, the scant fare. During the daylight hours he was seldom idle. At night he sat dreaming before the fire or paced to and fro in the gloom. He slept but little, and that after Cameron had had his own rest. He was tireless, patient, brooding. Cameron's awakened interest brought home to him the realization that for years he had shunned companionship. In those years only 3 men had wandered into the desert with him, and these had left their bones to bleach in the shifting sands. Cameron had not cared to know their secrets. But the more he studied this latest comrade, the more he began to suspect that he might have missed something in the others. In his own driving passion to take his secret into the limitless abode of silence and desolation, where he could be alone with it, he had forgotten that life dealt shocks to other men. Somehow this silent comrade reminded him. One afternoon late, after they had toiled up a white, winding wash of sand and gravel, they came upon a dry water-hole. Cameron dug deep into the sand, but without avail. He was turning to retrace weary steps back to the last water when his comrade asked him to wait. Cameron watched him search in his pack and bring forth what appeared to be a small, forked branch of a peach tree. He grasped the prongs of the fork and held them before him with the end standing straight out, and then he began to walk along the stream bed. Cameron, at first amused, then amazed, then pitying, and at last curious, kept pace with the prospector. He saw a strong tension of his comrade's wrists, as if he was holding hard against a considerable force. The end of the peach branch began to quiver and turn. Cameron reached out a hand to touch it, and was astounded at feeling a powerful vibrant force pulling the branch downward. He felt it as a magnetic shock. The branch kept turning, and at length pointed to the ground. "Dig here," said the prospector. "What?" ejaculated Cameron. Had the man lost his mind? Then Cameron stood by while his comrade dug the sand. 3 feet he dug, 4, 5, and the sand grew dark, then moist. At 6 feet water began to seep through. "Get the little basket in my pack," he said. Cameron complied, and saw his comrade drop the basket into the deep hole, where it kept the sides from caving in and allowed the water to seep through. While Cameron watched, the basket filled. Of all the strange incidents of his desert career, this was the strangest. Curiously, he picked up the peach branch and held it as he had seen it held. The thing, however, was dead in his hands. "I see you haven't got it," remarked his comrade. "Few men have." "Got what?" demanded Cameron. "A power to find water that way. Back in Illinois an old German used to do that to locate wells. He showed me I had the power. I can't explain, but you needn't look so dumbfounded. There's nothing supernatural about it." "You mean it's a simple fact, that some men have a magnetism, a force or power to find water as you did?" "Yes. It's not unusual on the farms back in Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania. The old German I spoke of made money traveling round with his pitchfork." "What a gift for a man in the desert!" Cameron's comrade smiled, the second time in all those days. They entered a region where mineral abounded, and their march became slower. Generally they took the course of a wash, one on each side, and let the burros travel leisurely along, nipping at the bleached blades of scant grass, or at sage or cactus, while they searched in the canyons and under the ledges for signs of gold. When they found any rock that hinted of gold, they picked off a piece and gave it a chemical test. The search was fascinating. They interspersed the work with long, restful moments when they looked afar down the vast reaches and smoky shingles to the line of dim mountains. Some impelling desire, not all the lure of gold, took them to the top of the mesas and escarpments, and here, when they had dug and picked, they rested and gazed out at the wide prospect. Then, as the sun lost its heat and sank lowering to dent its red disk behind far-distant spurs, they halted in a shady canyon or likely spot in a dry wash and tried for water. When they found it, they unpacked, gave drink to the tired burros, and turned them loose. Dead mesquite served for the campfire. While the strange twilight deepened into weird night, they sat propped up against stones, with eyes on the dying embers of the fire, and soon they lay on the sand with the light of white stars on their dark faces. Each succeeding day and night Cameron felt himself more and more drawn to this strange man. He found that after hours of burning toil he had insensibly grown nearer to his comrade. He reflected that after a few weeks in the desert he had always become a different man. In civilization, in the rough mining camps, he had been a prey to the unrest and gloom. But once down on the great billowing sweep of this lonely world, he could look into his unquiet soul without bitterness. Did not the desert magnify men? Cameron believed that wild men in wild places, fighting cold, heat, starvation, thirst, barrenness, facing the elements of all their ferocity, usually retrograded, descended to the savage, lost all heart and soul, and became mere brutes. Likewise he believed that men wandering or lost in the wilderness often reversed that brutal order of life and became noble, wonderful, superhuman. So now he did not marvel at the slow stir stealing warmer along his veins, and at the premonition that perhaps he and this man, alone on the desert, driven there by life's mysterious and remorseless motive, were to see each other through God's eyes. His companion was one who thought of himself last. It humiliated Cameron that in spite of growing keenness he could not hinder him from doing more than an equal share of the day's work. The man was mild, gentle, quiet, mostly silent, yet under all his softness he seemed to be made of the fibre of steel. Cameron could not thwart him. Moreover, he appeared to want to find gold for Cameron, not for himself. Cameron's hands always trembled at the turning of rock that promised gold. He had enough of the prospector's passion for fortune to thrill at the chance of a strike, but the other never showed the least trace of excitement. One night they were encamped at the head of a canyon. The day had been exceedingly hot, and long after sundown the radiation of heat from the rocks persisted. A desert bird whistled a wild, melancholy note from a dark cliff, and a distant coyote wailed mournfully. The stars shone white until the huge moon rose to burn out all their whiteness. And on this night Cameron watched his comrade, and yielded to interest he had not heretofore voiced. "Partner, what drives you into the desert?" "Do I seem to be a driven man?" "No, but I feel it. Do you come to forget?" "Yes." "Ah!" softly exclaimed Cameron. Always he seemed to have known that. He said no more. He watched the old man rise and begin his nightly pace to and fro, up and down, with slow soft tread, forward and back, tirelessly and ceaselessly. He paced that beat. He did not look up at the stars or follow the radiant track of the moon along the canyon ramparts. He hung his head. He was lost in another world. It was a world which the lonely desert made real. He looked a dark, sad, plodding figure, and somehow impressed Cameron with the helplessness of men. Cameron grew acutely conscious of the pang in his own breast, of the fire in his heart, the strife and torment of his passion-driven soul. He had come into the desert to remember a woman. She appeared to him then as she had looked when first she entered his life, a golden-haired girl, blue-eyed, white-skinned, red-lipped, tall and slender and beautiful. He had never forgotten, and an old, sickening remorse knocked at his heart. He rose and climbed out of the canyon and to the top of the mesa, where he paced to and fro and looked down into the weird and mystic shadows, like the darkness of his passion, and farther down the moon track and the glittering stretches that vanished in the cold blue horizon. The moon soared radiant and calm, the white stars shone serene. The vault of heaven seemed illimitable and divine. The desert surrounded him, silver-streaked and black-mantled, a chaos of rock and sand, silent, austere, ancient, always waiting. It spoke to Cameron. It was a naked corpse, but it had a soul. In that wild solitude the white stars looked down upon him piteously and pityingly. They had shone upon a desert that might once have been alive and was now dead, and might again throb with life, only to die. It was a terrible ordeal for him to stand alone and realize that he was only a man facing eternity. But that was what gave him strength to endure. Somehow he was part of it all, some atom in that vastness, somehow necessary to an inscrutable purpose, something indestructible in that desolate world of ruin and death and decay, something perishable and changeable and growing under all the fixity of heaven. In that endless, silent hall of desert there was a spirit, and Cameron felt hovering near him what he imagined to be phantoms of peace. He returned to camp and sought his comrade. "I reckon we're two of a kind," he said. "It was a woman who drove me into the desert, but I come to remember. The desert's the only place I can do that." "Was she your wife?" asked the elder man. "No." A long silence ensued. A cool wind blew up the canyon, sifting the sand through the dry sage, driving away the last of the lingering heat. The campfire wore down to a ruddy, ashen heap. "I had a daughter," said Cameron's comrade. "She lost her mother at birth, and I didn't know how to bring up a girl. She was pretty and gay. It was the old story." His words were peculiarly significant to Cameron. They distressed him. He had been wrapped up in his remorse. If ever in the past he had thought of anyone connected with the girl he had wronged, he had long forgotten. But the consequences of such wrong were far-reaching. They struck at the roots of a home. Here in the desert he was confronted by the spectacle of a splendid man, a father, wasting his life because he could not forget, because there was nothing left to live for. Cameron understood better now why his comrade was drawn by the desert. "Well, tell me more?" asked Cameron earnestly. "It was the old story. My girl was pretty and free. The young bucks ran after her. I guess she did not run away from them. And I was away a good deal, working in another town. She was in love with a wild fellow. I knew nothing of it till too late. He was engaged to marry her, but he didn't come back. And when the disgrace became plain to all, my girl left home. She went west. After a while I heard from her. She was, well, working, living for her baby. A long time passed. I had no ties. I drifted west. Her lover had also gone west. In those days everybody went west. I trailed him, intending to kill him, but I lost his trail. Neither could I find any trace of her. She had moved on, driven no doubt by the hound of her past. Since then I have taken to the wilds, hunting gold on the desert. Yes, it's the old story, only sadder, I think," said Cameron, and his voice was strained and unnatural. "Partner, what Illinois town was it you hailed from?" "Peoria." "And your name?" went on Cameron huskily. "Warren, Jonas Warren." That name might as well have been a bullet. Cameron stood erect, motionless, as men sometimes stand momentarily when shot straight through the heart. In an instant, when thoughts resurged like blinding flashes of lightning through his mind, he was a swaying, quivering, terror-stricken man. He mumbled something hoarsely and backed into the shadow. But he need not have feared discovery, however surely his agitation might have betrayed him. Warren sat brooding over the campfire, oblivious of his comrade, absorbed in the past. Cameron swiftly walked away in the gloom, with the blood thrumming thick in his ears, whispering over and over, "Merciful God! Nell was his daughter!" As thought and feeling multiplied, Cameron was overwhelmed. Beyond belief, indeed, was it that out of the millions of men in the world, two had never seen each other could have been driven into the desert by memory of the same woman. It brought the past so close. It showed Cameron how inevitably all his spiritual life was governed by what had happened long ago. That which made life significant to him was a wandering in silent places where no eye could see him with his secret. Some fateful chance had thrown him with the father of the girl he had wrecked. It was incomprehensible, It was terrible. It was the one thing of all possible happenings in the world of chance that both father and lover would have found unendurable. Cameron's pain reached to despair when he felt this relation between Warren and himself. Something within him cried out to him to reveal his identity. Warren would kill him, but it was not fear of death that put Cameron on the rack. He had faced death too often to be afraid. It was the thought of adding torture to this long-suffering man. All at once Cameron swore that he would not augment Warren's trouble, or let him stain his hands with blood. He would tell the truth of Nell's sad story and his own, and make what amends he could. Then Cameron's thought shifted from father to daughter. She was somewhere beyond the dim horizon line. In those past lonely hours by the campfire his fancy had tortured him with pictures of Nell. But his remorseful and cruel fancy had lied to him. Nell had struggled upward out of menacing depths. She had reconstructed a broken life, and now she was fighting for the name and happiness of her child. Little Nell. Cameron experienced a shuddering ripple in all his being, the physical rack of emotion born of a new and strange consciousness. As Cameron gazed out over the blood-red, darkening desert, suddenly the strife of his soul ceased. The moment was one of incalculable change, in which his eyes seemed to pierce the vastness of cloud and range, and mystery of gloom and shadow, to see with strong vision the illimitable space before him. He felt the grandeur of the desert, its simplicity, its truth. He had learned at last the lesson it taught. No longer strange was his meeting and wandering with Warren. Each had marched in the steps of destiny, and as the lines of their fates had been inextricably tangled in the years that were gone, so now their steps had crossed and turned them toward one common goal. For years they had been two men marching alone, answering to an inward driving search, and the desert had brought them together. For years they had wandered alone in silence and solitude, where the sun burned white all day and the stars burned white all night, blindly following the whisper of a spirit. But now Cameron knew that he was no longer blind, and in this flash of revelation he felt that it had been given him to help Warren with his burden. He returned to camp to evolve a plan. As always at that long hour when the afterglow of sunset lingered in the west, Warren plodded to and fro in the gloom. All night Cameron lay awake thinking. In the morning, when Warren brought the burros to camp and began preparations for the usual packing, Cameron broke silence. "Partner, your story last night made me think. I want to tell you something about myself. It's hard enough to be driven by sorrow for one you've loved, as you've been driven, but to suffer sleepless and eternal remorse for the ruin of one you've loved as I have suffered, that is hell. Listen. In my younger days, it seems long now, yet it is not so many years, I was wild. I wronged the sweetest and loveliest girl I ever knew. I went away not dreaming that any disgrace might come to her. Along about that time I fell into terrible moods. I changed. I learned I really loved her. Then came a letter I should have gotten months before. It told of her trouble, importuned me to hurry to save her. Half frantic with shame and fear, I got a marriage certificate and rushed back to her town. She was gone, had been gone for weeks, and her disgrace was known. Friends warned me to keep out of reach of her father. I trailed her, found her. I married her, but too late. She would not live with me. She left me. I followed her west, but never found her." Warren leaned forward a little and looked into Cameron's eyes, as if searching there for the repentance that might make him less deserving of a man's scorn. Cameron met the gaze unflinchingly, and again began to speak. "You know, of course, How men out here somehow lose old names, old identities. It won't surprise you much to learn my name really isn't Cameron, as I once told you." Warren stiffened upright. It seemed that there might have been a blank, a suspension between his grave interest and some strange mood to come. Cameron felt his heart bulge and contract in his breast. All his body grew cold, and it took tremendous effort for him to make his lips form words. "Warren, I'm the man you're hunting. I'm Burton. I was Nell's lover." The old man rose and towered over Cameron, and then plunged down upon him, and clutched at his throat with terrible stifling hands. The harsh contact, the pain awakened Cameron to his peril before it was too late. Desperate fighting saved him from being hurled to the ground and stamped and crushed. Warren seemed a maddened giant. There was a reeling, swaying, wrestling struggle before the elderly man began to weaken. The Cameron, buffeted, bloody, half-stunned, panted for speech. "Warren, hold on. Give me a minute. I'm married now. Didn't you know that? I saved the child." Cameron felt the shock that vibrated through Warren. He repeated the words again and again. As if compelled by some resistless power, Warren released Cameron, and, staggering back, stood with uplifted, shaking hands. In his face was horrible darkness. "Warren, wait, listen," panted Cameron. "I've got that marriage certificate. I've had it by me all these years. I kept it, to prove to myself I did right." The old man uttered a broken cry. Cameron stole off among the rocks. How long he had absented himself or what he did, he had no idea. When he returned, Warren was sitting before the campfire, and once more he appeared composed. He spoke, and his voice had a deeper note, but otherwise he seemed as usual. They packed the burros and faced the north together. Cameron experienced a singular exultation. He had lighted his comrade's burden. Wonderfully it came to him that he had also lightened his own. From that hour it was not torment to think of Nell. Walking with his comrade through the silent places, lying beside him under the serene luminous light of the stars, Cameron began to feel the haunting presence of invisible things that were real to him, phantoms whispering peace. In the moan of the cool wind, in the silken seep of sifting sand, in the distant rumble of a slipping ledge, in the faint rush of a shooting star, he heard these phantoms of peace coming with whispers of the long pain of men at the last made endurable. Even in the white noonday, under the burning sun, these phantoms came to be real to him. In the dead silence of the midnight hours he heard them breathing near on the desert wind, nature's voices of motherhood, whispers of God, peace in the solitude. There came a morning when the sun shone angry and red through a dull, smoky haze. "We're in for sandstorms," said Cameron. They had scarcely covered a mile when a desert-wide, moaning, yellow wall of flying sand swooped down upon them. Seeking shelter in the lee of a rock, they waited, hoping the storm was only a squall, such as frequently whipped across the open places. The moan increased to a roar, and the dull red slowly dimmed, to disappear in the yellow pall, and the air grew thick and dark. Warren slipped the packs from the burros. Cameron feared the sandstorms had arrived some weeks ahead of their usual season. The men covered their heads and patiently waited. The long hours dragged, and the storm increased in fury. Cameron and Warren wet scarfs with water from their canteens, and bound them round their faces, and then covered their heads. The steady, hollow bellow of flying sand went on. It flew so thickly that enough sifted down under the shelving rock to weight the blankets and almost bury the men. They were frequently compelled to shake off the sand to keep from being borne to the ground. and it was necessary to keep digging out the packs. The floor of their shelter gradually rose higher and higher. They tried to eat, and seemed to be grinding only sand between their teeth. They lost the count of time. They dared not sleep, for that would have meant being buried alive. They could only crouch close to the leaning rock, shake off the sand, blindly dig out their packs, and every moment gasp and cough and choke to fight suffocation. The storm finally blew itself out. It left the prospectors heavy and stupid for want of sleep. Their burros had wandered away, or had been buried in the sand. Far as eye could reach, the desert had marvelously changed. It was now a rippling sea of sand dunes. Away to the north rose the peak that was their only guiding mark. They headed toward it, carrying a shovel and part of their packs. At noon the peak vanished in the shimmering glare of the desert. The prospectors pushed on, guided by the sun. In every wash they tried for water. With the forked peach branch in his hands, Warren always succeeded in locating water. They dug, but it lay too deep. At length, spent and sore, they fell and slept through that night and part of the next day. They succeeded in getting water, and quenched their thirst, and filled the canteens, and cooked a meal. The burning day found them in an interminably wide plain, where there was no shelter from the fierce sun. The men were exceedingly careful with their water, though there was absolute necessity of drinking a little every hour. Late in the afternoon they came to a canyon that they believed was the lower end of the one in which they had last found water. For hours they traveled toward its head, and, long after night had set, found what they sought. Yielding to exhaustion, they slept, and next day were loath to leave the water-hole. Cool night spurred them on with canteens full and renewed strength. Morning told Cameron that they had turned back miles into the desert, and it was desert new to him. The red sun, the increasing heat, and especially the variety and large size of cactus plants warned Cameron that he had descended to a lower level. Mountain peaks loomed on all sides, some near, others distant, and one, a blue spur, splitting the glaring sky far to the north, Cameron thought he recognized as a landmark. The ascent toward it was heartbreaking, not in steepness, but in its league and league-long monotonous rise. Cameron knew there was only one hope, to make the water hold out and never stop to rest. Warren began to weaken. Often he had to halt. The burning white day passed, and likewise the night, with its white stars shining so piteously cold and bright. Cameron measured the water in his canteen by its weight. Evaporation by heat consumed as much as he drank. During one of the rests, when he had wetted his parched mouth and throat, he found opportunity to pour a little water from his canteen into Warren's. At first Cameron had curbed his restless activity to accommodate the pace of his elder comrade. But now he felt that he was losing something of his instinctive and passionate zeal to get out of the desert. The thought of water came to occupy his mind. He began to imagine that his last little store of water did not appreciably diminish. He knew that he was not quite right in his mind regarding water. Nevertheless, he felt this to be more of a fact than fancy, and he began to ponder. When next they rested he pretended to be in a kind of stupor, but he covertly watched Warren. The man appeared far gone, yet he had cunning. He cautiously took up Cameron's canteen and poured water into it from his own. This troubled Cameron. The old irritation at not being able to thwart Warren returned to him. Cameron reflected, and concluded that he had been unwise not to expect this very thing. Then, as his comrade dropped into weary rest, he lifted both canteens. If there was any water in Warren's, it was only very little. Both men had been enduring the terrible desert thirst, concealing it, each giving his water to the other, and the sacrifice had been useless. Instead of ministering to the parched throats of one or both, the water had evaporated. When Cameron made sure of this, he took one more drink, the last, and poured the little water left into Warren's canteen. He threw his own away. Soon afterward, Warren discovered the loss. "Where's your canteen?" he asked. "The heat was getting my water, so I drank what was left." "My son," said Warren. The day opened for them in a red and green hell of rock and cactus. Like a flame the sun scorched and peeled their faces. Warren went blind from the glare, and Cameron had to lead him. At last Warren plunged down, exhausted, in the shade of a ledge. Cameron rested and waited, hopeless, with hot, weary eyes gazing down from the height where he sat. The ledge was the top step of a ragged, gigantic stairway. Below stretched a sad, austere, and lonely valley. A dim, wide streak, lighter than the bordering gray, wound down the valley floor. Once a river had flowed there, leaving only a forlorn trace down the winding floor of this forlorn valley. Movement on the part of Warren attracted Cameron's attention. Evidently the old prospector had recovered his sight and some of his strength, for he had risen, and now began to walk along the arroyo bed with his forked peach branch held before him. He had clung to the precious bit of wood. Cameron considered the prospect for water hopeless, because he saw that the arroyo had once been a canyon, and had been filled with sands by desert winds. Warren, however, stopped in a deep pit, and, cutting his canteen in half, began to use one side of it as a scoop. He scooped out a wide hollow, so wide that Cameron was certain he had gone crazy. Cameron gently urged him to stop, and then forcibly tried to make him. But these efforts were futile. Warren worked with slow, ceaseless, methodical movement. He toiled for what seemed hours. Cameron, seeing the darkening, dampening sand, realized a wonderful possibility of water, and he plunged into the pit with the other half of the canteen. Then both men toiled, round and round the wide hole, down deeper and deeper. The sand grew moist, then wet. At the bottom of the deep pit the sand coarsened, gave place to gravel. Finally water welled in, a stronger volume than Cameron ever remembered finding on the desert. It would soon fill the hole and run over. He marveled at the circumstance. The time was near the end of the dry season. Perhaps an underground stream flowed from the range behind down to the valley floor, and at this point came near to the surface. Cameron had heard of such desert miracles. The finding of water revived Cameron's flagging hopes, but they were short-lived. Warren had spent himself utterly. "I'm done. Don't linger," he whispered. "My son, go, go." Then he fell. Cameron dragged him out of the sandpit to a sheltered place under the ledge. While sitting beside the failing man, Cameron discovered painted images on the wall. Often in the desert he had found these evidences of a prehistoric people. Then, from long habit, he picked up a piece of rock and examined it. Its weight made him closely scrutinize it. The color was a peculiar black. He scraped through the black rust to find a piece of gold. Around him lay scattered heaps of black pebbles and bits of black, weathered rock and pieces of broken ledge, and they showed gold. "Warren, look! See it! Feel it! Gold!" But Warren had never cared, and now he was too blind to see. "Go, go," he whispered. Cameron gazed down the gray reaches of the forlorn valley, and something within him that was neither intelligence nor emotion, something inscrutably strange, impelled him to promise. Then Cameron built up stone monuments to mark his gold strike. That done, he tarried beside the unconscious Warren. Moments passed, grew into hours. Cameron still had strength left to make an effort to get out of the desert, but that same inscrutable something which had ordered his strange involuntary promise to Warren held him beside his fallen comrade. He watched the white sun turn to gold, and then to red and sink behind the mountains in the west. Twilight stole into the arroyo. It lingered, slowly turning to gloom. The vault of the blue-black lightened to the blinking of stars. Then fell the serene, silent, luminous desert night. Cameron kept his vigil. As the long hours wore on, he felt creep over him the comforting sense that he need not forever fight sleep. A wan glow flared behind the dark, uneven horizon, and a melancholy, misshapen moon rose to make the white night one of shadows. Absolute silence claimed the desert. It was mute. Then that inscrutable something breathed to him, telling him when he was alone. He need not have looked at the dark, still face beside him. Another face haunted Cameron's, a woman's face. It was there in the white moonlit shadows. It drifted in the darkness beyond. It softened, changed to that of a young girl, sweet, with the same dark, haunting eyes of her mother. Cameron prayed to that nameless thing within him, the spirit of something deep and mystical as life. He prayed to that nameless thing outside, of which the rocks and the sand, the spiked cactus and the ragged lava, the endless waste, with its vast star-fired mantle, were but atoms. He prayed for mercy to a woman, for happiness to her child. Both mother and daughter were close to him then. Time and distance were annihilated. He had faith, he saw into the future. The fateful threads of the past, so inextricably woven with his error, wound out their tragic length here in this forlorn desert. Cameron then took a little tin box from his pocket, and, opening it, removed a folded certificate. He had kept a pen, and now he wrote something upon the paper, and in lieu of ink he wrote with blood. The moon afforded him enough light to see, and having replaced the paper, he laid the little box upon a shelf of rock. It would remain there unaffected by dust, moisture, heat, time. How long had those painted images been there clear and sharp on the dry stone walls? There were no trails in that desert, and always there were incalculable changes. Cameron saw this mutable mood of nature. The sands would fly and seep and carve and bury. The floods would dig and cut. The ledges would weather in the heat and rain. The avalanches would slide. The cactus seeds would roll in the wind to catch in a niche and split the soil with thirsty roots. Years would pass. Cameron seemed to see them, too, and likewise destiny leading a child down into this forlorn waste, where she would find love and fortune, and the grave of her father. Cameron covered the dark, still face of his comrade from the light of the waning moon. That action was the severing of his hold on realities. They fell away from him in final separation. Vaguely, dreamily, he seemed to behold his soul. Night merged into gray day, and night came again, weird and dark. Then up out of the vast void of the desert, from the silence and illimitableness, trooped his phantoms of peace. Majestically they formed around him, marshalling and mustering in ceremonious state, and moved to lay upon him their passionless serenity. Section 1. Old Friends. Richard Gale reflected that his sojourn in the West had been what his disgusted father had predicted, idling here and there, with no objective point or purpose. It was reflection such as this, only more serious and perhaps somewhat desperate, that had brought Gale down to the border. For some time the newspapers had been printing news of Mexican revolution, guerrilla warfare, United States cavalry patrolling the international line, American cowboys fighting with the rebels, and wild stories of bold raiders and bandits. But as opportunity, and adventure too, had apparently given him a wide berth in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, he had struck southwest for the Arizona border, where he hoped to see some stirring life. He did not care very much what happened. Months of futile wandering in the hope of finding a place where he fitted had inclined Richard to his father's opinion. It was after dark one evening in early October when Richard arrived in Casita. He was surprised to find that it was evidently a town of importance. There was a jostling, jabbering, sombreroed crowd of Mexicans around the railroad station. He felt as if he were in a foreign country. After a while he saw several men of his nationality, one of whom he engaged to carry his luggage to a hotel. They walked up a wide, well-lighted street lined with buildings in which were bright windows. Of the many people encountered by Gale, most were Mexicans. His guide explained that the smaller half of Casita lay in Arizona, the other half in Mexico, and of several thousand inhabitants the majority belonged on the southern side of the street, which was the boundary line. He also said that rebels had entered the town that day, causing a good deal of excitement. Gale was almost at the end of his financial resources, which fact occasioned him to turn away from a pretentious hotel and ask his guide for a cheaper lodging-house. When this was found, a sight of the loungers in the office, and also a desire for comfort, persuaded Gale to change his traveling clothes for rough outing garb and boots. "Well, I'm almost broke," he soliloquized thoughtfully. "The governor said I wouldn't make any money. He's right so far. And he said I'd be coming home beaten. There he's wrong. I've got a hunch that something'll happen to me in this greaser town." He went out into a wide, whitewashed, high-ceilinged corridor, and from that into an immense room which, but for pool tables, bar, benches, would have been like a courtyard. The floor was cobblestoned, the walls were of adobe, and the large windows opened like doors. A blue cloud of smoke filled the place. Gale heard the click of pool balls and the clink of glasses along the crowded bar. Bare-legged, sandal-footed Mexicans in white rubbed shoulders with Mexicans mantled in black and red. There were others in tight-fitting blue uniforms with gold fringe or tassels at the shoulders. These men wore belts with heavy, bone-handled guns, and evidently were the rurales, or native policemen. There were black-bearded, coarse-visaged Americans, some gambling round the little tables, others drinking. The pool tables were the center of a noisy crowd of younger men, several of whom were unsteady on their feet. There were khaki-clad cavalrymen strutting in and out. At one end of the room, somewhat apart from the general melee, was a group of 6 men round a little table, 4 of whom were seated, the other 2 standing. These last 2 drew a second glance from Gale. The sharp-featured, bronzed faces and piercing eyes, the tall, slender, loosely jointed bodies, the quiet, easy, reckless air that seemed to be a part of the men, these things would plainly have stamped them as cowboys without the buckled sombreros, the colored scarves, the high-topped, high-heeled boots with great silver-rowelled spurs. Gale did not fail to note also that these cowboys wore guns, and this fact was rather a shock to his idea of the modern West. It caused him to give some credence to the rumors of fighting along the border, and he felt a thrill. He satisfied his hunger in a restaurant adjoining, and as he stepped back into the saloon, a man wearing a military cape jostled him. Apologies from both were instant. Gale was moving on when the other stopped short as if startled, and, leaning forward, exclaimed, "Dick Gale?" "You've got me," replied Gale in surprise, "but I don't know you." He could not see the stranger's face. because it was wholly shaded by a wide-brimmed hat pulled well down. "By Jove, it's Dick! If this isn't great! Don't you know me?" "I've heard your voice somewhere," replied Gale. "Maybe I'll recognize you if you come out from under that bonnet." For answer the man, suddenly manifesting thought of himself, hurriedly drew Gale into the restaurant, where he thrust back his hat to disclose a handsome, sunburned face. "George Thorne, so help me—" "Shh! You needn't yell," interrupted the other, as he met Gale's outstretched hand. There was a close, hard, straining grip. "I must not be recognized here. There are reasons. I'll explain in a minute." "Say, but it's fine to see you." "5 years, Dick. 5 years since I saw you run down University Field and spread eagle the whole Wisconsin football team." "Don't recollect that," replied Dick, laughing. "George, I'll bet you I'm gladder to see you than you are to see me. It seems so long. You went into the army, didn't you?" "I did. I'm here now with the 9th Cavalry. But never mind me. What are you doing way down here?" "Say, I just noticed your togs, Dick. You can't be going in for mining or ranching, not in this godforsaken desert." "On the square, George, I don't know any more why I'm here than you know." "Well, that beats me," ejaculated Thorne, sitting back in his chair, amaze and concern in his expression. "What the devil's wrong? Your old man's got too much money for you ever to be up against it. Dick, you couldn't have gone to the bad." A tide of emotion surged over Gale. How good it was to meet a friend, someone to whom to talk! He had never appreciated his loneliness until that moment. "George, how I ever drifted down here I don't know. I didn't exactly quarrel with the governor. But damn it, Dad hurt me, shamed me, and I dug out for the West. It was this way. After leaving college I tried to please him by tackling one thing after another that he set me to do. On the square, I had no head for business. I made a mess of everything. The governor got sore. He kept ramming the harpoon into me till I just couldn't stand it. What little ability I possessed deserted me when I got my back up, and there you are. Dad and I had a rather uncomfortable half hour. When I quit, when I told him straight out that I was going west to fare for myself, why, it wouldn't have been so tough if he hadn't laughed at me. He called me a rich man's son, an idle, easy-going, spineless swell. He said I didn't even have character enough to be out-and-out bad. He said I didn't have sense enough to marry one of the nice girls in my sister's crowd. He said I couldn't get back home unless I sent to him for money. He said he didn't believe I could fight, could really make a fight for anything under the sun. Oh, he shot it into me all right." Dick dropped his head upon his hands, somewhat ashamed of the smarting dimness in his eyes. He had not meant to say so much. Yet what a relief to let out that long congested burden. "Fight!" cried Thorne hotly. "What's ailing him? Didn't they call you Biff Gale in college? Dick, you were one of the best men Stagg ever developed. I heard him say so, that you were the fastest 175-pound man he'd ever trained, and the hardest to stop." "The governor didn't count football," said Dick. "He didn't mean that kind of fight. When I left home I don't think I had an idea what was wrong with me. But, George, I think I know now. I was a rich man's son, spoiled, dependent, absolutely ignorant of the value of money. I haven't yet discovered any earning capacity in me. I seem to be unable to do anything with my hands. That's the trouble, but I'm at the end of my tether now, and I'm going to punch cattle or be a miner, or do some real stunt, like joining the rebels." "Aha! I thought you'd spring that last one on me," declared Thorne, wagging his head. "Well, you just forget it. Say, old boy, there's something doing in Mexico. The United States in general doesn't realize it. But across that line there are crazy revolutionists, ill-paid soldiers, guerrilla leaders, raiders, robbers, outlaws, bandits galore, starving peons by the thousands, girls and women in terror. Mexico is like some of her volcanoes, ready to erupt fire and hell. Don't make the awful mistake of joining rebel forces. Americans are hated by Mexicans of the lower class, the fighting class, both rebel and federal. Half the time these crazy greasers are on one side, then on the other. If you didn't starve or get shot in ambush or die of thirst, some greaser would knife you in the back for your belt buckle or boots. There are a good many Americans with the rebels eastward toward Agua, Prieta, and Juarez. Orozco is operating in Chihuahua, and I guess he has some idea of warfare. But this is Sonora, a mountainous desert, the home of the slave and the Yaqui. There's unorganized revolt everywhere. The American miners and ranchers, those who could get away, have fled across into the States, leaving property. Those who couldn't or wouldn't come must fight for their lives, are fighting now. That's bad, said Gale. It's news to me. Why doesn't the government take action? Do something. Afraid of international complications. Don't want to offend the Maderists or be criticized by jealous foreign nations. It's a delicate situation, Dick. The Washington officials know the gravity of it, you can bet. But the United States in general is in the dark, and the Army, well, you ought to hear the inside talk back at San Antonio. We're patrolling the boundary line. We're making a grand bluff. I could tell you of a dozen instances where cavalry should have pursued raiders on the other side of the line, but we won't do it. The officers are a grouchy lot these days. You see, of course, what significance would attach to the United States cavalry going into Mexican territory. There would simply be hell. My own colonel is the sorest man on the job. We're all sore. It's like sitting on a powder magazine. We can't keep the rebels and raiders from crossing the line, yet we don't fight. My commission expires soon. I'll be discharged in 3 months. You can bet I'm glad for more reasons than I've mentioned. Thorne was evidently laboring under strong, suppressed excitement. His face showed pale under the tan, and his eyes gleamed with the dark fire. Occasionally his delight at meeting, talking with Gale, dominated the other emotions, but not for long. He had seated himself at a table near one of the door-like windows leading into the street, and every little while he would glance sharply out. Also he kept consulting his watch. These details gradually grew upon Gale as Thorne talked. "George, it strikes me that you're upset," said Dick presently. "I seem to remember you as a cool-headed fellow whom nothing could disturb. Has the Army changed you?" Thorne laughed. It was a laugh with a strange, high note. It was reckless. It hinted of exultation. He rose abruptly. He gave the waiter money to go for drinks. He looked into the saloon, and then into the street. On this side of the house there was a porch opening on a plaza with trees and shrubbery and branches. Thorne peered out one window, then another. His actions were rapid. Returning to the table, he put his hands upon it and leaned over to look closely into Gale's face. "I'm away from camp without leave," he said. "Isn't that a serious offense?" asked Dick. "Serious? For me. If I'm discovered, it means ruin. There are rebels in town. Any moment we might have trouble. I ought to be ready for duty, within call. If I'm discovered, it means arrest. That means delay, the failure of my plans, ruin." Gale was silenced by his friend's intensity. Thorne bent over closer with his dark eyes searching bright. "We were old pals, once." "Surely," replied Dick. "What would you say, Dick Gale, if I told you that you're the one man I'd rather have had come along than any other at this crisis of my life." The earnest gaze, the passionate voice with its deep tremor drew Dick upright, thrilling and eager, conscious of strange, unfamiliar impetuosity. "Thorn, I should say I was glad to be the fellow," replied Dick. Their hands locked for a moment, and they sat down again with heads close over the table. "Listen," began Thorn in low, soft whisper. "A few days, a week ago, it seems like a year, I was of some assistance to refugees fleeing from Mexico into the States. They were all women, and one of them was dressed as a nun. Quite by accident I saw her face. It was that of a beautiful girl. I observed she kept aloof from the others. I suspected a disguise, and, when opportunity afforded, spoke to her, offered my services. She replied to my poor efforts at Spanish in fluent English. She had fled in terror from her home, some place down in Sonora. Rebels are active there. Her father was captured and held for ransom. When the ransom was paid, the rebels killed him. The leader of these rebels was a bandit named Rojas. Long before the revolution began, he had been feared by people of class, loved by the peons. Bandits are worshipped by the peons. All of the famous bandits have robbed the rich and given to the poor. Rojas saw the daughter, made off with her, but she contrived to bribe her guards, and escaped almost immediately before any harm befell her. She hid among friends. Rojas nearly tore down the town in his efforts to find her. Then she disguised herself, and traveled by horseback, stage, and train to Casita. Her story fascinated me, and that one fleeting glimpse I had of her face I couldn't forget. She had no friends here, no money. She knew Rojas was trailing her. This talk I had with her was at the railroad station, where all was bustle and confusion. No one noticed us, so I thought. I advised her to remove the disguise of a nun before she left the waiting room, and I got a boy to guide her. But he fetched her to his house. I had promised to come in the evening to talk over the situation with her. I found her, Dick, and when I saw her, I went stark, staring, raving mad over her. She is the most beautiful, wonderful girl I ever saw. Her name is Mercedes Castaneda, and she belongs to one of the old wealthy Spanish families. She has lived abroad and in Havana. She speaks French as well as English. She is, but I must be brief. Dick, think. With Mercedes also it was love at first sight. My plan is to marry her and get her father to the interior, away from the border. It may not be easy. She's watched. So am I. It was impossible to see her without the women of this house knowing. At first, perhaps, they had only curiosity, an itch to gossip. But the last 2 days there has been a change. Since last night there's some powerful influence at work. Oh, these Mexicans are subtle, mysterious. After all, they are Spaniards. They work in secret, in the dark. They are dominated first by religion, then by gold, then by passion for a woman. Rojas must have got word to his friends here. Yesterday his gang of cutthroat rebels arrived, and today he came. When I learned that, I took my chance and left camp. I hunted up a priest. He promised to come here. It's time he's due. But I'm afraid he'll be stopped. Thorn, why don't you take the girl and get married without waiting, without running these risks?" said Dick. "I fear it's too late now. I should have done that last night. You see, we're over the line." "Are we in Mexican territory now?" queried Gale sharply. "I guess yes, old boy. That's what complicates it. Rojas and his rebels have Casita in their hands. But Rojas without his rebels would be able to stop me, get the girl, and make for his mountain haunts. If Mercedes is really watched, if her identity is known, which I am sure is the case, we couldn't get far from this house before I'd be knifed and she seized." "Good heavens! Thorne, can that sort of thing happen less than a stone's throw from the United States line?" asked Gale incredulously. "It can happen, and don't you forget it. You don't seem to realize the power these guerrilla leaders, these rebel captains, and particularly these bandits exercise over the mass of Mexicans. A bandit is a man of honor in Mexico. He is feared, envied, loved. In the hearts of the people he stands next to the national idol, the bullfighter, the matador. The race has a wild, barbarian, bloody strain. Take Quinteros, for instance. He was a peon, a slave. He became a famous bandit. At the outbreak of the Revolution he proclaimed himself a leader, and with a band of followers he devastated whole counties. The opposition to federal forces was only a blind to rob and riot and carry off women. The motto of this man and his followers was, 'Let us enjoy ourselves while we may.' There are other bandits besides Quinteros, not so famous or such great leaders, but just as bloodthirsty. I've seen Rojas. He's a handsome, bold, sneering devil, vainer than any peacock. He decks himself in gold lace and silver trappings, in all the finery he can steal. He was one of the rebels who helped sack Sinaloa and carry off $500,000 in money and valuables. Rojas spends gold like he spills blood. But he is chiefly famous for abducting women. The peon girls consider it an honor to be ridden off with. Rojas has shown a penchant for girls of the better class." Thorne wiped the perspiration from his pale face and bent a dark gaze out of the window before he resumed his talk. "Consider what the position of Mercedes really is. I can't get any help from our side of the line. If so, I don't know where. The population on that side is mostly Mexican, absolutely in sympathy with whatever actuates those on this side. The whole caboodle of greasers on both sides belong to the class in sympathy with the rebels, the class that secretly respects men like Rojas and hates an aristocrat like Mercedes. They would conspire to throw her into his power. Rojas can turn all the hidden underground influences to his ends. Unless I thwart him, he'll get Mercedes as easily as he can light a cigarette. But I'll kill him or some of his gang or her before I let him get her. This is the situation, old friend. I've little time to spare. I face arrest for desertion. Rojas is in town. I think I was followed to this hotel. The priest has betrayed me or has been stopped. Mercedes is here alone, waiting, absolutely dependent upon me to save her from... She's the sweetest, loveliest girl. In a few moments, sooner or later, there'll be hell here. Dick, are you with me?" Dick Gale drew a long, deep breath. A coldness, a lethargy, an indifference that had weighed upon him for months had passed out of his being. On the instant he could not speak, but his hand closed powerfully upon his friend's. Thorne's face changed wonderfully, the distress, the fear, the appeal all vanishing in a smile of passionate gratefulness. Dick's gaze, attracted by some slight sound, shot over his friend's shoulder to see a face at the window, a handsome, bold, sneering face, with glittering dark eyes that flashed in sinister intentness. Dick stiffened in his seat. Thorne, with sudden clenching of hands, wheeled toward the window. "Rojas," he whispered. Section 2. Mercedes Castaneda. The dark face vanished. Dick Gale heard footsteps and the tinkle of spurs. He strode to the window, and was in time to see a Mexican swagger into the front door of the saloon. Dick had only a glimpse, but in that he saw a huge black sombrero with a gaudy band, the back of a short, tight-fitting jacket, a heavy pearl-handled gun swinging with a fringe of sash, and close-fitting trousers spreading wide at the bottom. There were men passing in the street, also several Mexicans lounging against the hitching rail at the curb. "Did you see him?" "Where did he go?" whispered Thorne, as he joined Gale. "Those greases out there with the cartridge belts crossed over their breasts. They are rebels." "I think he went into the saloon," replied Dick. "He had a gun, but for all I can see the greasers out there are unarmed." "Never believe it. There, look, Dick, that fellow's a guard, though he seems so unconcerned. See, he has a short carbine, almost concealed. There's another greaser farther down the path. I'm afraid Rojas has the house spotted. If we could only be sure." "I'm sure, Dick. Let's cross the hall. I want to see how it looks from the other side of the house." Gale followed Thorne out of the restaurant into the high-ceilinged corridor which evidently divided the hotel, opening into the street and running back to a patio. A few dim, yellow lamps flickered. A Mexican with a blanket round his shoulders stood in the front entrance. Back toward the patio there were sounds of boots on the stone floor. Shadows flitted across that end of the corridor. Thorne entered a huge chamber which was even more poorly lighted than the hall. It contained a table littered with papers, a few high-backed chairs, a couple of couches, and was evidently a parlor. "Mercedes has been meeting me here," said Thorne. "At this hour she comes every moment or so to the head of the stairs there, and if I am here she comes down. Mostly there are people in this room a little later." We go out into the plaza. It faces the dark side of the house, and that's the place I must slip out with her if there's any chance at all to get away. They peered out of the open window. The plaza was gloomy, and at first glance apparently deserted. In a moment, however, Gale made out a slow-pacing dark form on the path. Farther down there was another. No particular keenness was required to see in these forms a sentinel-like stealthiness. Gripping Gale's arm, Thorne pulled back from the window. "You saw them," he whispered. "It's just as I feared. Rojas has the place surrounded. I should have taken Mercedes away, but I had no time, no chance. I'm bound. There's Mercedes now. My God, Dick, think if there's a way to get her out of this trap." Gale turned as his friend went down the room. In the dim light at the head of the stairs stood the slim, muffled figure of a woman. When she saw Thorne she flew noiselessly down the stairway to him. He caught her in his arms. Then she spoke softly, brokenly, in a low, swift voice. It was a mingling of incoherent Spanish and English, but to Gale it was mellow, deep, unutterably tender, a voice full of joy, fear, passion, hope, and love. Upon Gale it had an unaccountable effect. He found himself thrilling, wondering. Thorne led the girl to the center of the room, under the light where Gale stood. She had raised a white hand, holding a black lace mantilla half aside. Dick saw a small, dark head, proudly held, an oval face half hidden, white as a flower, and magnificent black eyes. Then Thorne spoke. "Mercedes, Dick Gale, an old friend, the best friend I ever had." She swept the mantilla back over her head, disclosing a lovely face, strange and striking to Gale in its pride and fire, its intensity. "Señor Gale, I cannot speak my happiness. His friend." "Yes, Mercedes, my friend and yours," said Thorne, speaking rapidly. "We'll have need of him. Dear, there's bad news and no time to break it gently. The priest did not come. He must have been detained. And listen, be brave, dear Mercedes. Rojas is here." She uttered an inarticulate cry. the poignant terror of which shook Gale's nerve, and swayed as if she would faint. Thorn caught her, and in a husky voice importuned her to bear up. "My darling, for God's sake, don't faint. Don't go to pieces. We'd be lost. We've got a chance. We'll think of something. Be strong. Fight." It was plain to Gale that Thorn was distracted. He scarcely knew what he was saying. Pale and shaking, he clasped Mercedes to him. Her terror had struck him helpless. It was so intense, it was so full of horrible certainty of what fate awaited her. She cried out in Spanish, beseeching him, and as he shook his head, she changed to English. "Señor, my lover, I will be strong. I will fight. I will obey. But swear by my Virgin, if need be, to save me from Rojas, you will kill me." "Mercedes!" "Yes, I'll swear," he replied hoarsely. "I know I'd rather have you dead than... But don't give up. Rojas can't be sure of you, or he wouldn't wait. He's in there. He's got his men there, all round us. But he hesitates. A beast like Rojas doesn't stand idle for nothing. I tell you we have a chance. Dick here will think of something. We'll slip away, then he'll take you somewhere. Only speak to him, show him you won't weaken. Mercedes, this is more than love and happiness for us. It's life or death." She became quiet, and slowly recovered control of herself. Suddenly she wheeled to face Gale with proud dark eyes, tragic sweetness of appeal, and exquisite grace. "Señor, you are an American. You cannot know the Spanish blood, the peon bandits' hate and cruelty. I wish to die before Rojas's hand touches me. If he takes me alive, then the hour, the little day that my life lasts afterward will be tortured of hell. If I live 2 days, his brutal men will have me. If I live 3, the dogs of his camp. Señor, have you a sister whom you love? Help Señor Thorn to save me. He is a soldier. He is bound. He must not betray his honor, his duty, for me. Ah, you 2 splendid Americans, so big, so strong, so fierce! What is that little black half-breed slave Rojas to such men? Rojas is a coward. Now, let me waste no more precious time. I am ready. I will be brave." She came close to Gale, holding out her white hands, a woman all fire and soul and passion. To Gale she was wonderful. His heart leaped. As he bent over her hands and kissed them, he seemed to feel himself renewed, remade. "Señorita," he said, "I am happy to be your servant. I can conceive of no greater pleasure than giving the service you require." "And what is that?" inquired Thorn hurriedly. "That of incapacitating Señor Rojas for tonight, and perhaps several nights to come," replied Gale. "Dick, what will you do?" asked Thorn, now in alarm. "I'll make a row in that saloon," returned Dick bluntly. "I'll start something. I'll rush Rojas and his crowd. I'll—" "Lord, no! You mustn't, Dick. You'll be knifed," cried Thorn. He was in distress, yet his eyes were shining. "I'll take a chance. Maybe I can surprise that slow greaser bunch and get away before they know what's happened. You be ready, watching at the window. When the row starts, those fellows out there in the plaza will run into the saloon. Then you slip out, go straight through the plaza down the street. It's a dark street, I remember. I'll catch up with you before you get far." Thorn gasped, but did not say a word. Mercedes leaned against him, her white hands now at her breast, her great eyes watching Gale as he went out. In the corridor Gale stopped long enough to pull on a pair of heavy gloves, to muss his hair and disarrange his collar. Then he stepped into the restaurant, went through, and halted in the door leading to the saloon. His 5 feet 11 inches and 180 pounds were more noticeable there, and it was part of his plan to attract attention to himself. No one, however, appeared to notice him. The pool players were noisily intent on their game. The same crowd of motley robed Mexicans hung over the reeking bar. Gale's roving glance soon fixed upon the man he took to be Rojas. He recognized the huge, high-peaked, black sombrero with its ornamented band. The Mexican's face was turned aside. He was in earnest, excited colloquy with a dozen or more comrades, most of whom were sitting round a table. They were listening, talking, drinking. The fact that they wore cartridge belts crossed over their breasts satisfied that these were the rebels. He had noted the belts of the Mexicans outside, who were apparently guards. A waiter brought more drinks to this group at the table, and this caused the leader to turn so Gale could see his face. It was indeed the sinister, sneering face of the bandit Rojas. Gale gazed at the man with curiosity. He was under medium height, and striking in appearance only because of his dandified dress and evil visage. He wore a lace scarf, a tight, bright-buttoned jacket, a buckskin vest embroidered in red, a sash and belt joined by an enormous silver clasp. Gale saw again the pearl-handled gun swinging at the bandit's hip. Jewels flashed in his scarf. There were gold rings in his ears and diamonds on his fingers. Gale became conscious of an inward fire that threatened to overrun his coolness. Other emotions harried his self-control. It seemed as if sight of the man liberated or created a devil in Gale. And at the bottom of his feelings there seemed to be a wonder at himself, a strange satisfaction for the something that had come to him. He stepped out of the doorway, down the couple of steps to the floor of the saloon, and he staggered a little, simulating drunkenness. He fell over the pool tables, jostled Mexicans at the bar, laughed like a maudlin fool, and, with his hat slouched down, crowded here and there. Presently his eye caught sight of the group of cowboys whom he had before noticed with such interest. They were still in a corner somewhat isolated. With fertile mind working, Gale lurched over to them. He remembered his many unsuccessful attempts to get acquainted with cowboys. If he were to get any help from these silent, aloof rangers, it must be by striking fire from them in one swift stroke. Planting himself squarely before the 2 tall cowboys who were standing, he looked straight into their lean, bronzed faces. He spared a full moment for that keen, cool gaze before he spoke. "I am not drunk. I'm throwing a bluff, and I mean to start a roughhouse. I'm going to rush that damn bandit Rojas. It's to save a girl, to give her lover, who is my friend, a chance to escape with her. When I start a row, my friend will try to slip out with her. Every door and window is watched. I've got to raise hell to draw the guards in. Well, you're my countrymen. We're in Mexico. A beautiful girl's honor and life are at stake. Now, gentlemen, watch me." One cowboy's eyes narrowed, blinking a little, and his lean jaw dropped. The other's hard face rippled with a fleeting smile. Gale backed away, and his pulse leaped when he saw the 2 cowboys, as if with one purpose, slowly stride after him. Then Gale swerved, staggering along, brushed against the tables, kicked over the empty chairs. He passed Rojas and his gang, and out of the tail of his eye saw that the bandit was watching him, waving his hands and talking fiercely. The hum of the many voices grew louder, and when Dick lurched against the table, overturning it and spilling glasses into the laps of several Mexicans, there arose a shrill cry. He had succeeded in attracting attention. Almost every face turned his way. One of the insulted men, a little tawny fellow, leaped up to confront Gale, and in a frenzy screamed a volley of Spanish, of which Gale distinguished Gringo. The Mexican stamped and made a threatening move with his right hand. Dick swung his leg and with a swift side kick knocked the fellow's feet from under him, whirling him down with a thud. The action was performed so suddenly, so adroitly, it made the Mexican such a weakling, so like a tumbled tin-pin, that the shrill jabbering hushed. Gale knew this to be the significant moment. Wheeling, he rushed at Rojas. It was his old line-breaking plunge. Neither Rojas nor his men had time to move. The black-skinned bandit's face turned dirty white. His jaw dropped. He would have shrieked if Gale had not hit him. The blow swept him backward against his men. Then Gale's heavy body, swiftly following with the momentum of that rush, struck the little group of rebels. They went down with table and chairs in a sliding crash. Gale, carried by his plunge, went with them. Like a cat he landed on top. As he rose, his powerful hands fastened on Rojas. He jerked the little bandit off the tangled pile of struggling, yelling men, and, swinging him with terrific force, let go his hold. Rojas slid along the floor, knocking over tables and chairs. Gale bounded back, dragged Rojas up, handling him as if he were a limp sack. A shot rang out above the yells. Gale heard the jingle of breaking glass. The room darkened perceptibly. He flashed a glance backward. The two cowboys were between him and the crowd of frantic rebels. One cowboy held two guns low down, level in front of him. The other had his gun raised and aimed. On the instant it spouted red and white. With the crack came the crashing of glass, another darkening shade over the room. With a cry, Gale slung the bleeding Rojas from him. The bandit struck a table, toppled over it, fell, and lay prone. Another shot made the room full of moving shadows, with light only back of the bar. A white-clad figure rushed at Gale. He tripped the man, but had to kick hard to disengage himself from grasping hands. Another figure closed in on Gale. This one was dark, swift. A blade glinted, described a circle aloft. Simultaneously with a close, red flash, the knife wavered. The man wielding it stumbled backward. In the din, Gale did not hear a report, but the Mexican's fall was significant. Then pandemonium broke loose. The din became a roar. Gale heard shots that sounded like doll spats in the distance. The big lamp behind the bar seemingly split, then sputtered and went out, leaving the room in darkness. Gale leaped toward the restaurant door, which was outlined faintly by the yellow light within. Right and left he pushed groping men who jostled with him. He vaulted a pool table, sent tables and chairs flying, and gained the door, to be the first of a wedging mob to squeeze through. One sweep of his arm knocked the restaurant lamp from its stand, and he ran out, leaving darkness behind him. A few bounds took him into the parlor. It was deserted. Thorne had gotten away with Mercedes. It was then Gale slowed up. For the space of perhaps 60 seconds he had been moving with startling velocity. He peered cautiously out into the plaza. The paths, the benches, the shady places under the trees contained no skulking men. He ran out, keeping to the shade, and did not go into the path till he was halfway through the plaza. Under a street lamp at the far end of the path he thought he saw two dark figures. He ran faster and soon reached the street. The uproar back in the hotel began to diminish, or else he was getting out of hearing. The few people he saw close at hand were all coming his way, and only the foremost showed any excitement. Gale walked swiftly, peering ahead for two figures. Presently he saw them, one tall, wearing a cape, the other slight, mantled. Gale drew a sharp breath of relief. Thorne and Mercedes were not far ahead. From time to time Thorne looked back. He strode swiftly, almost carrying Mercedes, who clung closely to him. She, too, looked back. Once Gale saw her white face flash in the light of a street lamp. He began to overhaul them, and soon, when the last lamp had passed and the street was dark, he ventured a whistle. Thorn heard it, for he turned, whistled a low reply, and went on. Not for some distance beyond, where the street ended in open country, did they halt to wait. The desert began here. Gale felt the soft sand under his feet and saw the grotesque forms of cactus. Then he came up with the fugitives. "Dick, are you all right?" panted Thorn, grasping Gale. "I'm out of breath, but okay," replied Gale. Good, choked Thorn. "I was scared, helpless, Dick. It worked splendidly. We had no trouble. What on earth did you do?" "I made the row, all right," said Dick. "Good heavens! It was like a row I once heard made by a mob. But the shots, Dick, were they at you?" "They paralyzed me. Then the yells. What happened?" "Those guards of Rojas ran round in front at the first shot. Tell me what happened." "While I was rushing Rojas, a couple of cowboys shot out the lamplights. A Mexican who pulled a knife on me got hurt, I guess. Then I think there was some shooting from the rebels after the room was dark." "Rushing Rojas?" queried Thorn, leaning close to Dick. His voice was thrilling, exultant, deep with the joy that yet needed confirmation. "What did you do to him?" "I handed him one offside, tackled, then tried a forward pass," replied Dick, lightly speaking the football vernacular so familiar to Thorn. Thorn leaned closer, his fine face showing fierce and corded in the starlight. "Tell me straight," he demanded in thick voice. Gale then divined something of the suffering Thorn had undergone, something of the hot, wild, vengeful passion of a lover who must have brutal truth. It stilled Dick's lighter mood, and he was about to reply when Mercedes pressed close to him, touched his hands, and looked up into his face with wonderful eyes. He thought he would not soon forget their beauty, the shadow of pain that had been, the hope dawning so fugitively. "Dear lady," said Gale, with voice not wholly steady, "Rojas himself will hound you no more tonight, nor for many nights." She seemed to shake, to thrill, to rise with the intelligence. She pressed his hand close over her heaving breast. Gale felt the quick throb of her heart. "Señor Dick," she cried. Then her voice failed, but her hands flew up. Quick as a flash she raised her face, kissed him. Then she turned and with a sob fell into Thorn's arms. There ensued a silence broken only by Mercedes sobbing. Gale walked some paces away. If he were not stunned, he certainly was agitated. The strange, sweet fire of that girl's lips remained with him. On the spur of the moment he imagined he had a jealousy of Thorn. But presently this passed. It was only that he had been deeply moved, stirred to the depths during the last hour, had become conscious of the awakening of a spirit. What remained with him now was the splendid glow of gladness that he had been of service to Thorn, and by the intensity of Mercedes' abandon of relief and gratitude, he measured her agony of terror and the fate he had spared her. Dick, come here," called Thorn softly. "Let's pull ourselves together now. We've got a problem yet. What to do, where to go, how to get any place. We don't dare risk the station, the corrals where Mexicans hire out horses. We're on good old U.S. ground this minute, but we're not out of danger." As he paused, evidently hoping for a suggestion from Gale, the silence was broken by the clear, ringing peal of a bugle. Thorn gave a violent start. Then he bent over listening. The beautiful notes of the bugle floated out of the darkness, clearer, sharper, faster. "It's a call, Dick! It's a call!" he cried. Gale had no answer to make. Mercedes stood as if stricken. The bugle call ended. From a distance another faintly pealed. There were other sounds too remote to recognize. Then scattering shots rattled out. "Dick, the rebels are fighting somebody," burst out Thorne excitedly. "The little Federal garrison still holds its stand. Perhaps it is attacked again. Anyway, there's something doing over the line. Maybe the crazy greasers are firing on our camp. We've feared it, in the dark, and here I am, away without leave, practically a deserter." Go back before you're too late," cried Mercedes. "Better make tracks, Thorne," added Gale. "It can't help our predicament for you to be arrested. I'll take care of Mercedes." "No, no, no," replied Thorne. "I can get away, avoid arrest." "That'd be all right for the immediate present, but it's not best for the future. George, a deserter is a deserter. Better hurry. Leave the girl to me till tomorrow." Mercedes embraced her lover, begged him to go. Thorne wavered. "Dick, I'm up against it," he said. "You're right. If only I can get back in time. But oh, I hate to leave her. Old fellow, you saved her. I already owe you everlasting gratitude. Keep out of Castaneda, Dick. The U.S. side might be safe, but I'm afraid to trust it at night. Go out in the desert, up in the mountains, in some safe place. Then come to me in camp. We'll plan. I'll have to confide in Colonel Weed. Maybe he'll help us. Hide her from the rebels. That's all." He wrung Dick's hand, clasped Mercedes tightly in his arms, kissed her, and murmured low over her, then released her to rush off into the darkness. He disappeared in the gloom. The sound of his dull footfalls gradually died away. For a moment the desert silence oppressed Gale. He was unaccustomed to such strange stillness. There was a low stir of sand, a rustle of stiff leaves in the wind. How white the stars burned! Then a coyote barked, to be bayed by a dog. Gale realized that he was between the edge of an unknown desert and the edge of a hostile town. He had to choose the desert, because, though he had no doubt that in Castaneda there were many Americans who might befriend him, he could not chance the risks of seeking them at night. He felt a slight touch on his arm, felt it move down, felt Mercedes slip a trembling, cold little hand into his. Dick looked at her. She seemed a white-faced girl now, with staring, frightened black eyes that flashed up at him. If the loneliness, the silence, the desert, the unknown dangers of the night affected him, what must they be to this hunted, driven girl? Gale's heart swelled. He was alone with her. He had no weapon, no money, no food, no drink, no covering, nothing except his two hands. He had absolutely no knowledge of the desert, of the direction or whereabouts of the boundary line between the republics. He did not know where to find the railroad, or any road or trail, or whether or not there were towns near or far. It was a critical, desperate situation. He thought first of the girl, and groaned in spirit, prayed that it would be given him to save her. When he remembered himself, it was with the stunning consciousness that he could conceive of no situation which he would have exchanged for this one, where fortune had set him a perilous task of loyalty to a friend, to a helpless girl. "Señor, señor," suddenly whispered Mercedes, clinging to him. "Listen, I hear horses coming." Section 3. A Flight into the Desert. Uneasy and startled, Gale listened, and, hearing nothing, wondered if Mercedes' fears had not worked upon her imagination. He felt a trembling seize her, and he held her hands tightly. "You were mistaken, I guess," he whispered. "No, no, senor." Dick turned his ear to the soft wind. Presently he heard, or imagined he heard, low beats. Like the first faint, far-off beats of a drumming grouse, they recalled him to the Illinois forests of his boyhood. In a moment he was certain the sounds were the pad-like steps of hoofs in yielding sand. The regular tramp was not that of grazing horses. On the instant, made cautious and stealthy by alarm, Gale drew Mercedes deeper into the gloom of the shrubbery. Sharp pricks from thorns warned him that he was pressing into a cactus growth, and he protected Mercedes as best he could. She was shaking as one with a severe chill. She breathed with little hurried pants, and leaned upon him almost in collapse. Gale ground his teeth in helpless rage at the girl's fate. If she had not been beautiful, she might still have been free and happy in her home. What a strange world to live in! How unfair was fate! The sounds of hoof-beats grew louder. Gale made out a dark moving mass against a background of dull gray. There was a line of horses. He could not discern whether or not all the horses carried riders. The murmur of a voice struck his ear, then a low laugh. It made him tingle, for it sounded American. Eagerly he listened. There was an interval when only the hoof-beats could be heard. "It sure was, laddie, it sure was," came a voice out of the darkness. "Rough house, laddie. Since wire fences drove us out of Texas, we ain't seen the like of that. And we never had such a call." "Call? It was a burnin' roast," replied another voice. "I've felt low down. He vamoosed some sudden, and I hope he and his friends shook the dust of Castaneda. That's a rotten town, Jim." Gale jumped up in joy. What luck! The speakers were none other than the two cowboys whom he had accosted in the Mexican hotel. "Hold on, fellows," he called out, and strode into the road. The horses snorted and stamped. Then followed swift rustling sounds, a clinking of spurs, then silence. The figures loomed clear in the gloom. Gale saw 5 or 6 horses, 2 with riders, and one other, at least, carrying a pack. When Gale got within 15 feet of the group, the foremost horseman said, "I reckon that's close enough, stranger." Something in the cowboy's hand glinted darkly bright in the starlight. "You'd recognize me, if it wasn't so dark," replied Gale, halting. "I spoke to you a little while ago, in the saloon back there." "Come on over and let's see you," said the cowboy curtly. Gale advanced till he was close to the horse. The cowboy leaned over the saddle and peered into Gale's face. Then, without a word, he sheathed the gun and held out his hand. Gale met a grip of steel that warmed his blood. The other cowboy got off his nervous, spirited horse and threw the bridle. He, too, peered closely into Gale's face. "My name's Ladd," he said. "Reckon I'm some glad to meet you again." Gale felt another grip as hard and strong as the other had been. He realized he had found friends who belonged to a class of men whom he had despaired of ever knowing. "Gale, Dick Gale is my name," he began swiftly. "I dropped into Castaneda tonight hardly knowing where I was. A boy took me to that hotel. There I met an old friend whom I had not seen for years. He belongs to the cavalry stationed here. He had befriended a Spanish girl, fallen in love with her. Rojas had killed this girl's father, tried to abduct her. You know what took place at the hotel. Gentlemen, if it is ever possible, I'll show you how I appreciate what you did for me there. I got away, found my friend with the girl. We hurried out here beyond the edge of town. Then Thorne had to make a break for camp. We heard bugle calls, shots, and he was away without leave. That left the girl with me. I don't know what to do. Thorne swears Castaneda is no place for Mercedes at night." "The girl ain't no peon, no common greaser?" interrupted Ladd. "No, her name is Castaneda. She belongs to an old Spanish family, once rich and influential. "Reckoned as much," replied the cowboy. "There's more than Rojas wanting to kidnap a pretty girl. Sure, he does that every day or so. Must be something political or feeling against class. Well, Casita ain't no place for your friend's girl at night or day or any time. Sure, there's Americans who'd take her in and fight for her, if necessary, but it ain't wise to risk that. Lash, what do you say?" "It's been getting hotter around this greaser corral for some weeks," replied the other cowboy. "If that two-bit of a garrison surrenders, there's no telling what'll happen. Orozco is heading west from Agua Prieta with his guerrillas. Campo is burning bridges and tearing up the railroad south of Nogales. Then there's all these bandits calling themselves revolutionists just for an excuse to steal, burn, kill, and ride off with women. It's plain facts, laddie, and being across the U.S. line a few inches or so don't make no hell of a difference. My advice is, don't let Miss Castaneda ever set foot in Casita again." "Looks like you've sure spoke sense," said Ladd. "I reckon, Gale, you and the girl ought to come with us. Casita sure would be a little warm for us tomorrow. We didn't kill anybody, but I shot a greaser's arm off, and Lash strained friendly relations by destroying property. We know people who'll take care of the señorita till your friend can come for her." Dick warmly spoke his gratefulness, and, inexpressibly relieved and happy for Mercedes, he went toward the clump of cactus where he had left her. She stood erect, waiting, and as dark as it was, he could tell she had lost the terror that had so shaken her. "Señor Gale, you are my good angel," she said tremulously. "I've been lucky to fall in with these men, and I'm glad with all my heart," he replied. "Come." He led her into the road up to the cowboys, who now stood bareheaded in the starlight. They seemed shy, and Lash was silent while Ladd made embarrassed, unintelligible reply to Mercedes's thanks. There were 5 horses, 2 saddled, 2 packed, and the remaining one carried only a blanket. Ladd shortened the stirrups on his mount and helped Mercedes up into the saddle. From the way she settled herself and took a few restive prances of the mettlesome horse Gale judged that she could ride. Lash urged Gale to take his horse, but this Gale refused to do. "I'll walk," he said. "I'm used to walking. I know cowboys are not." They tried again to persuade him, without avail. Then Ladd started off, riding bareback. Mercedes fell in behind, with Gale walking beside her. The 2 pack animals came next, and Lash brought up the rear. Once started with protection assured for the girl and a real objective point in view, Gale relaxed from the tense strain he had been laboring under. How glad he would have been to acquaint Thorne with their good fortune. Later, of course, there would be some way to get word to the cavalryman. But till then, what torments his friend would suffer. It seemed to Dick that a very long time had elapsed since he stepped off the train, and one by one he went over every detail of the incident which had occurred between that arrival and the present moment. Strange as the facts were, he had no doubts. He realized that before that night he had never known the deeps of wrath undisturbed in him. He had never conceived even a passing idea that it was possible for him to try to kill a man. His right hand was swollen stiff, so sore that he could scarcely close it. His knuckles were bruised and bleeding, and ached with a sharp pain. Considering the thickness of his heavy glove, Gale was of the opinion that so to bruise his hand he must have struck Rojas a powerful blow. He remembered that for him to give or take a blow had been nothing. This blow to Rojas, however, had been a different matter. The hot wrath which had been his motive was not puzzling, but the effect on him after he had cooled off, a subtle difference, something puzzled and eluded him. The more it baffled him, the more he pondered. All those wandering months of his had been filled with dissatisfaction, yet he had been too apathetic to understand himself. So he had not been much of a person to try. Perhaps it had not been the blow to Rojas any more than other things that had wrought some change in him. This meeting with Thorn, the wonderful black eyes of a Spanish girl, her appeal to him, the hate inspired by Rojas, and the rush, the blow, the action, sight of Thorn and Mercedes hurrying safely away, the girl's hand pressing his to her heaving breast, the sweet fire of her kiss, the fact of her being alone with him, dependent upon him, all these things Gale turned over and over in his mind, only to fail of any definite conclusion as to which had affected him so remarkably, or to tell what had really happened to him. Had he fallen in love with Thorn's sweetheart? The idea came in a flash. Was he, all in an instant, and by one of those incomprehensible reversals of character, jealous of his friend? Dick was almost afraid to look up at Mercedes. Still he forced himself to do so, and as it chanced, Mercedes was looking down at him. Somehow the light was better, and he clearly saw her white face, her black and starry eyes, her perfect mouth. With a quick, graceful impulsiveness she put her hand upon his shoulder. Like her appearance, the action was new, strange, striking to Gale, but it brought home subtly to him the nature of gratitude and affection in a girl of her blood. It was sweet and sisterly. He knew then that he had not fallen in love with her. The feeling that was akin to jealousy seemed to be of the beautiful something for which Mercedes stood in Thorn's life. Gale then grasped the bewildering possibilities, the infinite wonder of what a girl could mean to a man. The other haunting intimations of change seemed to be exclusively blended with sensations, the heat and thrill of action, the sense of something done and more to do, the utter vanishing of an old weary hunt for he knew not what. Maybe it had been a hunt for work, for energy, for spirit, for love, for his real self. Whatever it might be, there appeared to be now some hope of finding it. The desert began to lighten. Grey openings on the border of the shrubbery growth changed to paler hue. The road could be seen some rods ahead, and it had become a stony descent down, steadily down. Dark, ridged backs of mountains bounded the horizon, and all seemed near at hand, hemming in the plain. In the east a white glow grew brighter and brighter, reaching up to a line of cloud, defined sharply below by a rugged, notched range. Presently a silver circle rose behind the black mountain, and the gloom of the desert underwent a transformation. From a grey mantle it changed to a transparent haze. The moon was rising. "Señor, I am cold," said Mercedes. Dick had been carrying his coat upon his arm. He had felt warm, even hot, and had imagined that the steady walk had occasioned it. But his skin was cool. The heat came from an inward burning. He stopped the horse and raised the coat up, and helped Mercedes put it on. "I should have thought of you," he said, "but I seem to feel warm. The coat's a little large. We might wrap it round you twice." Mercedes smiled and lightly thanked him in Spanish. The flash of mood was in direct contrast to the appealing, passionate, and tragic states in which he had successively viewed her, and it gave him a vivid impression of what vivacity and charm she might possess under happy conditions. He was about to start when he observed that Lad had halted and was peering ahead in evident caution. Mercedes' horse began to stamp impatiently, raised his ears again, and acted as if he was about to neigh. A warning hissed from Lad bade Dick to put a quieting hand on the horse. Lash came noiselessly forward to join his companion. The two then listened and watched. An uneasy yet thrilling stir ran through Gale's veins. This scene was not fancy. These men of the ranges had heard or seen or scented danger. It was all real, as tangible and sure as the touch of Mercedes' hand upon his arm. Probably for her the night had terrors beyond Gale's power to comprehend. He looked down into the desert, and would have felt no surprise at anything hidden away among the bristling cactus, the dark, winding arroyos, the shadowed rocks with their moonlit tips, the ragged plain leading to the Black-Bold Mountains. The wind appeared to blow softly, with an almost imperceptible moan, over the desert. That was a new sound to Gale, but he heard nothing more. Presently Lash went to the rear and Lad started ahead. The progress now, however, was considerably slower, not owing to a road, for that became better, but probably owing to caution exercised by the cowboy guide. At the end of a half-hour this marked deliberation changed, and the horses followed Lad's at a gait that put Gale to his best walking paces. Meanwhile the moon soared high above the black corrugated peaks. The gray, the gloom, the shadow whitened. The clearing of the dark foreground appeared to lift a distant veil and show endless aisles of desert reaching down between dim horizon-bounding ranges. Gale gazed abroad, knowing that as this night was the first time for him to awake a consciousness of a vague, wonderful other self, so it was one wherein he began to be aware of an encroaching presence of physical things, the immensity of the star-studded sky, the soaring moon, the bleak, mysterious mountains, and limitless slope, and plain, and ridge, and valley. These things in all their magnificence had not been unnoticed by him before, only now they spoke a different meaning. A voice that he had never heard called him to see, to feel the vast hard externals of heaven and earth, all that represented the open, the free, silence and solitude and space. Once more his thoughts, like his steps, were halted by Lad's actions. The cowboy reined in his horse, listened a moment, then swung down out of the saddle. He raised a cautioning hand to the others, then slipped into the gloom and disappeared. Gale marked that the halt had been made in a ridged and cut-up pass between low mesas. He could see the columns of cactus standing out black against the moon-white sky. The horses were evidently tiring, for they showed no impatience. Gale heard their panting breaths, and also the bark of some animal, a dog or a coyote. It sounded like a dog, and this led Gale to wonder if there was any house near at hand. To the right, up under the ledges some distance away, stood two square black objects, too uniform, he thought, to be rocks. While he was peering at them, uncertain what to think, the shrill whistle of a horse pealed out, to be followed by the rattling of hoofs on hard stone. Then a dog barked. At the same moment that Lad hurriedly appeared in the road a light shone out and danced before one of the square black objects. "Keep close and don't make no noise," he whispered, and led his horse at right angles off the road. Gale followed, leading Mercedes's horse. As he turned, he observed that Lash also had dismounted. To keep closely at Lad's heels without brushing the cactus or stumbling over rocks and depressions was a task Gale found impossible. After he had been stabbed several times by the bayonet-like spikes, which seemed invisible, the matter of caution became equally one of self-preservation. Both the cowboys, Dick had observed, wore leather chaps. It was no easy matter to lead a spirited horse through the dark, winding lanes walled by thorns. Mercedes' horse often balked and had to be coaxed and carefully guided. Dick concluded that Lad was making a wide detour. The position of certain stars grown familiar during the march veered round from one side to another. Dick saw that the travel was fast, but by no means noiseless. The pack animals at times crashed and ripped through the narrow places. It seemed to Gale that anyone within a mile could have heard these sounds. From the tops of knolls or ridges he looked back, trying to locate the mesas where the light had danced and the dog had barked alarm. He could not distinguish these two rocky eminences from among many rising in the background. Presently Lad led out into a wider lane that appeared to run straight. The cowboy mounted his horse, and this fact convinced Gale that they had circled back to the road. The march proceeded then once more at a good, steady, silent walk. When Dick consulted his watch he was amazed to see that the hour was still early. How much had happened in little time! He now began to be aware that the night was growing colder, and, strange to him, he felt something damp that in a country he knew he would have recognized as dew. He had not been aware there was dew on the desert. The wind blew stronger, the stars shone whiter, the sky grew darker, and the moon climbed toward the zenith. The road stretched out for several miles, then crossed arroyos and ridges, wound between mounds of broken ruined rock, found a level again, and then began a long ascent. Dick asked Mercedes if she was cold, and she answered that she was, speaking especially of her feet, which were growing numb. Then she asked to be helped down to walk a while. At first she was cold and lame, and accepted the helping hand Dick proffered. After a little, however, she recovered and went on without assistance. Dick could scarcely believe his eyes, as from time to time he stole a sidelong glance at this silent girl, who walked with lithe and rapid stride. She was wrapped in his long coat, yet it did not hide her slender grace. He could not see her face, which was concealed by the black mantle. A low-spoken word from Ladd recalled Gale to the question of surroundings and of possible dangers. Ladd had halted a few yards ahead. They had reached the summit of what was evidently a high ridge which sloped with much greater steepness on the far side. It was only after a few more forward steps, however, that Dick could see down the slope. Then in full view flashed a bright campfire around which clustered a group of dark figures. They were encamped in a wide arroyo, where horses could be seen grazing in black patches of grass between clusters of trees. A second look at the campers told Gale they were Mexicans. At this moment Lash came forward to join Ladd, and the two spent a long, uninterrupted moment studying the arroyo. A hoarse laugh, faint yet distinct, floated up on the cool wind. "Well, laddie, what do you make it of that outfit?" inquired Lash, speaking softly. "Same as any of them raider outfits," replied Ladd. "They're across the line for beef, but they'll run off any good stock. As hoss thieves, these rebels have got 'em all beat. That outfit is waiting till it's late. There's a ranch up the arroyo." Gale heard the first speaker curse under his breath. "Sure, I feel the same," said Ladd. "But we've got a girl and a young man to look after, not to mention our pack outfit. And we're hunting for a job, not a fight, old hoss. Keep on your chaps. Nothing to it but head south for the Rio Forlorn. You're talking sense now, Jim. I wished we'd headed that way long ago, but it ain't strange I'd want to travel away from the border, thinking of the girl. Jim, we can't go round this greaser outfit and strike the road again. Too rough. So we'll have to give up getting to San Felipe." "Perhaps it's just as well, laddie. Rio Forlorn is on the border line, but it's country where these rebels ain't been yet." "Wait till they learn of the oasis and Belden's hosses," exclaimed Laddie. "I'm not anticipating peace anywhere along the border, Jim. But we can't go ahead, we can't go back. What'll we do, laddie? It's a hike to Belden's ranch, and if we get there in daylight, some greaser will see the girl before Belden can hide her. It'll get talked about. The news'll travel to Castaneda like sage balls before the wind. Sure, we won't ride into Rio Forlorn in the daytime. Let's slip the packs, Jim. We can hid them off in the cactus and come back after them. With the young man riding, we—" The whispering was interrupted by a loud ringing neigh which whistled up from the arroyo. One of the horses had scented the travelers on the ridge top. The indifference of the Mexicans changed to attention. Ladd and Lash turned back and led the horses into the first opening on the south side of the road. There was nothing more said at the moment, and manifestly the cowboys were in a hurry. Gale had to run in the open places to keep up. When they did stop, it was welcome to Gale, for he had begun to fall behind. The packs were slipped, securely tied and hidden in a mesquite clump. Lad strapped a blanket round one of the horses. His next move was to take off his chaps. "Gale, you're wearing boots, and by lifting your feet you can beat the cactus," he whispered. "But the Miss Castaneda, she'll be torn all to pieces unless she puts these on. Tell her, and hurry." Dick took the chaps, and going up to Mercedes, he explained the situation. She laughed, evidently at his embarrassed earnestness, and slipped out of the saddle. "Señor, Chaparejos and I are not strangers," she said. Deftly and promptly she equipped herself, and then Gale helped her into the saddle, called to her horse, and started off. Lash directed Gale to mount the other saddled horse and go next. Dick had not ridden 100 yards behind the trotting leaders before he had sundry painful encounters with reaching cactus arms. The horse missed these by a narrow margin. Dick's knees appeared to be in line, and it became necessary for him to lift them high and let his boots take the onslaught of the spikes. He was at home in the saddle, and the accomplishment was about the only one he possessed that had been of any advantage during his sojourn in the West. Lad pursued a zigzag course southward across the desert, trotting down the aisles, cantering in wide bare patches, walking through the clumps of cacti. The desert seemed all of a sameness to Dick, a wilderness of rocks and jagged growths hemmed in by lowering ranges, always looking close, yet never growing any nearer. The moon slanted back toward the west, losing its white radiance, and the gloom of the earlier evening began to creep into the washes and to darken under the mesas. By and by Lad entered an arroyo, and here the travellers turned and twisted with the meanderings of a dry stream bed. At the head of the canyon they had to take once more to the rougher ground. Always it led down, always it grew rougher, more rolling, with wider bare spaces, always the black ranges loomed close. Gale became chilled to the bone, and his clothes were damp and cold. His knees smarted from the wounds of the poisoned thorns, and his right hand was either swollen stiff or too numb to move. Moreover, he was tiring. The excitement, the long walk, the miles on miles of jolting trot, these had wearied him. Mercedes must be made of steel, he thought, to stand all that she had been subjected to, and yet, when the stars were paling and dawn perhaps not far away, stay in the saddle. So Dick Gale rode on, drowsier for each mile, and more giving the horse a choice of ground. Sometimes a prod from a murderous spine roused Dick. A grayness had blotted out the waning moon in the west and the clear, dark, starry sky overhead. Once when Gale, thinking to fight his weariness, raised his head, he saw that one of the horses in the lead was riderless. Lad was carrying Mercedes. Dick marveled that her collapse had not come sooner. Another time, arousing himself again, he imagined they were now on a good hard road. It seemed that hours passed, though he knew only little time had elapsed, when once more he threw off the spell of weariness. He heard a dog bark. Tall trees lined the open lane down which he was riding. Presently, in the grey gloom, he saw low, square houses with flat roofs. Lad turned off to the left down another lane, gloomy between trees. Every few rods there was one of the squat houses. This lane opened into a wider, lighter space. The cold air bore a sweet perfume, whether of flowers or fruit Dick could not tell. Lad rode on for perhaps a quarter of a mile, though it seemed interminably long to Dick. A grove of trees loomed dark in the grey morning. Lad entered it and was lost in the shade. Dick rode on among trees. Presently he heard voices, and soon another house, low and flat like the others, but so long he could not see the farther end, stood up blacker than the trees. As he dismounted, cramped and sore, he could scarcely stand. Lash came alongside. He spoke, and someone with a big, hearty voice replied to him. Then it seemed to Dick that he was led into blackness like pitch, where presently he felt blankets thrown on him, and then his drowsy faculties faded. Section 4. Forlorn River. When Dick opened his eyes, a flood of golden sunshine streamed in at the open window under which he lay. His first thought was one of blank wonder as to where in the world he happened to be. The room was large, square, adobe-walled. It was littered with saddles, harness, blankets. Upon the floor was a bed spread out upon a tarpaulin. Probably this was where some one had slept. The sight of huge dusty spurs, a gun belt with sheath and gun, and a pair of leather chaps bristling with broken cactus thorns recalled to Dick the cowboys, the ride, Mercedes, and the whole strange adventure that had brought him there. He did not recollect having removed his boots. Indeed, upon second thought, he knew he had not done so. But there they stood upon the floor. Lad and Lash must have taken them off when he was so exhausted and sleepy that he could not tell what was happening. He felt a dead weight of complete lassitude, and he did not want to move. A sudden pain in his hand caused him to hold it up. It was black and blue, swollen to almost twice its normal size, and stiff as a board. The knuckles were skinned and crusted with dry blood. Dick soliloquized that it was the worst-looking hand he had seen since football days, and that it would inconvenience him for some time. A warm, dry, fragrant breeze came through the window. Dick caught again the sweet smell of flowers or fruit. He heard the fluttering of leaves, the murmur of running water, the twittering of birds, then the sound of approaching footsteps and voices. The door at the far end of the room was open. Through it he saw poles of peeled wood upholding a porch roof, a bench, rose bushes in bloom, grass, and beyond these bright green foliage of trees. "He was sure sleepin' when I looked in an hour ago," said a voice that Dick recognized as Lad's. "Let him sleep," came the reply in deep, good-natured tones. "Mrs. B. says the girls never moved. Must have been a tough ride for them both. 40 miles through cactus." "Young Gale hoofed darn near half the way," replied Lad. "We tried to make him ride one of our horses. If we had, we'd never got here. A walk like that'd kill me and Jim." "Well, laddie, I'm right down glad to see you boys, and I'll do all I can for the young couple," said the other. "But I'm doing some worrying here. Don't mistake me." "About your stock?" "I've only got a few head of cattle at the oasis now. I'm worrying some, mostly about my horses. The U.S. is doing some worrying too. Don't mistake me. The rebels have worked west and north as far as Castaneda. There are no cavalrymen along the line beyond Castaneda, and there can't be. It's practically waterless desert. But these rebels are desert men. They could cross the line beyond the Rio Forlorn and smuggle arms into Mexico. Of course, my job is to keep tab on Chinese and Japs trying to get into the U.S. from Magdalena Bay. But I'm supposed to patrol the border line. I'm going to hire some rangers. Now, I'm not so afraid of being shot up, though out in this lonely place there's danger of it. What I'm afraid of most is losing that bunch of horses. If any rebels come this far, or if they ever hear of my horses, they're going to raid me. You know what those guerrilla Mexicans will do for horses. They're crazy on horseflesh. They know fine horses. They breed the finest in the world. So I don't sleep nights any more. Reckon me and Jim might as well tie up with you for a spell, Belden. We've been riding up and down Arizona, trying to keep out of sight of wire fences. Laddie, it's open enough around Forlorn River to satisfy even an old-time cowpuncher like you," laughed Belden. "I'd take your staying on as some favor, don't mistake me. Perhaps I can persuade the young man Gale to take a job with me." "That's sure likely. He said he had no money, no friends." "And if a scrapper's all you're looking for, he'll do," replied Lad, with a dry chuckle. "Mrs. B will throw some bronco capers around this ranch when she hears I'm going to hire a stranger." "Why?" "Well, there's Nell, and you said this Gale was a young American. My wife will be scared to death for fear Nell will fall in love with him." Laddie choked off a laugh, then evidently slapped his knee or Belding's, for there was a resounding smack. "He's a fine-spoken, good-looking chap, you said?" went on Belding. "Sure he is," said Laddie warmly. "What do you say, Jim?" By this time Dick Gale's ears began to burn, and he was trying to make himself deaf when he wanted to hear every little word. "Husky young fellow, nice voice, steady, clear eyes, kind of proud, I thought, and handsome, he was," replied Jim Lash. "Maybe I ought to think twice before taking a stranger into my family," said Belding seriously. "Well, I guess he's all right, Laddie, being the cavalryman's friend." "No bum or lunger? He must be all right." "Bum? Lunger? Say, didn't I tell you I shook hands with this boy and was plumb glad to meet him?" demanded Laddie, with considerable heat. Manifestly he had been affronted. "Tom Belden, he's a gentleman, and he could lick you in half a second. How about that, Jim?" "Less time," replied Lash. "Tom, here's my stand. Young Gale can have my hoss, my gun, anything of mine." "I didn't mean to insult you, boys. Don't mistake me," said Belding. "Of course he's all right." The object of this conversation lay quiet upon his bed, thrilling and amazed at being so championed by the cowboys, delighted with Belding's idea of employing him, and much amused with the quaint seriousness of the three. "How's the young man?" called a woman's voice. It was kind and mellow and earnest. Gale heard footsteps on flagstones. "He's asleep yet, wife," replied Belding. "Guess he was pretty much knocked out. I'll close the door there so we won't wake him." There were slow, soft steps, then the door softly closed. But the fact scarcely made a perceptible difference in the sound of the voices outside. "Laddie and Jim are going to stay," went on Belding. "It'll be like the old Panhandle days a little. I'm powerful glad to have the boys, Nellie. You know I meant to send to Castaneda to ask them. We'll see some trouble here before the revolution is ended. I think I'll make this young Gale an offer." "He isn't a cowboy?" asked Mrs. Belding quickly. "No." "Sure he'd make a darn good one," put in Laddie. "What is he? Who is he? Where did he come from? Surely you must be—" "Laddie swears he's all right," interrupted the husband. "That's enough reference for me. Isn't it enough for you?" "Huh! Laddie knows a lot about young men now, doesn't he? Especially strangers from the East?" "Tom, you must be careful." "Wife, I'm only too glad to have a nervy young chap come along. What sense is there in your objection, if Jim and Laddie stick up for him?" "But, Tom, he'll fall in love with Nell," protested Mrs. Belding. "Well, wouldn't that be regular? Doesn't every man who comes along fall in love with Nell? Hasn't it always happened? When she was a schoolgirl in Kansas, didn't it happen? Didn't she have 100 moon-eyed ninnies after her in Texas? I've had some peace out here in the desert, except when a greaser or a prospector or a Yaqui would come along. Then same old story, in love with Nell." "But, Tom, Nell might fall in love with this young man," exclaimed the wife in distress. "Laddie, Jim, didn't I tell you?" cried Belding. "I knew she'd say that." "My dear wife, I would be simply overcome with joy if Nell did fall in love once. Real good and hard. She's wilder than any antelope out there on the desert. Nell's nearly 20 now, and so far as we know she's never cared a rap for any fellow. And she's just as gay and full of the devil as she was at 14. Nell's as good and lovable as she is pretty, but I'm afraid she'll never grow into a woman while we live out in this lonely land. And you've always hated towns where there was a chance for the girl, just because you were afraid she'd fall in love. You've always been strange, even silly, about that. I've done my best for Nell, loved her as if she were my own daughter. I've changed many business plans to suit your whims. There are rough times ahead, maybe. I need men. I'll hire this chap Gale if he'll stay. Let Nell take her chance with him, just as she'll have to take chances with men when we get out of the desert. She'll be all the better for it." "I hope Laddie's not mistaken in his opinion of this newcomer," replied Mrs. Belding, with a sigh of resignation. "Sure, I never made a mistake in my life figuring people," said Laddie stoutly. "Yes, you have, Laddie," replied Mrs. Belding. "You're wrong about Tom. Well, supper is to be got. That young man and the girl will be starved. I'll go now. If Nell happens around, don't flatter her, Laddie, like you did at dinner. Don't make her think of her looks." Dick heard Mrs. Belding walk away. "Sure, she's powerful particular about that girl," observed Laddie. "Say, Tom, Nell knows she's pretty, doesn't she?" "She's liable to find out unless you shut up, Laddie. When you visited us out here some weeks ago, you kept paying cowboy compliments to her. And it's your idea that cowboy compliments are plumb bad for girls?" "Downright bad, Laddie, so my wife says. I'll be darned if I believe any girl can be hurt by a little sweet talk. It pleases them. But say, Belden, speaking of looks, have you got a peek yet at the Spanish girl?" "Not in the light." "Well, neither have I in daytime. I had enough by moonlight. Nell is some on looks, but I'm regretful passing the ribbon to the lady from Mex, Jim. Where are you?" "My money's on Nell," replied Lash. "Give me a girl with flesh and color, and blue eyes a-laughin'. Miss Castaneda is some peach, I'll not gainsay, but her face seemed too white. And when she flashed those eyes on me, I thought I was shot. When she stood up there at first, thanking us, I felt as if a princess was round somewhere. Now, Nell is skittish and sweet and—" "Chop it," interrupted Belding. "Here comes Nell now." Dick's tingling ears took in the pattering of light footsteps, the rush of someone running. "Here you are!" cried a sweet, happy voice. "Dad, the señorita is perfectly lovely. I've been peeping at her. She sleeps like death. She's so white. Oh, I hope she won't be ill." "Sure, she's only played out," said Laddie, "but she had spunk while it lasted. I was just arguing with Jim and Tom about Miss Castaneda. Gracious, why she's beautiful. I never saw anyone so beautiful. How strange and sad, that about her. Tell me more, Laddie. You promised. I'm dying to know. I never hear anything in this awful place. Didn't you say the señorita had a sweetheart?" "Sure I did." "And he's a cavalryman?" "Yes." "Is he the young man who came with you?" "Nope. That fellow's the one who saved the girl from Rojas." "Ah, where is he, Laddie?" "He's in there asleep." "Is he hurt?" "I reckon not. He walked about 15 miles. Is he nice, Laddie?" "Sure." "What is he like?" "Well, I'm not long acquainted, never saw him by day, but I was some tolerable took with him. And Jim here, Jim says the young man can have his gun and his hoss." "Wonderful! Laddie, what on earth did this stranger do to win you cowboys in just one night?" "I'll sure have to tell you. Me and Jim were watching a game of cards in the Del Sol saloon in Castaneda. That's across the line. We had acquaintances, 4 fellows from the Crossbar outfit, where we worked a while back. This Del Sol is a billiard hall, saloon, restaurant, and the like, and it was full of greasers. Some of camp's rebels were there drinking and playing games. Then pretty soon in came Rojas with some of his outfit. They were packing guns and kept to themselves off to one side. I didn't give them a second look till Jim said he reckoned there was something in the wind. Then, careless-like, I began to peek at Rojas. They call Rojas the dandy rebel, and he sure looked the part. It made me sick to see him in all that lace and glitter, knowing him to be the cutthroat robber he is. It's no uncommon sight to see excited greasers. They're all crazy, but this bandit was sure some agitated. He kept his men in a tight bunch round a table. He talked and waved his hands. He was actually shaken. His eyes had a wild glare. Now I figured that trouble was brewing, most likely for the little Casita garrison. People seemed to think Campo and Rojas would join forces to oust the Federals. Jim thought Rojas's excitement was at the hatching of some plot. Anyway, we didn't join no card games, and without pretending to, we was some watchful. A little while afterward I seen a fellow standing in the restaurant door. He was a young American dressed in corduroys and boots, like a prospector. You know it's no unusual fact to see prospectors in these parts. What made me think twice about this one was how big he seemed, how he filled up that door. He looked round the saloon, and when he spotted Rojas he sort of jerked up. Then he pulled his slouch hat lopsided and began to stagger down the steps. First off I made sure he was drunk, but I remembered he didn't seem drunk before. It was some queer. So I watched that young man. He reeled around the room like a fellow who was drunker'n a lord. Nobody but me seemed to notice him. Then he began to stumble over pool players and get his feet tangled up in chairs and bump against tables. He got some pretty hard looks. He came round our way, and all of a sudden he seen us cowboys. He gave another start, like the one when he first seen Rojas. Then he made for us. I tipped Jim off that something was doing. When he got close he straightened up, put back his slouch hat, and looked at us. Then I saw his face. It sort of electrified yours truly. It was white, with veins standing out and eyes flamin', a face of fury. I was plumb amazed, didn't know what to think. Then this queer young man shot some cool, polite words at me and Jim. He was only bluffing at being drunk. He meant to rush Rojas, to start a roughhouse. The bandit was after a girl. This girl was in the hotel, and she was the sweetheart of a soldier, the young fellow's friend. The hotel was watched by Rojas's guards, and the plan was to make a fuss and get the girl away in the excitement. Well, Jim and me got a hint of our being Americans, that cowboys generally had a name for loyalty to women. Then this amazing chap, you can't imagine how scornful, said for me and Jim to watch him. Before I could catch my breath and figure out what he meant by rushing a roughhouse, he had knocked over a table and crowded some greaser half off the map. One little funny man leaped up like a wild monkey and began to screech, and another second he was in the air upside down. When he lit, he laid there. Then, quicker than I can tell you, the young man dove at Rojas. Like a mad steer on the rampage, he charged Rojas and his men. The whole outfit went down, smash! I figured then what rushing meant. The young fellow came up out of the pile with Rojas, and just like I'd sling an empty sack along the floor, he sent the bandit. But swift as that went, he was on top of Rojas before the chairs and tables had stopped rolling. I woke up then, and made for the center of the room, Jim with me. I began to shoot out the lamps. Jim throwed his guns on the crazy rebels, and I was afraid there'd be blood spilled before I could get the room dark. Bein' sure busy, I lost sight of the young fellow for a second or so, and when I got an eye free for him, I seen a greaser about to knife him. I think I was some considerate of the greaser by only shooting his arm off. Then I cracked the last lamp, and in the hullabaloo me and Jim vamoosed. We made tracks for our hosses and packs, and was hittin' the San Felipe road when we run right plumb into the young man. Well, he said his name was Gale, Dick Gale. The girl was with him, safe and well, but her sweetheart, the soldier, being away without leave, had to go back sudden. There sure was some trouble, for Jim and me heard shootin'. Gale said he had no money, no friends, was a stranger in a desert country, and he was distracted to know how to help the girl. So me and Jim started off with them for San Felipe, got switched, and then we headed for the Rio Forlorn. "Oh, I think it was perfectly splendid!" exclaimed the girl. "Sure he was. Only, Nell, you can't lay no claim to being the original discoverer of that fact. But, laddie, you haven't told me what he looks like." At this juncture Dick Gale felt it absolutely impossible for him to play the eavesdropper any longer. Quietly he rolled out of bed. The voices still sounded close outside, and it was only by effort that he kept from further listening. Belding's kindly interest, Laddie's blunt and sincere cowboy eulogy, the girl's sweet eagerness and praise, these warmed Gale's heart. He had fallen among simple people, into whose lives the advent of an unknown man was welcome. He found himself in a singularly agitated mood. The excitement, the thrill, the difference felt in himself, experienced the preceding night, had extended on into his present, and the possibilities suggested by the conversation he had unwittingly overheard added sufficiently to the other feelings to put him into a particularly receptive state of mind. He was wild to be one of the Belding Rangers. The idea of riding a horse in the open desert, with a dangerous duty to perform, seemed to strike him with an appealing force. Something within him went out to the cowboys, to this blunt and kind Belding. He was afraid to meet the girl. If every man who came along fell in love with this sweet-voiced Nell, then what hope had he to escape? Now, when his whole inner awakening betokened a change of spirit, hope, a finding of real worth, real good, real power in himself. He did not understand wholly, yet he felt ready to ride, to fight, to love the desert, to love these outdoor men, to love a woman. That beautiful Spanish girl had spoken to something dead in him, and it had quickened to life. The sweet voice of an audacious, unseen girl warned him that presently a still more wonderful thing would happen to him. Gale imagined he made noise enough as he clumsily pulled on his boots, yet the voices, split by a merry laugh, kept on murmuring outside the door. It was awkward for him, having only one hand available to lace up his boots. He looked out of the window. Evidently this was at the end of the house. There was a flagstone walk, beside which ran a ditch full of swift, muddy water. It made a pleasant sound. There were trees strange of form and color to him. He heard bees, birds, chickens, saw the red of roses and green of grass. Then he saw, close to the wall, a tub full of water, and a bench upon which lay basin, soap, towel, comb, and brush. The window was also a door, for under it there was a step. Gale hesitated a moment, then went out. He stepped naturally, hoping and expecting that the cowboys would hear him, but nobody came. Awkwardly, with left hand, he washed his face. Upon a nail in the wall hung a little mirror, by the aid of which Dick combed and brushed his hair. He imagined he looked a most haggard wretch. With that he faced forward, meaning to go round the corner of the house to greet the cowboys and these new-found friends. Dick had taken but one step when he was halted by laughter and the patter of light feet. From close around the corner pealed out that sweet voice. "Dad, you'll have your wish, and Mamma will be wild." Dick saw a little foot sweep into view, a white dress, then swiftly moving form of a girl. She was looking backward. "Dad, I shall fall in love with your new ranger. I have," Then she plumped squarely into Dick's arms. She started back violently. Dick saw a fair face and dark blue, audaciously flashing eyes. Swift as lightning their expression changed to surprise, fear, wonder. For an instant they were level with Dick's grave questioning. Suddenly, sweetly, she blushed. "Oh, oh," she faltered. Then the blush turned to a scarlet fire. She whirled past him, and like a white gleam was gone. Dick became conscious of the quickened beating of his heart. He experienced a singular exhilaration. That moment had been the one for which he had been ripe, the event upon which strange circumstances had been rushing him. With a couple of strides he turned the corner. Laddie and Lash were there talking to a man of burly form. Seen by day, both cowboys were gray-haired, red-skinned, and weather-beaten, with lean, sharp features and gray eyes so much alike that they might have been brothers. "Hello, there's the young fellow," spoke up the burly man. "Mr. Gale, I'm glad to meet you. My name is Belding." His greeting was as warm as his hand-clasp was long and hard. Gale saw a heavy man of medium height. His head was large and covered with grizzled locks. He wore a short-cropped mustache and chin-beard. His skin was brown, and his dark eyes beamed with genial light. The cowboys were as cordial as if Dick had been their friend for years. "Young man, did you run into anything as you came out?" asked Belding, with twinkling eyes. "Why, yes, I met something white and swift flying by," replied Dick. "Did she see you?" asked Laddie. "I think so, but she didn't wait for me to introduce myself." "That was Nell Burton, my girl, stepdaughter, I should say," said Belding. "She's sure some whirlwind, as Laddie calls her. Come, let's go in and meet the wife." The house was long, like a barracks, with porch extending all the way, and doors every dozen paces. When Dick was ushered into a sitting room, he was amazed at the light and comfort. This room had two big windows and a door opening into a patio, where there were luxuriant grass, roses in bloom, and flowering trees. He heard a slow splashing of water. In Mrs. Belding, Gale found a woman of noble proportions and striking appearance. Her hair was white. She had a strong, serious, well-lined face that bore haunting evidence of past beauty. The gaze she bent upon him was almost piercing in its intensity. Her greeting, which seemed to Dick rather slow in coming, was kind though not cordial. Gale's first thought, after he had thanked these good people for their hospitality, was to inquire about Mercedes. He was informed that the Spanish girl had awakened with a considerable fever and nervousness. When, however, her anxiety had been allayed and her thirst relieved, she had fallen asleep again. Mrs. Belding said the girl had suffered no great hardship, other than mental, and would very soon be rested and well. "Now, Gale," said Belding, when his wife had excused herself to get supper, "the boys, Jim and Laddie, told me about you and the mix-up at Castaneda. I'll be glad to take care of the girl till it's safe for your soldier friend to get her out of the country. That won't be very soon, don't mistake me. I don't want to seem over-curious about you. Laddie has interested me in you, and straight out I'd like to know what you propose to do now." "I haven't any plans," replied Dick, and, taking the moment as propitious, he decided to speak frankly concerning himself. "I just drifted down here. My home is in Chicago. When I left school some years ago, I'm 25 now, I went to work for my father. He has business interests there. I tried all kinds of inside jobs. I couldn't please my father. I guess I put no real heart in my work. The fact was I didn't know how to work. The governor and I didn't exactly quarrel, but he hurt my feelings, and I quit. 6 months or more ago I came west, and have knocked about from Wyoming southwest to the border. I tried to find congenial work, but nothing came my way. To tell you frankly, Mr. Belding, I suppose I didn't much care. I believe, though, that all the time I didn't know what I wanted. I've learned, well, just lately." "What do you want to do?" interposed Belding. "I want a man's job. I want to do things with my hands. I want action. I want to be outdoors." Belding nodded his head as if he understood that, and he began to speak again, cut something short, then went on hesitatingly. "Gale, you could go home again, to the old man. It'd be all right." "Mr. Belding, there's nothing shady in my past. The governor would be glad to have me home. That's the only consolation I've got. But I'm not going. I'm broke. I won't be a tramp. And it's up to me to do something." "How'd you like to be a border ranger?" asked Belding, laying a hand on Dick's knee. "Part of my job here is United States Inspector of Immigration. I've got that boundary line to patrol, to keep out Chinks and Japs. This revolution has added complications, and I'm looking for smugglers and raiders here any day. You'll not be hired by the U.S. You'll simply be my ranger, same as Laddie and Jim, who have promised to work for me. I'll pay you well, give you a room here, furnish everything down to guns and the finest horse you ever saw in your life. Your job won't be safe and healthy sometimes, but it'll be a man's job. Don't mistake me. You can gamble on having things to do outdoors. Now, what do you say?" "I accept, and thank you. I can't say how much," replied Gale earnestly. "Good. That's settled. Let's go out and tell Laddie and Jim." Both boys expressed satisfaction at the turn of affairs, and then with Belding they set out to take Gale around the ranch. The house and several outbuildings were constructed of adobe, which, according to Belding, retained the summer heat on into winter, and the winter cold on into summer. These gray-red mud habitations were hideous to look at, and this fact, perhaps, made their really comfortable interiors more vividly a contrast. The wide grounds were covered with luxuriant grass and flowers and different kinds of trees. Gale's interest led him to ask about fig trees and pomegranates, and especially about a beautiful specimen that Belding called Palo Verde. Belding explained that the luxuriance of this desert place was owing to a few springs and the dammed-up waters of the Rio Forlorn. Before he had come to the oasis it had been inhabited by a Papago Indian tribe and a few peon families. The oasis lay in an arroyo a mile wide, and sloped southwest for some 10 miles or more. The river went dry most of the year, but enough water was stored in flood season to irrigate the gardens and alfalfa fields. "I've got one never-failing spring on my place," said Belding. "Fine, sweet water. You know what that means in the desert. I like this oasis. The longer I live here, the better I like it. There's not a spot in southern Arizona that'll compare with this valley for water or grass or wood. It's beautiful and healthy. Forlorn and lonely, yes, especially for women like my wife and Nell, but I like it. And between you and me, boys, I've got something up my sleeve. There's gold dust in the arroyos, and there's mineral up in the mountains. If we only had water. This hamlet has steadily grown since I took up a station here. Why, Castaneda is no place beside Forlorn River. Pretty soon the Southern Pacific will shoot a railroad branch out here. There are possibilities, and I want you boys to stay with me and get in on the ground floor. I wish this rebel war was over. Well, here are the corrals and the fields. Gale, take a look at that bunch of horses." Belding's last remark was made as he led his companions out of shady gardens into the open. Gale saw an adobe shed and a huge pen fenced by strangely twisted and contorted branches or trunks of mesquite, and beyond these, wide, flat fields, green, a dark rich green, and dotted with beautiful horses. There were whites and blacks, and bays and grays. In his admiration Gale searched his memory to see if he could remember the like of these magnificent animals, and had to admit that the only ones he could compare with them were the Arabian steeds. "Every ranch loves his horses," said Belding. "When I was in the Panhandle I had some fine stock, but these are Mexican. They come from Durango, where they were bred. Mexican horses are the finest in the world, bar none." "Sure, I reckon I savvy why you don't sleep nights," drawled Laddie. "I see a greaser out there. No, it's an Indian. That's my Papago herdsman. I keep watch over the horses now day and night. Lord, how I'd hate to have Rojas or Salazar, any of those bandit rebels, find my horses. Gale, can you ride?" Dick modestly replied that he could, according to the Eastern idea of horsemanship. You don't need to be half-horsed to ride one of that bunch. But over there in the other field I've iron-jawed broncos I wouldn't want you to tackle, except to see the fun. I've an outlaw I'll gamble even Laddie can't ride." "So, how much you'll gamble?" asked Laddie instantly. The ringing of a bell, which Belding said was a call to supper, turned the men back toward the house. Facing that way, Gale saw dark, beetling ridges rising from the oasis and leading up to bare black mountains. He had heard Belding call them no-name mountains, and somehow the appellation suited those lofty, mysterious, frowning peaks. It was not until they reached the house and were about to go in that Belding chanced to discover Gale's crippled hand. "What an awful hand!" he exclaimed. "Where the devil did you get that?" "I stove in my knuckles on Rojas," replied Dick. "You did that in one punch? Say, I'm glad it wasn't me you hit. Why didn't you tell me? That's a bad hand. Those cuts are full of dirt and sand. Inflammation is setting in. It's got to be dressed. Nell," he called. There was no answer. He called again louder. "Mother, where's the girl?" "She's there in the dining room," replied Mrs. Belding. "Did she hear me?" he inquired impatiently. "Of course." "Nell!" roared Belding. This brought results. Dick saw a glimpse of golden hair and a white dress in the door, but they were not visible longer than a second. "Dad, what's the matter?" asked a voice that was still as sweet as formerly, but now rather small and constrained. "Bring the antiseptics, cotton, bandages, and things out here. Hurry now." Belding fetched a pail of water and a basin from the kitchen. His wife followed him out, and upon seeing Dick's hand was all solicitude. Then Dick heard light, quick footsteps, but he did not look up. "Nell, this is Mr. Gale, Dick Gale, who came with the boys last night," said Belding. "He's got an awful hand. Got it punching that greaser Rojas. I want you to dress it. Gale, this is my stepdaughter, Nell Burton, of whom I spoke. She's some good when there's somebody sick or hurt. Shove out your fist, my boy, and let her get at it. Supper's nearly ready." Dick felt that same strange, quickening heart-throb, yet he had never been cooler in his life. More than anything else in the world he wanted to look at Nell Burton. However, divining that the situation might be embarrassing for her, he refrained from looking up. She began to bathe his injured knuckles. He noted the softness, the deftness of her touch, and then it seemed her fingers were not quite as steady as they might have been. Still, in a moment they appeared to become surer in their work. She had beautiful hands, not too large, though certainly not small, and they were strong, brown, supple. He observed next, with stealthy, upward-stealing glance, that she had rolled up her sleeves, exposing fine, round arms graceful in line. Her skin was brown, no, it was more golden brown. It had a wonderful, clear tint. Dick stoically lowered his eyes then, putting off as long as possible the alluring moment when he was to look into her face. That would be a fateful moment. He played with a certain strange joy of anticipation. When, however, she sat down beside him and rested his injured hand in her lap as she cut bandages, she was so thrillingly near that he yielded to an irrepressible desire to look up. She had a sweet, fair face, warmly tinted with that same healthy golden brown sunburn. Her hair was light gold and abundant, a waving mass. Her eyes were shaded by long, downcast lashes, yet through them he caught a gleam of blue. Despite the stir within him, Gale, seeing that she was now absorbed in her task, critically studied her with a second closer gaze. She was a sweet, wholesome, joyous, pretty girl. "Sure must 'a' hurt," replied Laddie, who sat an interested spectator. "Yes, I confess it did," replied Dick slowly, with his eyes on Nell's face. "But I didn't mind." The girl's lashes swept up swiftly in surprise. She had taken his words literally, but the dark blue eyes met his for only a fleeting second. Then the warm tint in her cheeks turned as red as her lips. Hurriedly she finished tying the bandage and rose to her feet. "Thank you," said Gale, also rising. With that, Belding appeared in the doorway, and finding the operation concluded, called them in to supper. Dick had the use of only one arm, and he certainly was keenly aware of the shy, silent girl across the table. But in spite of these considerable handicaps, he eclipsed both hungry cowboys in the assault upon Mrs. Belding's bounteous supper. Belding talked, the cowboys talked more or less. Mrs. Belding put in a word now and then, and Dick managed to find brief intervals when it was possible for him to say yes or no. He observed gratefully that no one round the table seemed to be aware of his enormous appetite. After supper, having a favorable opportunity when for a moment no one was at hand, Dick went out through the yard, past the garden and fields, and climbed the first knoll. From that vantage point he looked out over the little hamlet, somewhat to his right, and was surprised at its extent, its considerable number of adobe houses. The overhanging mountains, ragged and darkening, a great heave of splintered rock, rather chilled and affronted him. Westward the setting sun gilded a spiked, frost-colored, limitless expanse of desert. It awed Gale. Everywhere rose blunt, broken ranges or isolated groups of mountains. Yet the desert stretched away down between and beyond them. When the sun set and Gale could not see so far, he felt a relief. That grand and austere attraction of distance gone, he saw the desert nearer at hand, the valley at his feet. What a strange, grey, sombre place! There was a lighter strip of grey winding down between darker hues. This, he realized presently, was the river bed, and he saw how the pools of water narrowed and diminished in size till they lost themselves in grey sand. This was the rainy season, near its end, and here a little river struggled hopelessly, forlornly to live in the desert. He received a potent impression of the nature of that blasted, age-worn waste which he had divined was to give him strength and work and love. Section 5. A Desert Rose. Belding assigned Dick to a little room which had no windows but two doors, one opening into the patio, the other into the yard on the west side of the house. It contained only the barest necessities for comfort. Dick mentioned the baggage he had left in the hotel at Castaneda, and it was Belding's opinion that try to recover his property would be rather risky. On the moment Richard Gale was probably not popular with the Mexicans at Castaneda. So Dick bade good-bye to his fine suit of clothes and linen with a feeling that, as he had said farewell to an idle and useless past, it was just as well not to have any old luxuries as reminders. As he possessed, however, not a thing save the clothes on his back, and not even a handkerchief, He expressed regret that he had come to Forlorn River a beggar. "Beggar hell!" exploded Belding, with his eyes snapping in the lamplight. "Money's the last thing we think of out here. All the same, Gale, if you stick you'll be rich." "It wouldn't surprise me," replied Dick thoughtfully, but he was not thinking of material wealth. Then, as he viewed his stained and torn shirt, he laughed and said, "Belding, while I'm getting rich I'd like to have some respectable clothes. We've a little mech store in town, and what you can't get there the women folks will make for you." When Dick lay down he was dully conscious of pain and headache, that he did not feel well. Despite this, and a mind thronging with memories and anticipations, he succumbed to weariness and soon fell asleep. It was light when he awoke, but a strange brightness seen through what seemed blurred eyes. A moment passed before his mind worked clearly, and then he had to make an effort to think. He was dizzy. When he essayed to lift his right arm, an excruciating pain made him desist. Then he discovered that his arm was badly swollen, and the hand had burst its bandages. The injured member was red, angry, inflamed, and twice its normal size. He felt hot all over, and a raging headache consumed him. Belding came stamping into the room. "Hello, Dick. Do you know it's late? How's the busted fist this morning?" Dick tried to sit up, but his effort was a failure. He got half up, then felt himself weakly sliding back. "I guess I'm pretty sick," he said. He saw Belding lean over him, feel his face, and speak, and then everything seemed to drift, not into darkness, but into some region where he had dim perceptions of gray moving things, and of voices that were remote. Then there came an interval when all was blank. He knew not whether it was one of minutes or hours, but after it he had a clearer mind. He slept, awakened during the night time, and slept again. When he again unclosed his eyes the room was sunny, and cool with a fragrant breeze that blew through the open door. Dick felt better, but he had no particular desire to move or talk or eat. He had, however, a burning thirst. Mrs. Belding visited him often, her husband came in several times, and once Nell slipped in noiselessly. Even this last event aroused no interest in Dick. On the next day he was very much improved. "We've been afraid of blood poisoning," said Belding, "but my wife thinks the danger's past. You'll have to rest that arm for a while." Lad and Jim came peering in at the door. "Come in, boys. He can have company, the more the better, if it'll keep him content. He mustn't move, that's all." The cowboys entered, slow, easy, cool, kind-voiced. "Sure is tough," said Lad, after he had greeted Dick. "You look used up." Jim Lash wagged his half-bald, sunburned head. "Must have been more'n tough for Rojas." "Gale, Laddie tells me one of our neighbors, fellow named Carter, is going to Casita," put in Belding. "Here's a chance to get word to your friend the soldier." "Oh, that'll be fine!" exclaimed Dick. "I declare I'd forgotten Thorne. How is Miss Castaneda? I hope—" "She's all right, Gale. Been up and around the patio for 2 days. Like all the Spanish, the real thing, she's made of Damascus steel. We've been getting acquainted." She and Nell made friends at once. "I'll call them in." He closed the door leading out into the yard, explaining that he did not want to take chances of Mercedes' presence becoming known to neighbors. Then he went to the patio and called. Both girls came in, Mercedes leading. Like Nell, she wore white, and she had a red rose in her hand. Dick would scarcely have recognized anything about her except her eyes and the way she carried her little head, and her beauty burst upon him strange and anew. She was swift, impulsive in her movements to reach his side. "Senor, I'm so sorry you were ill. So happy you are better." Dick greeted her, offering his left hand, gravely apologizing for the fact that, owing to a late infirmity, he could not offer the right. Her smile exquisitely combined sympathy, gratitude, admiration. Then Dick spoke to Nell, likewise offering his hand, which she took shyly. Her reply was a murmured, unintelligible one, but her eyes were glad, and the tint in her cheeks threatened to rival the hue of the rose she carried. Everybody chatted then, except Nell, who had apparently lost her voice. Presently Dick remembered to speak of the matter of getting news to Thorn. "Signor, may I write to him? Will someone take a letter? I shall hear from him," she said, and her white hands emphasized her words. "Assuredly. I guess poor Thorn is almost crazy. I'll write to him. No, I can't with this crippled hand." "That'll be all right, Gale," said Belding. "Nell will write for you. She writes all my letters." So Belding arranged it, and Mercedes flew away to her room to write, while Nell fetched pen and paper and seated herself beside Gale's bed to take his dictation. What with watching Nell and trying to catch her glance, and listening to Belding's talk with the cowboys, Dick was hard put to dictate any kind of a credible letter. Nell met his gaze once, then no more. The color came and went in her cheeks, and sometimes, when he told her to write so-and-so, there was a demure smile on her lips. She was laughing at him, and Belding was talking over the risks involved in a trip to Casita. "Sure, I'll ride in with the letters," Ladd said. "No, you won't," replied Belding. "That bandit outfit will be laying for you." "Well, I reckon if they was I wouldn't be oncommon grieved. I'll tell you, boys, I'll ride in myself with Carter. There's business I can see to, and I'm curious to know what the rebels are doing. Laddie, keep one eye open while I'm gone. See the horses are locked up. Gale, I'm going to Casita myself. Ought to be back tomorrow sometime. I'll be ready to start in an hour. Have your letter ready. And say, if you want to write home, it's a chance. Sometimes we don't go to the P.O. in a month." He tramped out, followed by the tall cowboys, and then Dick was enabled to bring his letter to a close. Mercedes came back, and her eyes were shining. Dick imagined a letter received from her would be something of an event for a fellow. Then, remembering Belding's suggestion, he decided to profit by it. "May I trouble you to write another for me?" asked Dick, as he received the letter from Nell. "It's no trouble, I'm sure. I'd be pleased," she replied. That was altogether a wonderful speech of hers, Dick thought, because the words were the first coherent ones she had spoken to him. "May I stay?" asked Mercedes, smiling. "By all means," he answered, and then he settled back and began. Presently Gale paused, partly because of genuine emotion, and stole a look from under his hand at Nell. She wrote swiftly, and her downcast face seemed to be softer in its expression of sweetness. If she had in the very least been drawn to him. But that was absurd, impossible. When Dick finished dictating, his eyes were upon Mercedes, who sat smiling, curious and sympathetic. How responsive she was! He heard the hasty scratch of Nell's pen. He looked at Nell. Presently she rose, holding out his letter. He was just in time to see a wave of red recede from her face. She gave him one swift gaze, unconscious, searching, then averted it and turned away. She left the room with Mercedes before he could express his thanks. But that strange, speaking flash of eyes remained to haunt and torment Gale. It was indescribably sweet, and provocative of thoughts that he believed were wild without warrant. Something within him danced for very joy, and the next instant he was conscious of a wistful doubt, a gravity that he could not understand. It dawned upon him that for the brief instant when Nell had met his gaze she had lost her shyness. It was a woman's questioning eyes that had pierced through him. During the rest of the day Gale was content to lie still on his bed, thinking and dreaming, dozing at intervals, and watching the lights change upon the mountain peaks, feeling the warm, fragrant desert wind that blew in upon him. He seemed to have lost the faculty of estimating time. A long while, strong in its effect upon him, appeared to have passed since he had met Thorne. He accepted things as he felt them, and repudiated his intelligence. His old inquisitive habit of mind returned. Did he love Nell? Was he only attracted for the moment? What was the use of worrying about her or himself? He refused to answer, and deliberately gave himself up to dreams of her sweet face and of that last dark blue glance. Next day he believed he was well enough to leave his room, but Mrs. Belding would not permit him to do so. She was kind, soft-handed, motherly, and she was always coming in to minister to his comfort. This attention was sincere, not in the least forced. Yet Gale felt that the friendliness so manifest in the others of the household did not extend to her. He was conscious of something that a little thought persuaded him was antagonism. It surprised and hurt him. He had never been much of a success with girls and young married women, but their mothers and old people had generally been fond of him. Still, though Mrs. Belding's hair was snow white, she did not impress him as being old. He reflected that there might come a time when it would be desirable, far beyond any ground of everyday friendly kindliness, to have Mrs. Belding well disposed toward him. So he thought about her, and pondered how to make her like him. It did not take very long for Dick to discover that he liked her. Her face, except when she smiled, was thoughtful and sad. It was a face to make one serious. Like a haunting shadow, like a phantom of happier years, the sweetness of Nell's face was there, and infinitely more of beauty than had been transmitted to the daughter. Dick believed Mrs. Belding's friendship and motherly love were worth striving to win, entirely aside from any more selfish motive. He decided both would be hard to get. Often he felt her deep, penetrating gaze upon him, and, though this in no wise embarrassed him, for he had no shameful secrets of past or present, it showed him how useless it would be to try to conceal anything from her. Naturally, on first impulse, he wanted to hide his interest in the daughter, but he resolved to be absolutely frank and true, and through that win or lose. Moreover, if Mrs. Belding asked him any question about his home, his family, his connections, he would not avoid direct and truthful answers. Toward evening Gale heard the tramp of horses and Belding's hearty voice. Presently the rancher strode in upon Gale, shaking the gray dust from his broad shoulders and waving a letter. "Hello, Dick. Good news and bad," he said, putting the letter in Dick's hand. "Had no trouble finding your friend Thorne. Looked like he'd been drunk for a week. Say, he nearly threw a fit. I never saw a fellow so wild with joy. He made sure you and Mercedes were lost in the desert. He wrote 2 letters which I brought. Don't mistake me, boy. It was some fun with Mercedes just now. I teased her, wouldn't give her the letter. You ought to have seen her eyes. If you ever see a black and white desert hawk swoop down upon a quail, then you'll know how Mercedes pounced upon her letter. Well, Castaneda is one hell of a place these days. I tried to get your baggage. I think I made a mistake. We're going to see travel toward Forlorn River. The Federal garrison got reinforcements from somewhere and is holding out. There's been fighting for 3 days. The rebels have a string of flat railroad cars, all iron, and they ran this up within range of the barricades. They've got some machine guns, and they're going to lick the Federals sure. There are dead soldiers in the ditches, Mexican non-combatants lying dead in the streets, and buzzards everywhere. It's reported that Campo, the rebel leader, is on the way up from Sonora, and Huerta, a Federal general, is coming to relieve the garrison. I don't take much stock in reports, but there's hell in Castaneda, all right. Do you think we'll have trouble out here?" asked Dick excitedly. "Sure, some kind of trouble sooner or later," replied Belding gloomily. "Why, you can stand on my ranch and step over into Mexico. Laddie says we'll lose horses and other stock in night raids. Jim Lash doesn't look for any worse, but Jim isn't as well acquainted with greasers as I am. Anyway, my boy, as soon as you can hold a bridle and a gun, you'll be on the job. Don't mistake me." "With Laddie and Jim?" asked Dick, trying to be cool. "Sure, with them and me, and by yourself." Dick drew a deep breath, and even after Belding had departed he forgot for a moment about the letter in his hand. Then he unfolded the paper and read, "Dear Dick, you've more than saved my life. To the end of my days you'll be the one man to whom I owe everything. Words fail to express my feelings. This must be a brief note. Belding is waiting, and I used up most of the time writing to Mercedes. I like Belding. He was not unknown to me, though I never met or saw him before. You'll be interested to learn that he is the unadulterated article, the real Western goods. I've heard of some of his stunts, and they made my hair curl. Dick, your luck is staggering. The way Belding spoke of you was great. But you deserve it, old man. I'm leaving Mercedes in your charge, subject, of course, to advice from Belding. Take care of her, Dick, for my life is wrapped up in her. By all means keep her from being seen by Mexicans. We're sitting tight here, nothing doing. If some action doesn't come soon, it'll be darn strange. Things are centering this way. They're scrapping right along, and people have begun to move. We're still patrolling the line eastward of Castaneda. It'll be impossible to keep any tab on the line west of Castaneda, for it's too rough. The Cactus Desert is awful. Cowboys or rangers with desert-bred horses might keep raiders and smugglers from crossing. But if cavalrymen could stand that waterless wilderness, which I doubt much, their horses would drop under them. If things do quiet down before my commission expires, I'll get leave of absence, run out to Forlorn River, marry my beautiful Spanish princess, and take her to a civilized country, where I opine every son of a gun who sees her will lose his head and drive me mad. It's my great luck, my old pal, that you are a fellow who never seemed to care about pretty girls. So you won't give me the double cross and run off with Mercedes, carry her off, like the villain in the play, I mean. That reminds me of Rojas. Oh, Dick, it was glorious. You didn't do anything to the dandy rebel. Not at all. You merely caressed him, gently moved him to one side. Dick, hearken to these glad words. Rojas is in the hospital. I was interested to inquire. He had a smashed finger, a dislocated collarbone, 3 broken ribs, and a fearful gash on his face. He'll be in the hospital for a month. Dick, when I meet that pig-headed dad of yours, I'm going to give him the surprise of his life. Send me a line whenever anyone comes in from FR, and enclose Mercedes' letter in yours. Take care of her, Dick, and may the future hold in store for you some of the sweetness I know now. Faithfully yours, Thorne." Dick reread the letter, then folded it and placed it under his pillow. "Never cared for pretty girls, huh?" he soliloquized. "George, I never saw any till I struck southern Arizona. Guess I'd better make up for lost time." While he was eating his supper, with appetite rapidly returning to normal, Ladd and Jim came in, bowing their tall heads to enter the door. Their friendly advances were singularly welcome to Gale, but he was still backward. He allowed himself to show that he was glad to see them, and he listened. Jim Lash had heard from Belding the result of the mauling given to Rojas by Dick, and Jim talked about what a grand thing that was. Ladd had a good deal to say about Belding's horses. It took no keen judge of human nature to see that horses constituted Ladd's ruling passion. "I've had women go back on me, but never no hoss," declared Ladd, and manifestly that was a controlling truth with him. "Sure, it's a cinch Belding's a-goin' to lose some of them hosses," he said. "You can search me if I don't think there'll be more doin' on the border here than along the Rio Grande. We're just the same as on Greaser soil. Maybe we don't stand no chance of being shot up as we would across the line, but who's going to give up his hosses without a fight? Half the time when Belden's stock is out of the alfalfa it's grazing over the line. He thinks he's careful about them hosses, but he ain't. Look here, laddie, you can't believe all you hear, replied Jim seriously. I reckon we mightn't have any trouble. Back up, Jim. Sure, you're standing on your bridle. I ain't going much on reports. Remember that American we met in Castaneda, the prospector who had just gotten out of Sonora? He had some story, he had. Swore he'd killed 17 greasers breaking through the rebel line round the mine where he and another American were corralled. The next day when I met him again, he was drunk, and then he told me he'd shot 30 greasers. The chances are he did kill some, but reports are exaggerated. There are miners fighting for life down in Sonora. You can gamble on that. And the truth is bad enough. Take Rojas' harrying of the senorita, for instance. Can you beat that? Sure, Jim, there's more doing than raiding a few hosses, and Forlorn River is going to get hers. Another dawn found Gale so much recovered that he arose and looked after himself, not, however, without considerable difficulty and rather disheartening twinges of pain. Some time during the morning he heard the girls in the patio and called to ask if he might join them. He received one response, a mellow "Si, senor." It was not as much as he wanted, but considering that it was enough, he went out. He had not as yet visited the patio, and surprise and delight were in store for him. He found himself lost in a labyrinth of green and rose-bordered walks. He strolled around, discovering that the patio was a courtyard, open at an end, but he had failed to discover the young ladies. So he called again. The answer came from the center of the square. After stooping to get under shrubs and wading through bushes, he entered an open sandy circle, full of magnificent and murderous cactus plants, strange to him. On the other side, in the shade of a beautiful tree, he found the girls. Mercedes sitting in a hammock, Nell upon a blanket. "What a beautiful tree!" he exclaimed. "I never saw one like that. What is it?" "Palo Verde," replied Nell. "Señor, Palo Verde means green tree," added Mercedes. This desert tree, which had struck Dick as so new and strange and beautiful, was not striking on account of size, for it was small, scarcely reaching higher than the roof, but rather because of its exquisite color of green, trunk and branch alike, and owing to the odd fact that it seemed not to possess leaves. All the tree from ground to tiny flat twigs was a soft, polished green. It bore no thorns. Right then and there began Dick's education in desert growths, and he felt that even if he had not had such charming teachers, he would still have been absorbed, for the patio was full of desert wonders. A twisting trunked tree with full foliage of small gray leaves Nell called a mesquite. Then Dick remembered the name, and now he saw where the desert got its pale gray color. A huge, lofty, fluted column of green was a saguaro, or giant cactus. Another odd-shaped cactus, resembling the legs of an inverted devilfish, bore the name ocotillo. Each branch rose high and symmetrical, furnished with sharp blades that seemed to be at once leaves and thorns. Yet another cactus interested Gale, and it looked like a huge, low barrel covered with green-ribbed cloth and long thorns. This was a bisnaga, or barrel cactus. According to Nell and Mercedes, this plant was a happy exception to its desert neighbors, for it secreted water which had many times saved the lives of men. The last cacti to attract Gale, and the one to make him shiver, was a low plant, consisting of stem and many rounded protuberances of frosty, steely white, and covered with long murderous spikes. From this plant the desert got its frosty glitter. It was as stiff, as unyielding as steel, and bore the name cholla. Dick's enthusiasm was contagious, and his earnest desire to learn was flattering to his teachers. When it came time to assimilating Spanish, however, he did not appear to be so apt a pupil. He managed, after many trials, to acquire buenos dias and buenos tardes, and señorita and gracias, and a few other short terms. Dick was indeed eager to get a little smattering of Spanish, and perhaps he was not really quite so stupid as he pretended to be. It was delightful to be taught by a beautiful Spaniard who was so gracious and intense and magnetic of personality, and by a sweet American girl who moment by moment forgot her shyness. Gale wished to prolong the lessons. So that was the beginning of many afternoons in which he learned desert lore and Spanish verbs, and something else that he dared not name. Nell Burton had never shown to Gale that daring side of her character which had been so suggestively defined in Belding's terse description and Ladd's encomiums, and in her own audacious speech and merry laugh and flashing eyes of that never-to-be-forgotten first meeting. She might have been an entirely different girl. But Gale remembered, and when the ice had been somewhat broken between them, he was always trying to surprise her into her real self. There were moments that fairly made him tingle with expectation, yet he saw little more than a ghost of her vivacity, and never a gleam of that individuality which Belding had called a devil. On the few occasions that Dick had been left alone with her on the patio, Nell had grown suddenly unresponsive and restrained, or she had left him on some transparent pretext. On the last occasion Mercedes returned to find Dick staring disconsolately at the rose-bordered path, where Nell had evidently vanished. The Spanish girl was wonderful in her divination. "Señor Dick!" she cried. Dick looked at her, soberly nodded his head, and then he laughed. Mercedes had seen through him in one swift glance. Her white hand touched his in wordless sympathy and thrilled him. This Spanish girl was all fire and passion and love. She understood him. She was his friend. She pledged him what he felt would be the most subtle and powerful influence. Little by little he learned details of Nell's varied life. She had lived in many places. As a child she remembered moving from town to town, of going to school among schoolmates whom she never had time to know. Lawrence, Kansas, where she studied for several years, was the later exception to this changeful nature of her schooling. Then she moved to Stillwater, Oklahoma, from there to Austin, Texas, and on to Waco, where her mother met and married Belding. They lived in New Mexico a while, in Tucson, Arizona, in Douglas, and finally had come to lonely Forlorn River. "Mother could never live in one place any length of time," said Nell, "and since we've been in the Southwest she has never ceased trying to find some trace of her father. He was last heard of in Nogales 14 years ago. She thinks grandfather was lost in the Sonora Desert, and every place we go is worse. Oh, I love the desert, but I'd like to go back to Lawrence, or to see Chicago or New York, some of the places Mr. Gale speaks of. I remember the college at Lawrence, though I was only 12. I saw races, and once real football. Since then I've read magazines and papers about big football games, and I was always fascinated. Mr. Gale, of course, you've seen games?" "Yes, a few," replied Dick, and he laughed a little. It was on his lips then to tell her about some of the famous games in which he had participated. But he refrained from exploiting himself. There was little, however, of the color and sound and cheer, of the violent action and rush and battle incidental to a big college football game, that he did not succeed in making Mercedes and Nell feel just as if they had been there. They hung breathless and wide-eyed upon his words. Someone else was present at the latter part of Dick's narrative. The moment he became aware of Mrs. Belding's presence, he remembered fancying he had heard her call, and now he was certain she had done so. Mercedes and Nell, however, had been and still were oblivious to everything except Dick's recital. He saw Mrs. Belding cast a strange, intent glance upon Nell, then turn and go silently through the patio. Dick concluded his talk, but the brilliant beginning was not sustained. Dick was haunted by the strange expression he had caught on Mrs. Belding's face, especially the look in her eyes. It had been one of repressed pain liberated in a flash of certainty. The mother had seen just as quickly as Mercedes how far he had gone on the road of love. Perhaps she had seen more, even more than he dared hope. The incident roused Gale. He could not understand Mrs. Belding, nor why that look of hers, that seeming baffled, hopeless look of a woman who saw the inevitable forces of life and could not thwart them, should cause him perplexity and distress. He wanted to go to her and tell her how he felt about Nell, but fear of absolute destruction of his hopes held him back. He would wait. Nevertheless, an instinct that was perhaps akin to self-preservation prompted him to want to let Nell know the state of his mind. Words crowded his brain seeking utterance. Who and what he was, how he loved her, the work he expected to take up soon, his longings, hopes, and plans. There was all this and more. But something checked him, and the repression made him so thoughtful and quiet, even melancholy, that he went outdoors to try to throw off the mood. The sun was yet high, and a dazzling white light enveloped valleys and peaks. He felt that the wonderful sunshine was the dominant feature of that arid region. It was like white gold. It had burned its color in a face he knew. It was going to warm his blood and brown his skin. A hot, languid breeze, so dry that he felt his lips shrink with its contact, came from the desert, and it seemed to smell of wide open, untainted places, where sand blue and strange, pungent plants gave a bittersweet tang to the air. When he returned to the house, some hours later, his room had been put in order. In the middle of the white coverlet on his table lay a fresh red rose. Nell had dropped it there. Dick picked it up, feeling a throb in his breast. It was a bud just beginning to open, to show between its petals a dark red, unfolding heart. How fragrant it was, how exquisitely delicate, how beautiful its inner hue of red, deep and dark, the crimson of life-blood. Had Nell left it there by accident or by intent? Was it merely kindness or a girl's subtlety? Was it a message couched elusively, a symbol, a hope in a half-blown desert rose? Section 6. The Yaqui. Toward evening of the lowering December day, some 50 miles west of Forlorn River, a horseman rode along an old, dimly defined trail. From time to time he halted to study the lay of the land ahead. It was bare, somber, ridgy desert, covered with dun-colored greasewood and stunted prickly pear. Distant mountains hemmed in the valley, raising black spurs above the round lomas and the square-walled mesas. This lonely horseman bestrode a steed of magnificent build, perfectly white except for a dark bar of color running down the noble head from ears to nose. Sweat-caked dust stained the long flanks. The horse had been running. His mane and tail were laced and knotted to keep their length out of reach of grasping cactus and brush. Clumsy home-made leather shields covered the front of his forelegs and ran up well to his wide breast. What otherwise would have been muscular symmetry of limb was marred by many a scar and many a lump. He was lean, gaunt, worn, a huge machine of muscle and bone, beautiful only in head and mane, a weight-carrier, a horse strong and fierce like the desert that had bred him. The rider fitted the horse as he fitted the saddle. He was a young man of exceedingly powerful physique, wide-shouldered, long-armed, big-legged. His lean face, where it was not red, blistered and peeling, was the hue of bronze. He had a dark eye, a falcon gaze, roving and keen. His jaw was prominent and set, mastiff-like. His lips were stern. It was youth with its softness not yet quite burned and hardened away that kept the whole cast of his face from being ruthless. This young man was Dick Gale, but not the listless traveller, nor the lounging wanderer who, 2 months before, had by chance dropped into Castaneda. Friendship, chivalry, love, the deep-seated, unplumbed emotions that had been stirred into being with all their incalculable power for spiritual change, had rendered different the meaning of life. In the moment almost of the realization the desert had claimed Gale, and had drawn him into its crucible. The desert had multiplied weeks into years. Heat, thirst, hunger, loneliness, toil, fear, ferocity, pain, he knew them all. He had felt them all. The white sun, with its glazed, coalescing, lurid fire, the cake-split lips and rasping, dry-puffed tongue, the sickening ache in the pit of his stomach, the insupportable silence, the empty space, the utter desolation, the contempt of life, the weary ride, the long climb, the plod in sand, the search for water, the sleepless night alone, the watch and wait, the dread of ambush, the swift flight, the fierce pursuit of men wild as Bedouins and as fleet, the willingness to deal sudden death, the pain of poisoned thorn, the stinging tear of lead through flesh, and that strange paradox of the burning desert, the cold night, the piercing icy wind, the dew that penetrated to the marrow, the numbing desert cold of the dawn. Beyond any dream of adventure he had ever had, beyond any wild story he had ever read, had been his experience with those hard-riding rangers, Ladd and Lash. Then he had travelled alone the 100 miles of desert between Forlorn River and the Sonita oasis. Ladd's prophecy of trouble on the border had been mild compared to what had become the actuality. With rebel occupancy of the garrison at Castaneda, outlaws, bandits, raiders in rioting bands had spread westward. Like troops of Arabs, magnificently mounted, they were here, there, everywhere along the line, and if murder and worse were confined to the Mexican side, pillage and raiding were perpetrated across the border. Many a dark-skinned raider bestrode one of Belding's fast horses, and indeed all except his selected white thoroughbreds had been stolen. So the job of the Rangers had become more than patrolling of the boundary line to keep Japanese and Chinese from being smuggled into the United States. Belding kept close at home to protect his family and to hold his property. But the 3 Rangers, in fulfilling their duty, had incurred risks on their own side of the line, had been outraged, robbed, pursued, and injured on the other. Some of the few water holes that had to be reached lay far across the border in Mexican territory. Horses had to drink, men had to drink, and Ladd and Lash were not of the stripe that forsook a task because of danger. Slow to wrath at first, as became men who had long lived peaceful lives, they had at length revolted, and desert vultures could have told a gruesome story. Made a comrade and ally of these bordermen, Dick Gale had leaped at the desert action and strife with an intensity of heart and a rare physical ability which accounted for the remarkable fact that he had not yet fallen by the way. On this December afternoon the 3 Rangers, as often, were separated. Lash was far to the westward of Sonita, somewhere along Camino del Diablo, that terrible Devil's Road, where many desert wayfarers had perished. Ladd had long been overdue in a prearranged meeting with Gale. The fact that Ladd had not shown up miles west of the Papago well was significant. The sun had hidden behind clouds all the latter part of that day, an unusual occurrence for that region, even in winter. And now, as the light waned suddenly, telling of the hidden sunset, a cold, dry, penetrating wind sprang up and blew in Gale's face. Not at first, but by imperceptible degrees it chilled him. He untied his coat from the back of the saddle and put it on. A few cold drops of rain touched his cheek. He halted upon the edge of a low escarpment. Below him the narrowing valley showed bare, black ribs of rock, long, winding gray lines leading down to a central floor where mesquite and cactus dotted the barren landscape. Moving objects, diminutive in size, gray and white in color, arrested Gale's roving sight. They bobbed away for a while, then stopped. They were antelope, and they had seen his horse. When he rode on they started once more, keeping to the lowest level. These wary animals were often desert watchdogs for the ranger. They would betray the proximity of horse or man. With them trotting forward, he made better time for some miles across the valley. When he lost them, caution once more slowed his advance. The valley sloped up and narrowed, to head into an arroyo where grass began to show gray between the clumps of mesquite. Shadows formed ahead in the hollows, along the walls of the arroyo, under the trees, and they seemed to creep, to rise, to float into a veil cast by the background of bold mountains, at last to claim the skyline. Night was not close at hand, but it was there in the east, lifting upward, drooping downward, encroaching upon the west. Gale dismounted to lead his horse, to go forward more slowly. He had ridden 60 miles since morning, and he was tired, and a not entirely healed wound in his hip made one leg drag a little. A mile up the arroyo, near its head, lay the Papago well. The need of water for his horse entailed a risk that otherwise he could have avoided. The well was on Mexican soil. Gale distinguished a faint light flickering through the thin, sharp foliage. Campers were at the well, and, whoever they were, no doubt they had prevented Lad from meeting Gale. Lad had gone back to the next water-hole, or maybe he was hiding in an arroyo to the eastward, awaiting developments. Gale turned his horse, not without urge of iron arm and persuasive speech, for the desert steed scented water, and plodded back to the edge of the arroyo, where in a secluded circle of mesquite he halted. The horse snorted his relief at the removal of the heavy, burdened saddle and accoutrements, and sagging, bent his knees, lowered himself with a slow heave, and plunged down to roll in the sand. Gale poured the contents of his larger canteen into his hat and held it to the horse's nose. "Drink, Sol," he said. It was but a drop for a thirsty horse. However, Blanco Sol rubbed a wet muzzle against Gale's hand in appreciation. Gale loved the horse, and was loved in return. They had saved each other's lives, and had spent long days and nights of desert solitude together. Sol had known other masters, though none so kind as this new one, but it was certain that Gale had never before known a horse. The spot of secluded ground was covered with bunches of galleta grass upon which Sol began to graze. Gale made a long halter of his lariat to keep the horse from wandering in search of water. Next Gale kicked off the cumbersome chaparejos, with their flapping, tripping folds of leather over his feet, and drawing a long rifle from its leather sheath, he slipped away into the shadows. The coyotes were howling, not here and there, but in concerted volume at the head of the arroyo. To Dick this was no more reassuring than had been the flickering light of the campfire. The wild desert dogs, with their characteristic insolent curiosity, were baying men around the campfire. Gale proceeded slowly, halting every few steps, careful not to brush against the stiff greasewood. In the soft sand his steps made no sound. The twinkling light vanished occasionally, like a jack-o'-lantern, and when it did show it seemed still a long way off. Gale was not seeking trouble or inviting danger. Water was the thing that drove him. He must see who these campers were, and then decide how to give Blanco Sol a drink. A rabbit rustled out of brush at Gale's feet and thumped away over the sand. The wind pattered among dry, broken stalks of dead acacia. Every little sound brought Gale to a listening pause. The gloom was thickening fast into darkness. It would be a night without starlight. He moved forward up the pale, zigzag aisles between the mesquite. He lost the light for a while, but the coyote's chorus told him he was approaching the campfire. Presently the light danced through the black branches, and soon grew into a flame. Stooping low, with bushy mesquites between him and the fire, Gale advanced. The coyotes were in full cry. Gale heard the tramping, stamping thumps of many hoofs. The sound worried him. Foot by foot he advanced, and finally began to crawl. The wind favored his position, so that neither coyotes nor horses could scent him. The nearer he approached the head of the arroyo, where the well was located, the thicker grew the desert vegetation. At length a dead palo verde, with huge black clumps of its parasite mistletoe thick in the branches, marked a distance from the well that Gale considered close enough. Noiselessly he crawled here and there until he secured a favorable position, and then rose to peep from behind his covert. He saw a bright fire, not a cooking fire, for that would have been low and red, but a crackling blaze of mesquite. 3 men were in sight, all close to the burning sticks. They were Mexicans and of the coarse type of raiders, rebels, bandits that Gale expected to see. One stood up, his back to the fire. Another sat with shoulders enveloped in a blanket, and the third lounged in the sand, his feet almost in the blaze. They had cast off belts and weapons. A glint of steel caught Gale's eye. 3 short, shiny carbines leaned against a rock. A little to the left, within the circle of light, stood a square house made of adobe bricks. Several untrimmed poles upheld a roof of brush, which was partly fallen in. This house was a Papago Indian habitation, and a month before had been occupied by a family that had been murdered or driven off by a roving band of outlaws. A rude corral showed dimly in the edge of firelight, and from a black mass within came the snort and stamp and whinny of horses. Gale took in the scene in one quick glance, then sank down at the foot of the mesquite. He had naturally expected to see more men, but the situation was by no means new. This was one, or part of one, of the raider bands harrying the border. They were stealing horses, or driving a herd already stolen. These bands were more numerous than the waterholes of northern Sonora. They never camped long at one place. Like Arabs, they roamed over the desert all the way from Nogales to Casita. If Gale had gone peaceably up to this campfire, there were 100 chances that the raiders would kill and rob him to 1 chance that they might not. If they recognized him as a ranger comrade of Lad and Lash, if they got a glimpse of Blanco Sol, then Gale would have no chance. These Mexicans had evidently been at the well some time. Their horses being in the corral meant that grazing had been done by day. Gale revolved questions in his mind. Had this trio of outlaws run across Lad? It was not likely, for in that event they might not have been so comfortable and carefree in camp. Were they waiting for more members of their gang? That was very probable. With Gale, however, the most important consideration was how to get his horse to water. Sol must have a drink if it cost a fight. There was stern reason for Gale to hurry eastward along the trail. He thought it best to go back where he had left his horse and not make any decisive move until daylight. With the same noiseless care he had exercised in the advance, Gale retreated until it was safe for him to rise and walk down the arroyo. He found Blanco Sol contentedly grazing. A heavy dew was falling, and, as the grass was abundant, the horse did not show the usual restlessness and distress after a dry and exhausting day. Gale carried his saddle blankets and bags into the lee of a little greasewood-covered mound, from around which the wind had cut the soil, and here, in a wash, he risked building a small fire. By this time the wind was piercingly cold. Gale's hands were numb, and he moved them to and fro in the little blaze. Then he made coffee in a cup, cooked some slices of bacon on the end of a stick, and took a couple of hard biscuits from a saddlebag. Of these his meal consisted. After that he removed the halter from Blanco Sol, intending to leave him free to graze for a while. Then Gale returned to his little fire, replenished it with short sticks of dead greasewood and mesquite, and, wrapping his blanket round his shoulders, he sat down to warm himself and to wait till it was time to bring in the horse and tie him up. The fire was inadequate, and Gale was cold and wet with dew. Hunger and thirst were with him. His bones ached, and there was a dull, deep-seated pain throbbing in his unhealed wound. For days, unshaven, his beard seemed like a million prickling needles in his blistered skin. He was so tired that once having settled himself, he did not move hand or foot. The night was dark, dismal, cloudy, windy, growing colder. A moan of wind in the mesquite was occasionally pierced by the high-keyed yelp of a coyote. There were lulls in which the silence seemed to be a thing of stifling, encroaching substance, a thing that enveloped, buried the desert. Judged by the great average of ideals and conventional standards of life, Dick Gale was a starved, lonely, suffering, miserable wretch. But in his case the judgment would have hit only externals, would have missed the vital inner truth. For Gale was happy with a kind of strange, wild glory in the privations, the pains, the perils, and the silence and solitude to be endured on this desert land. In the past he had not been of any use to himself or others, and he had never known what it meant to be hungry, cold, tired, lonely. He had never worked for anything. The needs of the day had been provided, and tomorrow and the future looked the same. Danger, peril, toil, these had been words read in books and papers. In the present he used his hands, his senses, and his wits. He had a duty to a man who relied on his services. He was a comrade, a friend, a valuable ally to riding, fighting rangers. He had spent endless days, weeks that seemed years, alone with a horse, trailing over, climbing over, hunting over a desert that was harsh and hostile by nature, and perilous by the invasion of savage men. That horse had become human to Gale, and with him Gale had learned to know the simple needs of existence. Like dead scales, the superficialities, the falsities, the habits that had once meant all of life dropped off, useless things in this stern waste of rock and sand. Gale's happiness, as far as it concerned the toil and strife, was perhaps a grim and stoical one. But love abided with him, and it had engendered and fostered other undeveloped traits, romance and a feeling for beauty, and a keen observation of nature. He felt pain, but he was never miserable. He felt solitude, but he was never lonely. As he rode across the desert, even though keen eyes searched for moving black dots, the rising puffs of white dust that were warnings, he saw Nell's face in every cloud. The clean-cut mesas took on the shape of her straight profile, with its strong chin and lips, its fine nose and forehead. There was always a glint of gold or a touch of red or graceful line or gleam of blue to remind him of her. Then at night her face shone warm and glowing, flushing and paling in the campfire. Tonight, as usual, with a keen ear to the wind, Gale listened as one on guard. Yet he watched the changing phantom of a sweet face in the embers, and as he watched he thought. The desert developed and multiplied thought. 1,000 sweet faces glowed in the pink and white ashes of his campfire, the faces of other sweethearts or wives that had gleamed for other men. Gale was happy in his thought of Nell, for something, when he was alone this way in the wilderness, told him she was near, she thought of him, she loved him. But there were many men alone on that vast southwestern plateau, and when they saw dream faces, surely for some it was a fleeting flash, a gleam soon gone, like the hope and the name and the happiness that had been and was now no more. Often Gale thought of those hundreds of desert travelers, prospectors, wanderers who had ventured down the Camino del Diablo, never to be heard of again. Belding had told him of that most terrible of all desert trails, a trail of shifting sands. Lash had traversed it, and brought back stories of buried waterholes, of bones bleaching white in the sun, of gold mines as lost as were the prospectors who had sought them, of the merciless Yaqui and its hatred for the Mexican. Gale thought of this trail and the men who had camped along it. For many there had been one night, one campfire that had been the last. This idea seemed to creep in out of the darkness, the loneliness, the silence, and to find a place in Gale's mind, so that it had strange fascination for him. He knew now, as he had never dreamed before, how men drifted into the desert, leaving behind graves, wrecked homes, ruined lives, lost wives and sweethearts. And for every wanderer every campfire had a phantom face. Gale measured the agony of these men at their last campfire by the joy and promise he traced in the ruddy heart of his own. By and by Gale remembered what he was waiting for, and, getting up, he took the halter and went out to find Blanco Sol. It was pitch dark now, and Gale could not see a rod ahead. He felt his way, and presently as he rounded a mesquite he saw Sol's white shape outlined against the blackness. The horse jumped and wheeled, ready to run. It was doubtful if anyone unknown to Sol could have ever caught him. Gale's low call reassured him, and he went on grazing. Gale haltered him in the likeliest patch of grass and returned to his camp. There he lifted his saddle into a protected spot under a low wall of the mound, and, laying one blanket on the sand, he covered himself with the other and stretched himself for the night. Here he was out of reach of the wind, but he heard its melancholy moan in the mesquite. There was no other sound. The coyotes had ceased their hungry cries. Gale dropped asleep and slept soundly during the first half of the night, and after that he seemed always to be partially awake, aware of increasing cold and damp. The dark mantle turned gray, and then daylight came quickly. The morning was clear and nipping cold. He threw off the wet blanket and got up, cramped and half frozen. A little brisk action was all that was necessary to warm his blood and loosen his muscles, and then he was fresh, tingling, eager. The sun rose in a golden blaze, and the descending valley took on wondrous changing hues. Then he fetched up Blanco Sol, saddled him, and tied him to the thickest clump of mesquite. "Sol, we'll have a drink pretty soon," he said, patting the splendid neck. Gale meant it. He would not eat till he had watered his horse. Sol had gone nearly 48 hours without a sufficient drink, and that was long enough, even for a desert-bred beast. No 3 raiders could keep Gale away from that well. Taking his rifle in hand, he faced up the arroyo. Rabbits were frisking in the short willows, and some were so tame he could have kicked them. Gale walked swiftly for a goodly part of the distance, and then, when he saw blue smoke curling above the trees, he proceeded slowly, with an alert eye and ear. From the lay of the land and position of the trees seen by daylight, he found an easier and safer course than the one he had taken in the dark, and by careful work he was enabled to get closer to the well, and somewhat above it. The Mexicans were leisurely cooking their morning meal. They had 2 fires, one for warmth and the other to cook over. Gale had an idea these raiders were familiar to him. It seemed all these border hawks resembled one another, being mostly small of build, wiry, angular, swarthy-faced, and black-haired, and they wore the oddly styled Mexican clothes and sombreros. A slow wrath stirred in Gale as he watched the trio. They showed not the slightest indication of breaking camp. One fellow, evidently the leader, packed a gun at his hip, the only weapon in sight Gale noted with his speculative eyes. The raiders had slept inside the little adobe house, and had not yet brought out the carbines. Next Gale swept his gaze to the corral, in which he saw more than a dozen horses, some of them fine animals. They were stamping and whistling, fighting one another, and pawing the dirt. This was entirely natural behavior for desert horses penned in when they wanted to get at water and grass. But suddenly one of the blacks, a big, shaggy fellow, shot up his ears and pointed his nose over the top of the fence. He whistled. Other horses looked in the same direction, and their ears went up, and they too whistled. Gale knew that other horses or men, very likely both, were approaching. But the Mexicans did not hear the alarm, or show any interest if they did. These mescal-drinking raiders were not scouts. It was notorious how easily they could be surprised or ambushed. Mostly they were ignorant, thick-skulled peons. They were wonderful horsemen, and could go long without food or water, but they had not other accomplishments or attributes calculated to help them in desert warfare. They had poor sight, poor hearing, poor judgment, and when excited they resembled crazed ants running wild. Gale saw 2 Indians on burros come riding up the other side of the knoll upon which the adobe house stood, and apparently they were not aware of the presence of the Mexicans, for they came on up the path. One Indian was a Papago, the other, striking in appearance for other reasons than he seemed to be about to fall from the burro, Gale took to be a Yaqui. These travelers had absolutely nothing for an outfit except a blanket and a half-empty bag. They came over the knoll and down the path toward the well, turned a corner of the house, and completely surprised the raiders. Gale heard a short, shrill cry, strangely high and wild, and this came from one of the Indians. It was answered by hoarse shouts. Then the leader of the trio, the Mexican who packed a gun, pulled it and fired point blank. He missed once, and again. The third shot the Papago shrieked and tumbled off his burro to fall in a heap. The other Indian swayed, as if taking away the support lent by his comrade had brought collapse, and with the fourth shot he too slipped to the ground. The reports had frightened the horses in the corral, and the vicious black, crowding the rickety bars, broke them down. He came plunging out. 2 of the Mexicans ran for him, catching him by nose and mane, and the third ran to block the gateway. Then, with a splendid vaulting mount, the Mexican with the gun leaped to the back of the horse. He yelled and waved his gun, and urged the black forward. The manner of all 3 was savagely jocose. They were having sport. The 2 on the ground began to dance and jabber. The mounted leader shot again, and then struck like a leech upon the bare back of a rearing black. It was a vain show of horsemanship. Then this Mexican, by some strange grip, brought the horse down, plunging almost upon the body of the Indian that had fallen last. Gale stood aghast with his rifle clutched tight. He could not divine the intention of the raider, but suspected something brutal. The horse answered to that cruel, guiding hand, yet he swerved and bucked. He reared aloft, pawing the air, wildly snorting. Then he plunged down upon the prostrate Indian. Even in the act the intelligent animal tried to keep from striking the body with his hoofs. But that was not possible. A yell, hideous in its passion, signaled this feat of horsemanship. The Mexican made no move to trample the body of the Papago. He turned the black to ride again over the other Indian. That brought into Gale's mind what he had heard of a Mexican's hate for a Yaqui. It recalled the barbarism of these savage peons, and the war of extermination being waged upon the Yaquis. Suddenly Gale was horrified to see the Yaqui writhe and raise a feeble hand. The action brought renewed and more savage cries from the Mexicans. The horse snorted in terror. Gale could bear no more. He took a quick shot at the rider. He missed the moving figure, but hit the horse. There was a bound, horrid scream, a mighty plunge, then the horse went down, giving the Mexican a stunning fall. Both man and beast lay still. Gale rushed from his cover to intercept the other raiders before they could reach the house and their weapons. One fellow yelled and ran wildly in the opposite direction. The other stood stricken in his tracks. Gale ran in close and picked up the gun that had dropped from the raider leader's hand. This fellow had begun to stir, to come out of his stunned condition. Then the frightened horses burst the corral bars, and in a thundering, dust-mantled stream fled up the arroyo. The fallen raider sat up, mumbling to his saints in one breath, cursing in his next. The other Mexican kept his stand, intimidated by the threatening rifle. "Go, greasers, run!" yelled Gale. Then he yelled it in Spanish. At the point of his rifle he drove the two raiders out of the camp. His next move was to run into the house and fetch out the carbines. With a heavy stone he dismantled each weapon. That done, he set out on a run for his horse. He took the shortest cut down the arroyo, with no concern as to whether or not he would encounter the raiders. Probably such a meeting would be all the worse for them, and they knew it. Blanco Sol heard him coming and whistled a welcome, and when Gale ran up the horse was snorting war. Mounting, Gale rode rapidly back to the scene of the action, and his first thought, when he arrived at the well, was to give Sol a drink and to fill his canteens. Gale led his horse up out of the water-hole, and decided before remounting to have a look at the Indians. The Papago had been shot through the heart, but the Yaqui was still alive. Moreover, he was conscious and staring up at Gale with great, strange, somber eyes, black as volcanic slag. "Gringo good. No kill," he said in a husky whisper. His speech was not affirmative so much as questioning. "Yaqui, you're done for," said Gale, and his words were positive. He was simply speaking aloud his mind. "Yaqui, no hurt much," replied the Indian, and then he spoke a strange word, repeated it again and again. An instinct of Gale's, or perhaps some suggestion in the husky, thick whisper or dark face, told Gale to reach for his canteen. He lifted the Indian and gave him a drink, and if ever in all his life he saw gratitude in human eyes, he saw it then. Then he examined the injured Yaqui, not forgetting for an instant to send wary, fugitive glances on all sides. Gale was not surprised. The Indian had 3 wounds, a bullet hole in his shoulder, a crushed arm, and a badly lacerated leg. What had been the matter with him before being set upon by the raider Gale could not be certain. The ranger thought rapidly. This Yaqui would live unless left there to die or be murdered by the Mexicans when they found courage to sneak back to the well. It never occurred to Gale to abandon the poor fellow. That was where his old training, the higher order of human feeling, made impossible the following of any elemental instinct of self-preservation. All the same, Gale knew he multiplied his perils 100-fold by burdening himself with a crippled Indian. Swiftly he set to work, and with rifle ever under his hand, and shifting glance spared from his task, he bound up the Yaqui's wounds. At the same time he kept keen watch. The Indians' burros and the horses of the raiders were all out of sight. Time was too valuable for Gale to use any in what might be a vain search. Therefore he lifted the Yaqui upon Sol's broad shoulders and climbed into the saddle. At a word Sol dropped his head and started eastward up the trail, walking swiftly, without resentment for his double burden. Far ahead, between 2 huge mesas where the trail mounted over a pass, a long line of dust clouds marked the position of the horses that had escaped from the corral. Those that had been stolen would travel straight and true for home, and perhaps would lead the others with them. The raiders were left on the desert without guns or mounts. Blanco Sol walked or jog-trotted 6 miles to the hour. At that gait 50 miles would not have wet or turned a hair of his dazzling white coat. Gale, bearing in mind the ever-present possibility of encountering more raiders and of being pursued, saved the strength of the horse. Once out of sight of Papago Well, Gale dismounted and walked beside the horse, steadying with one firm hand the helpless, dangling Yaqui. The sun cleared the eastern ramparts, and the coolness of morning fled as if before a magic foe. The whole desert changed. The grays wore bright, the mesquites glistened, the cactus took the silver hue of frost, and the rocks gleamed gold and red. Then, as the heat increased, a wind rushed up out of the valley behind Gale, and the hotter the sun blazed down the swifter rushed the wind. The wonderful transparent haze of distance lost its bluish hue for one with tinge of yellow. Flying sand made the peaks dimly outlined. Gale kept pace with his horse. He bore the twinge of pain that darted through his injured hip at every stride. His eye roved over the wide, smoky prospect, seeking the landmarks he knew. When the wild and bold spurs of no-name mountains loomed through a rent in flying clouds of sand, he felt nearer home. Another hour brought him abreast of a dark, straight shaft rising clear from a beetling escarpment. This was a monument marking the international boundary line. When he had passed it he had his own country underfoot. In the heat of midday he halted in the shade of a rock, and, lifting the Yaqui down, gave him a drink. Then, after a long, sweeping survey of the surrounding desert, he removed Sol's saddle and let him roll, and took for himself a welcome rest and a bite to eat. The Yaqui was tenacious of life. He was still holding his own. For the first time Gale really looked at the Indian to study him. He had a large head nobly cast, and a face that resembled a shrunken mask. It seemed chiseled in the dark red, volcanic lava of his Sooner wilderness. The Indian's eyes were always black and mystic, but this Yaqui's encompassed all the tragic desolation of the desert. They were fixed on Gale, moved only when he moved. The Indian was short and broad, and his body showed unusual muscular development, although he seemed greatly emaciated from starvation or illness. Gale resumed his homeward journey. When he got through the pass he faced a great depression, as rough as if millions of gigantic spikes had been driven by the hammer of Thor into a seamed and cracked floor. This was Altar Valley. It was a chaos of arroyos, canyons, rocks, and ridges all mantled with cactus, and at its eastern end it claimed the dry bed of Forlorn River and water when there was any. With a wounded, helpless man across the saddle, this stretch of thorny and contorted desert was practically impassable. Yet Gale headed into it unflinchingly. He would carry the Yaqui as far as possible, or until death make the burden no longer duty. Blanco Sol plodded on over the dragging sand, up and down the steep, loose banks of washes, out on the rocks and through the rows of white-toothed choyas. The sun sloped westward, bending fiercer heat in vengeful, parting reluctance. The wind slackened, the dust settled, and the bold, forbidding front of no-name mountains changed to red and gold. Gale held grimly by the side of the tireless, implacable horse, holding the Yaqui on the saddle, taking the brunt of the merciless thorns. In the end it became heart-rending toil. His heavy shafts dragged him down, but he dared not go on without them, for, thick and stiff as they were, the terrible, steel-bayoneted spikes of the choyas pierced through to sting his legs. To the last mile Gale held to Blanco Sol's gait and kept ever watchful gaze ahead on the trail. Then, with the low, flat houses of Forlorn River shining red in the sunset, Gale flagged and rapidly weakened. The Yaqui slipped out of the saddle and dropped limp in the sand. Gale could not mount his horse. He clutched Sol's long tail and twisted his hand in it and staggered on. Blanco Sol whistled a piercing blast. He scented cool water and sweet alfalfa hay. Twinkling lights ahead meant rest. The melancholy desert twilight rapidly succeeded the sunset. It accentuated the forlorn loneliness of the gray, winding river of sand and its grayer shores. Night shadows trooped down from the black and looming mountains. Section 7. White Horses. "A crippled Yaqui? Why the hell did you saddle yourself with him?" roared Belding, as he laid Gale upon the bed. Belding had grown hard these late, violent weeks. "Because I chose," whispered Gale in reply. "Go after him. He dropped in the trail, across the river, near the first big saguaro." Belding began to swear as he fumbled with matches in the lamp, but as the light flared up he stopped short in the middle of a word. "You said you weren't hurt?" he demanded, in sharp anxiety, as he bent over Gale. "I'm only all in. Will you go, or send someone for the Yaqui?" "Sure, Dick, sure," Belding replied in softer tones. Then he stalked out. His heels rang on the flagstones. He opened a door and called, "Mother! Girls! Here's Dick back. He's done up. Now, no, he's not hurt or in bad shape. You women, do what you can to make him comfortable. I've got a little job on hand." There were quick replies that Gale's dulling ears did not distinguish. Then it seemed Mrs. Belding was beside his bed, her presence so cool and soothing and helpful, and Mercedes and Nell, wide-eyed and white-faced, were fluttering around him. He drank thirstily, but refused food. He wanted rest. And with their faces drifting away in a kind of haze, with the feeling of gentle hands about him, he lost consciousness. He slept 20 hours. Then he arose, thirsty, hungry, lame, overworn, and presently went in search of Belding and the business of the day. "Your Yaqui was near dead, but guess we'll pull him through," said Belding. "Dick, the other day that Indian came here by rail and foot, and Lord only knows how else, all the way from New Orleans. He spoke English better than most Indians, and I know a little Yaqui. I got some of his story and guessed the rest. The Mexican government is trying to root out the Yaquis. A year ago his tribe was taken in chains to a Mexican port on the Gulf. The fathers, mothers, children were separated and put in ships bound for Yucatan. There they were made slaves on the great henequen plantations. They were driven, beaten, starved. Each slave had for a day's rations a hunk of sourdough, no more. Yucatan is low, marshy, damp, hot. The Yaquis were bred on the high, dry Sonoran plateau, where the air is like a knife. They dropped dead in the henequen fields, and their places were taken by more. You see, the Mexicans won't kill outright in their war of extermination of the Yaquis. They get use out of them. It's a horrible thing. Well, this Yaqui you brought in escaped from his captors, got aboard a ship, and eventually reached New Orleans. Somehow he traveled way out here. I gave him a bag of food, and he went off with a Papago Indian. He was a sick man then, and he must have fallen foul of some greasers." Gale told of his experience at Papago Well. "That raider who tried to grind the Yaqui under his horse's hoofs, he was a hyena," concluded Gale, shuddering. "I've seen some blood spilled and some hard sights, but that inhuman devil took my nerve. Why, as I told you, Belding, I missed a shot at him, not 20 paces. "Dick, in cases like that the sooner you clean up the bunch the better," said Belding grimly. "As for hard sights, wait till you've seen a Yaqui do up a Mexican. Bar none, that is the limit. It's bloodlust, a racial hate, deep as life and terrible. The Spaniards crushed the Aztecs 400 or 500 years ago. That hate has had time to grow as deep as a cactus root. The Yaquis are mountain Aztecs. Personally, I think they are noble and intelligent, and if let alone would be peaceable and industrious. I like the few I have known. But they are a doomed race. Have you any idea what ailed this Yaqui before the raider got in his work?" "No, I haven't. I noticed the Indian seemed in bad shape, but I couldn't tell what was the matter with him." "Well, my idea is another personal one. Maybe it's off color. I think that Yaqui was, or is, for that matter, dying of a broken heart. All he wanted was to get back to his mountains and die. There are no Yaquis left in that part of Sonora he was bound for." "He had a strange look in his eyes," said Gale thoughtfully. "Yes, I noticed that, but all Yaquis have a wild look. Dick, if I'm not mistaken, this fellow was a chief. It was a waste of strength, a needless risk for you to save him, pack him back here. But damn the whole greaser outfit generally, I'm glad you did." Gale remembered then to speak of his concern for Lad. "Laddie didn't go out to meet you," replied Belding. "I knew you were due in any day, and as there's been trouble between here and Casita, I sent him that way. Since you've been out, our friend Carter lost a bunch of horses and a few steers. Did you get a good look at the horses those raiders had at Papago Well?" Dick had learned, since he had become a ranger, to see everything with keen, sure, photographic eye, and, being put to the test so often required of him, he described the horses as dark-colored drove, mostly bays and blacks, with one spotted sorrel. "Some of Carter's, sure as you're born!" exclaimed Belding. "His bunch has been split up, divided among several bands of raiders. He has a grass ranch up here in 3 Mile Arroyo. It's a good long ride in U.S. territory from the border." "Those horses I saw will go home, don't you think?" asked Dick. "Sure, they can't be caught or stopped." "Well, what shall I do now?" "Stay here and rest," bluntly replied Belding. "You need it. Let the women fuss over you, doctor you a little. When Jim gets back from Soneita, I'll know more about what we ought to do. By Lord, it seems our job now isn't keeping Japs and Chinks out of the U.S., it's keeping our property from going into Mexico." "Are there any letters for me?" asked Gale. "Letters? Say, my boy, it'd take something pretty important to get me or any man here back Casita way. If the town is safe these days, the road isn't. It's a month now since anyone went to Casita." Gale had received several letters from his sister Elsie, the last of which he had not answered. There had not been much opportunity for writing on his infrequent returns to Forlorn River, and besides, Elsie had written that her father had stormed over what he considered Dick's falling into wild and evil ways. "Time flies," said Dick. "George Thorne will be free before long, and he'll be coming out. I wonder if he'll stay here or try to take Mercedes away." "Well, he'll stay right here in Forlorn River, if I have any say," replied Belding. "I'd like to know how he'd ever get that Spanish girl out of the country now, with all the trails overrun by rebels and raiders. It'd be hard to disguise her. Say, Dick, maybe we can get Thorne to stay here. You know, since you've discovered the possibility of a big water supply, I've had dreams of a future for Forlorn River. If only this war was over." "Dick, that's what it is, war, scattered war along the northern border of Mexico from gulf to gulf. What if it isn't our war? We're on the fringe. No, we can't develop Forlorn River until there's peace." The discovery that Belding alluded to was one that might very well lead to the making of a wonderful and agricultural district of Alder Valley. While in college, Dick Gale had studied engineering, but he had not set the scientific world afire with his brilliance. Nor, after leaving college, had he been able to satisfy his father that he could hold a job. Nevertheless, his smattering of engineering skill bore fruit in the last place on earth where anything might have been expected of it, in the desert. Gale had always wondered about the source of Forlorn River. No white man or Mexican, or, so far as known, no Indian, had climbed those mighty broken steps of rock called No-Name Mountains, from which Forlorn River was supposed to come. Gale had discovered a long, narrow, rock-bottomed and rock-walled gulch that could be dammed at the lower end by the dynamiting of leaning cliffs above. An inexhaustible supply of water could be stored there. Furthermore, he had worked out an irrigation plan to bring the water down for mining uses, and to make a paradise out of that part of Altar Valley which lay in the United States. Belding claimed there was gold in the arroyos, gold in the gulches, not in quantities to make a prospector rejoice, but enough to work for, and the soil on the higher levels of Altar Valley needed only water to make it grow anything the year round. Gale, too, had come to have dreams of a future for Forlorn River. On the afternoon of the following day, Lad unexpectedly appeared leading a lame and leathered horse into the yard. Belding and Gale, who were at work at the forge, looked up and were surprised out of speech. The legs of the horse were raw and red, and he seemed about to drop. Lad's sombrero was missing. He wore a bloody scarf round his head. Sweat, blood, and dust had formed a crust on his face. Little streams of powdery dust slid from him, and the lower half of his scarred chaps were full of broken white thorns. "Howdy, boys," he drawled.
"I sure am glad to see you all."
"Where in the hell's your hat?" demanded Belding furiously. It was a ridiculous greeting, but Belding's words signified little. The dark shade of worry and solicitude crossing his face told more than his black amaze. The ranger stopped unbuckling the saddle girths, and, looking at Belding, broke into his slow, cool laugh. "Tom, you recollect that whopper of a saguaro up here where Carter's trail branches off the main trail to Castaneda? Well, I climbed it and left my hat on top for a woodpecker's nest." "You been running, fighting?" queried Belding, as if Lad had not spoken at all. "I'll reckon it'll dawn on you after a while," replied Lad, slipping the saddle. "Laddie, go into the house to the women," said Belding. "I'll tend to your horse." "Sure, Tom, in a minute. I've been down the road, and I found hoss tracks and steer tracks going across the line, but I seen no sign of raiders till this morning. Slept at Carter's last night. That raid the other day cleaned him out. He's shootin' mad. Well, this morning I rode plumb into a bunch of Carter's hosses running wild for home. Some greasers were trying to head them round and chase them back across the line. I rode in between and made matters embarrassin'. Carter's hosses got away. Then me and the greasers had a little game of hide-and-seek in the cactus. I was on the wrong side, and had to break through their line to head toward home. We run some, but I had a closer call than I'm stuck on having."
"Laddie,
"You wouldn't have had any such close calls if you'd ride one of my horses," expostulated Belding. "This bronco of yours can run, and Lord knows he's game. But you want a big, strong horse, Mexican bred, with cactus in his blood. Take one of the bunch. Bull, white woman, Blanco Jose." "I had a big, fast horse a while back, but I lost him," said Lad. "This bronc ain't so bad.
sure.
Bull and that white devil with this greaser name, they could run down my bronc, kill him in a mile of cactus. But somehow, Tom, I can't make up my mind to take one of them grand white hosses. Sure, I reckon I'm kind of soft, and maybe I'd better take one before the raiders clean up Forlorn River." Belding cursed low and deep in his throat, and the sound resembled muttering thunder. The shade of anxiety on his face changed to one of dark gloom and passion. Next to his wife and daughter there was nothing so dear to him as those white horses. His father and grandfather, all his progenitors of whom he had trace, had been lovers of horses. It was in Belding's blood. "Laddie, before it's too late, can't I get the whites away from the border?" "Maybe it ain't too late, but where can we take them? To San Felipe?" "No, we've more chance to hold 'em here." "To Casita and the railroad?" "Afraid to risk getting there, and the town's full of rebels who need hosses." "Then straight north." "Sure, man, you're crazy. There's no water, no grass for 100 miles. I tell you, Tom, the safest plan would be to take the white bunch south to Sonora, into some wild mountain valley. Keep them there till the raiders have traveled on back east. Pretty soon there won't be any rich pickin' left for these greasers, and then they'll ride on to new ranges. Laddie, I don't know the trails into Sonora, and I can't trust a Mexican or a Papago. Between you and me, I'm afraid of this Indian who herds for me. I reckon we'd better stick here, Tom. Dick, it's some good to see you again, but you seem kinda quiet. Sure you get quieter all the time. Did you see any sign of Jim out Sonoyta way?" Then Belding led the lame horse toward the watering trough. While the two rangers went toward the house, Dick was telling Lad about the affair at Papago Well when they turned the corner under the porch. Nell was sitting in the door. She rose with a little scream and came flying toward them. "Now I'll get it," whispered Lad. "The women'll make a baby of me, and sure I can't help myself." "Oh, Laddie, you've been hurt," cried Nell, as with white cheeks and dilating eyes she ran to him and caught his arm. "Nell, I only run a thorn in my ear." "Oh, Laddie, don't lie. You've lied before. I know you're hurt. Come in to Mother." "Sure, Nell, it's only a scratch. My bronc throwed me." "Laddie, no horse ever threw you." The girl's words and accusing eyes only hurried the ranger on to further duplicity. "Maybe I got it when I was riding hard under a mesquite, and a sharp snag. You've been shot. Mama, here's Laddie, and he's been shot. Oh, these dreadful days we're having. I can't bear them. Forlorn River used to be so safe and quiet. Nothing happened. But now Jim comes home with a bloody hole in him, then Dick, then Laddie. Oh, I'm afraid some day they'll never come home." The morning was bright, still, and clear as crystal. The heat waves had not yet begun to rise from the desert. A soft gray, white, and green tint perfectly blended lay like a mantle over mesquite and sand and cactus. The canyons of distant mountains showed deep and full of lilac haze. Nell sat perched high upon the topmost bar of the corral gate. Dick leaned beside her, now with his eyes on her face, now gazing out into the alfalfa field where Belding's thoroughbreds grazed and pranced and romped and whistled. Nell watched the horses. She loved them, never tired of watching them. But her gaze was too consciously averted from the yearning eyes that tried to meet hers to be altogether natural. A great fenced field of dark velvety green alfalfa furnished a rich background for the drove of about 20 white horses. Even without the horses the field would have presented a striking contrast to the surrounding hot, glaring blaze of rock and sand. Belding had bred 100 or more horses from the original stock he had brought up from Durango. His particular interest was in the almost unblemished whites, and these he had given especial care. He made a good deal of money selling this strain to friends among the ranchers back in Texas. No mercenary consideration, however, could have made him part with the great, rangy white horses he had gotten from the Durango breeder. He called them Blanco Diablo, White Devil, Blanco Sol, White Sun, Blanca Reina, White Queen, Blanca Mujer, White Woman, and El Gran Toro Blanco, the Big White Bull. Belding had been laughed at by ranchers for preserving the sentimental Durango names, and he had been unmercifully ridiculed by cowboys. But the names had never been changed. Blanco Diablo was the only horse in the field that was not free to roam and graze where he listed. A stake and a halter held him to one corner, where he was severely let alone by the other horses. He did not like this isolation. Blanco Diablo was not happy unless he was running or fighting a rival. Of the two he would rather fight. If anything white could resemble a devil, this horse surely did. He had nothing beautiful about him, yet he drew the gaze and held it. The look of him suggested discontent, anger, revolt, viciousness. When he was not grazing or prancing, he held his long, lean head level, pointing his nose and showing his teeth. Belding's favorite was almost all the world to him, and he swore Diablo could stand more heat and thirst and cactus than any other horse he owned, and could run down and kill any horse in the Southwest. The fact that Lad did not agree with Belding on these salient points was a great disappointment, and also a perpetual source for argument. Lad and Lash both hated Diablo, and Dick Gale, after one or two narrow escapes from being brained, had inclined to the cowboy's side of the question. El Gran Toro Blanco upheld his name. He was a huge, massive, thick-flanked stallion, a kingly mate for his full-bodied, glossy consort, Blanca Reina. The other mare, Blanca Mujer, was dazzling white, without a spot, perfectly pointed, racy, graceful, elegant, yet carrying weight and brawn and range that suggested her relation to her forebears. The cowboys admitted some of Belding's claims for Diablo, but they gave loyal and unshakable allegiance to Blanco Sol. As for Dick, he had to fight himself to keep out of arguments, for he sometimes imagined he was unreasonable about the horse. Though he could not understand himself, he knew he loved Sol as a man loved a friend, a brother. Free of heavy saddle and the clumsy leg shields, Blanco Sol was somehow all-satisfying to the eyes of the rangers. As long and big as Diablo was, Sol was longer and bigger. Also, he was higher, more powerful. He looked more a thing for action, speedier. At a distance, the honorable scars and lumps that marred his muscular legs were not visible. He grazed aloof from the others, and did not cavort or prance. But when he lifted his head to whistle, how wild he appeared, and proud and splendid! The dazzling whiteness of the desert sun shone from his coat. He had the fire and spirit of the desert in his noble head, its strength and power in his gigantic frame. Belding swears Sol never beat Diablo, Dick was saying. He believes it, replied Nell. Dad is queer about that horse. But Laddie rode Sol once, made him beat Diablo. Jim saw the race. Nell laughed. I saw it too. For that matter, even I have made Sol put his nose before Dad's favorite. I'd like to have seen that. Nell, aren't you ever going to ride with me? Some day, when it's safe. Safe? I mean when the raiders have left the border. Oh, I'm glad you mean that, said Dick, laughing. Well, I've often wondered how Belding ever came to give Blanco Sol to me. He was jealous. I think he wanted to get rid of Sol. No? Why, Nell? He'd give Laddie or Jim one of the whites any day. Would he? Not devil or queen or white woman. Never in this world. But Dad has lots of fast horses the boys could pick from. Dick, I tell you Dad wants Blanco Sol to run himself out, lose his speed on the desert. Dad is just jealous for Diablo. Maybe. He surely has strange passion for horses. I think I understand better than I used to. I owned a couple of racers once. They were just animals to me, I guess. But Blanco Sol! Do you love him? Asked Nell, and now a warm blue flash of eyes swept his face. Do I? Well, brother. I'm glad. Sol has been finer, a better horse since you owned him. He loves you, Dick. He's always watching for you. See him raise his head? That's for you. I know as much about horses as Dad or Laddie any day. Sol always hated Diablo, and he never had much use for Dad. Dick looked up at her. It'll be pretty hard to leave Sol when I go away. Nell sat perfectly still. Go away? She asked presently, with just the faintest tremor in her voice. Yes, sometimes when I get blue, as I am today, I think I'll go. But in sober truth, Nell, it's not likely that I'll spend all my life here. There was no answer to this. Dick put his hand softly over hers, and, despite her half-hearted struggle to free it, he held on. Nell! Her color fled. He saw her lips part. Then a heavy step on the gravel, A cheerful complaining voice interrupted him, and made him release Nell and draw back. Belding strode into view round the adobe shed. "Hey, Dick, that darned Yaqui Indian can't be driven or hired or coaxed to leave Forlorn River. He's well enough to travel. I offered him horse, gun, blanket, grub, but no go." "That's funny," replied Gale with a smile. "Let him stay. Put him to work." "It doesn't strike me funny, but I'll tell you what I think. That poor, homeless, heartbroken Indian has taken a liking to you, Dick. These desert Yaquis are a strange folk. I've heard stories about them. I'd believe almost anything. And that's how I figure his case. You saved his life. That sort of thing counts big with any Indian, even with an Apache. With Yaqui, maybe it's of deep significance. I've heard a Yaqui say that with his tribe no debt to friend or foe ever went unpaid. Perhaps that's what ails this fellow." "Dick, don't laugh," said Nell. "I've noticed the Yaqui. It's pathetic the way his great gloomy eyes follow you." "You've made a friend," continued Belding. "A Yaqui could be a real friend on this desert. If he gets his strength back he'll be of service to you, don't mistake me. He's welcome here, but you're responsible for him, and you'll have trouble keeping him from massacring all the greasers in Forlorn River." The probability of a visit from the raiders, and a dash bolder than usual on the outskirts of a ranch, led Belding to build a new corral. It was not sightly to the eye, but it was high and exceedingly strong. The gate was a massive affair, swinging on huge hinges and fastening with heavy chains and padlocks. On the outside it had been completely covered with barbed wire, which would make it a troublesome thing to work on in the dark. At night Belding locked his white horses in this corral. The Papago herdsman slept in the adobe shed adjoining. Belding did not imagine that any wooden fence, however substantially built, could keep determined raiders from breaking it down. They would have to take time, however, and make considerable noise, and Belding relied on these facts. Belding did not believe a band of night raiders would hold out against a hot rifle fire, so he began to make up some of the sleep he had lost. It was noteworthy, however, that Lad did not share Belding's sanguine hopes. Jim Lash rode in, reporting that all was well out along the line through the Sonoita Oasis. Days passed, and Belding kept his rangers home. Nothing was heard of raiders at hand. Many of the newcomers, both American and Mexican, who came with wagons and pack trains from Castaneda, stated that property and life were cheap back in that rebel-infested town. One January morning Dick Gale was awakened by a shrill, menacing cry. He leaped up, bewildered and frightened. He heard Belding's booming voice answering shouts, and rapid steps on flagstones. But these had not awakened him. Heavy breaths, almost sobs, seemed at his very door. In the cold and gray dawn Dick saw something white. Gun in hand he bounded across the room. Just outside his door stood Blanco Sol. It was not unusual for Sol to come poking his head in at Dick's door during daylight. But now, in the early dawn, when he had been locked in the corral, it meant raiders, no less. Dick called softly to the snorting horse, and hurriedly getting into his clothes and boots, he went out with a gun in each hand. Sol was quivering in every muscle. Like a dog he followed Dick around the house. Hearing shouts in the direction of the corrals, Gale bent swift steps that way. He caught up with Jim Lash, who was also leading a white horse. "Hello, Jim. Guess it's all over but the fireworks," said Dick. "I can't say just what has come off," replied Lash. "I've got the bull. Found him running in the yard." They reached the corral to find Belding shaking, roaring like a madman. The gate was open. The corral was empty. Lad stooped over the ground, evidently trying to find tracks. "I reckon we might just as well cool off and wait for daylight," suggested Jim.
Sure.
They've flown the coop, and you can gamble on that. Tom, where's the Papago? Said Lad. He's gone, laddie, gone. Double-crossed us, eh? I see here's a crowbar lying by the gate post. That Indian fetched it from the forge. It was used to pry out the bolts and steeples. Tom, I reckon there wasn't much time lost forcing that gate. Belding, in shirt-sleeves and barefooted, roared with rage. He said he had heard the horses running as he leaped out of bed. What woke you? Asked Laddie. Sol. He came whistling for Dick. Didn't you hear him before I called you? Hear him? He came thundering right under my window. I jumped up in bed, and when he let out that blast, Jim lit square in the middle of the floor, and I was scared stiff. Dick, seeing it was your room he blew into, what did you think? I couldn't think. I'm shaking yet, laddie. Boys, I'll bet Sol spilled a few raiders if any got hands on him, said Jim. Now, let's sit down and wait for daylight. It's my idea we'll find some of the hosses running loose. Tom, you go and get some clothes on. It's freezing cold, and don't forget to tell the women folks we're all right. Daylight made clear some details of the raid. The cowboys found tracks of 8 raiders coming up from the riverbed where their horses had been left. Evidently, the Papago had been false to his trust. His few personal belongings were gone. Lash was correct in his idea of finding more horses loose in the fields. The men soon rounded up 11 of the whites, all more or less frightened, and among them were Queen and Blanca Mujer. The raiders had been unable to handle more than 1 horse for each man. It was bitter irony of fate that Belding should lose his favorite, the one horse more dear to him than all the others. Somewhere out on the trail a raider was fighting the iron-jawed savage Blanco Diablo. I reckon we're some lucky, observed Jim Lash. Lucky ain't enough word, replied Lad. You see, it was this way. Some of the raiders piled over the fence while the others worked on the gate. Maybe the Papago went inside to pick out the best hosses, but it didn't work except with Diablo, and how they ever got him I don't know. I'd have gambled it'd take all 8 men to steal him. But greasers have got us skinned on handling hosses. Belding was unconsolable. He cursed and railed, and finally declared he was going to trail the raiders. Tom, you just ain't going to do nothing of the kind, said Lad coolly. Belding groaned and bowed his head. Laddie, you're right, he replied presently. I've got to stand it. I can't leave the women and my property. But it's sure tough. I'm sore way down deep, and nothing but blood would ever satisfy me. Leave that to me and Jim, said Lad. What do you mean to do? Demanded Belding, starting up. Sure I don't know yet. Give me a light for my pipe, and Dick, go fetch out your Yaqui. Section 8. The Running of Blanco Sol. The Yaqui's strange, dark glance roved over the corral, the swinging gate with its broken fastenings, the tracks in the road, and then rested upon Belding. Malo, he said, and his Spanish was clear. Sure, Yaqui, about 8 bad men, and a traitor Indian, said Lad. I think he means my herder, added Belding. If he does, that settles any doubt it might be decent to have Yaqui, Malo Papago, see? The Yaqui spread wide his hands, then he bent over the tracks in the road. They led every whither, but gradually he worked out of the thick net to take the trail that the cowboys had followed down to the river. Belding and the rangers kept close at his heels. Occasionally Dick lent a helping hand to the still feeble Indian. He found a trampled spot where the raiders had left their horses. From this point a deeply defined narrow trail led across the dry riverbed. Belding asked the Yaqui where the raiders would head for in the Sonora Desert. For answer the Indian followed the trail across the stream of sand, through willows and mesquite, up to the level of rock and cactus. At this point he halted. A sand-filled, almost obliterated trail led off to the left, and evidently went round to the east of no-name mountains. To the right stretched the road toward Papago Well and the Sonoita oasis. The trail of the raiders took a southeasterly course over untrodden desert. The Yaqui spoke in his own tongue, then in Spanish. "Think he means slow march," said Belding. "Laddie, from the looks of that trail the greasers are having trouble with the horses." "Tom, sure a boy could see that," replied Laddie. "Ask Yaqui to tell us where the raiders are headin', and if there's water." It was wonderful to see the Yaqui point. His dark hand stretched. He sighted over his stretched finger at a low white escarpment in the distance. Then with a stick he traced a line in the sand, and then at the end of that another line at right angles. He made crosses and marks and holes, and as he drew the rude map he talked in Yaqui, in Spanish, with a word here and there in English. Belding translated as best he could. The raiders were heading southeast toward the railroad that ran from Nogales down to Sonora. It was 4 days' travel, bad trail, good sure water hole 1 day out. Then no water ashore for 2 days. Raiders traveling slow, bothered by too many horses, not looking for pursuit, were never pursued, could be headed and ambushed that night at the first water hole, a natural trap in a valley. The men returned to the ranch. The rangers ate and drank while making hurried preparations for travel. Blanco Sol and the cowboys' horses were fed, watered, and saddled. Lad again refused to ride one of Belding's whites. He was quick and cold. "Get me a long-range rifle and lots of shells. Rustle now," he said. "Laddie, you don't want to be weighted down?" protested Belding. "Sure, I want a gun that'll outshoot the dinky little carbines and muskets used by the rebels. Trot one out and be quick." "I've got a .405, a long-barreled, heavy rifle that'll shoot a mile. I'll use it for mountain sheep. But, Laddie, it'll break that Bronx back." "His back won't break easy, Dick. Take plenty of shells for your Remington, and don't forget your field glass." In less than an hour after the time of the raid, the 3 rangers, heavily armed and superbly mounted on fresh horses, rode out on the trail. As Gale turned to look back from the far bank of Forlorn River, he saw Nell waving a white scarf. He stood high in his stirrups and waved his sombrero. Then the mesquites hid the girl's slight figure, and Gale wheeled grim-faced to follow the rangers. They rode in single file, with Lad in the lead. He did not keep to the trail of the raiders all the time. He made short cuts. The raiders were traveling leisurely, and they evinced a liking for the most level and least cactus-covered stretches of ground. But the cowboy took a bee-line course for the white escarpment pointed out by the Yaqui, and nothing save deep washes and impassable patches of cactus or rocks made him swerve from it. He kept the bronco at a steady walk over the rougher places and at a swinging Indian canter over the hard and level ground. The sun grew hot and the wind began to blow. Dust clouds rolled along the blue horizon. Whirling columns of sand, like waterspouts at sea, circled up out of white arid basins, and swept away and spread aloft before the wind. The escarpment began to rise, to change color, to show breaks upon its rocky face. Whenever the rangers rode out on the brow of a knoll or ridge or an eminence, before starting to descend, Lad required of Gale a long, careful, sweeping survey of the desert ahead through the field glass. There were streams of white dust to be seen, streaks of yellow dust, trailing low clouds of sand over the glistening dunes, but no steadily rising, uniformly shaped puffs that would tell a tale of moving horses on the desert. At noon the rangers got out of the thick cactus. Moreover, the gravel-bottomed washes, the low weathering, rotting ledges of yellow rock gave place to hard, sandy rolls and bare clay knolls. The desert resembled a rounded, hummocky sea of color. All light shades of blue and pink and yellow and mauve were there dominated by the glaring white sun. Mirages glistened, wavered, faded in the shimmering waves of heat. Dust as fine as powder whiffed up from under the tireless hoofs. The Rangers rode on, and the escarpment began to loom. The desert floor inclined perceptibly upward. When Gale got an unobstructed view of the slope of the escarpment, he located the raiders and horses. In another hour's travel the Rangers could see with naked eyes a long, faint moving streak of black and white dots. "They're heading for that yellow pass," said Ladd, pointing to a break in the eastern end of the escarpment. "When they get out of sight, we'll rustle. I'm thinking that water hole the Yaqui spoke of lays in the pass." The Rangers traveled swiftly over the remaining miles of level desert leading to the ascent of the escarpment. When they achieved the gateway of the pass, the sun was low in the west. Dwarf mesquite and greasewood appeared among the rocks. Ladd gave the word to tie up horses and go forward on foot. The narrow neck of the pass opened and descended into a valley half a mile wide, perhaps twice that in length. It had apparently unscalable slopes of weathered rock leading up to beetling walls. With floor bare and hard and white, except for a patch of green mesquite near the far end, it was a lurid and desolate spot, the barren bottom of a desert bowl. "Keep down, boys," said Ladd. "There's the water hole and hosses. Have sharp eyes." "Sure the Yaqui figured this place. I've never seen its like for a trap." Both white and black horses showed against the green, and a thin curling column of blue smoke rose lazily from amid the mesquites. "I reckon we'd better wait till dark, or maybe daylight," said Jim Lash. "Let me figure some. Dick, what do you make of the outlet to this hole? Looks rough to me." With his glass, Gale studied the narrow construction of walls and roughened, rising floor. "Laddie, it's harder to get out at that end than here," he replied. "Sure, that's hard enough. Let me have a look. Well, boys, it don't take no figuring for this job. Jim, I'll want you at the other end blocking the pass when we're ready to start." "When'll that be?" inquired Jim. "Soon as it's light enough in the morning. That greaser outfit will hang till tomorrow. There's no sure water ahead for 2 days, you remember." "I reckon I can slip through to the other end after dark," said Lash thoughtfully. "It might get me in bad to go round." The Rangers stole back from the vantage point and returned to their horses, which they untied and left farther round among broken sections of cliff. For the horses it was a dry, hungry camp, but the Rangers built a fire and had their short though strengthening meal. The location was high, and through a break in the jumble of rocks the great colored void of desert could be seen rolling away endlessly to the west. Then the sun set, and after it had gone down the golden tips of mountains dulled, their lower shadows creeping upward. Jim Lash rolled in his saddle blanket, his feet near the fire, and went to sleep. Ladd told Gale to do likewise while he kept the fire up and waited until it was late enough for Jim to undertake circling round the raiders. When Gale awakened the night was dark, cold, windy. The stars shone with white brilliance. Jim was saddling his horse, and Ladd was talking low. When Gale rose to accompany them, both Rangers said he need not go. But Gale wanted to go because that was the thing Ladd or Jim would have done. With Ladd leading, they moved away into the gloom. Advance was exceedingly slow, careful, silent. Under the walls the blackness seemed impenetrable. The horse was as cautious as his master. Ladd did not lose his way. Nevertheless he wound between blocks of stone and clumps of mesquite, and often tried a passage to abandon it. Finally the trail showed pale in the gloom, and eastern stars twinkled between the lofty ramparts of the pass. The advance here was still as stealthily made as before, but not so difficult or slow. When the dense gloom of the pass lightened, and there was a wide space of sky and stars overhead, Ladd halted and stood silent a moment. "Luck again," he whispered. "The wind's in your face, Jim. The horses won't scent you. Go slow. Don't crack a stone. Keep close under the wall. Try to get up as high as this at the other end. Wait till daylight before risking a loose slope. I'll be right in the job early. That's all." Lad's cool, easy speech was scarcely significant of the perilous undertaking. Lash moved very slowly away, leading his horse. The soft pads of hoofs ceased to sound about the time the gray shape merged into the black shadows. Then Lad touched Dick's arm, and turned back up the trail. But Dick tarried a moment. He wanted a fuller sense of that ebony-bottomed abyss, with its pale encircling walls reaching up to the dusky blue sky and the brilliant stars. There was absolutely no sound. He retraced his steps down, soon coming up with Lad, and together they picked a way back through the winding recesses of cliff. The campfire was smouldering. Lad replenished it and lay down to get a few hours' sleep, while Gale kept watch. The after part of the night wore on till the paling of stars. The thickening of gloom indicated the dark hour before dawn. The spot was secluded from wind, but the air grew cold as ice. Gale spent the time stripping wood from a dead mesquite, in pacing to and fro, in listening. Blanco Sol stamped occasionally, which sound was all that broke the stillness. Lad awoke before the faintest gray appeared. The rangers ate and drank. When the black did lighten to gray, they saddled the horses and led them out to the pass and down to the point where they had parted with Lash. Here they awaited daylight. To Gale it seemed long in coming. Such a delay always aggravated the slow fire within him. He had nothing of Lad's patience. He wanted action. The gray shadow below thinned out, and the patch of mesquite made a blot upon the pale valley. The day dawned. Still Lad waited. He grew more silent, grimmer as the time of action approached. Gale wondered what the plan of attack would be. Yet he did not ask. He waited ready for orders. The valley grew clear of gray shadow except under leaning walls on the eastern side. Then a straight column of smoke rose from among the mesquites. Manifestly this was what Lad had been awaiting. He took the long .405 from its sheath and tried the lever. Then he lifted a cartridge belt from the pommel of his saddle. Every ring held a shell, and these shells were 4 inches long. He buckled the belt round him. "Come on, Dick." Lad led the way down the slope until he reached a position that commanded the rising of the trail from a level. It was the only place a man or horse could leave the valley for the pass. "Dick, here's your stand. If any raider rides in this range, take a crack at him. Now I want the land of your hoss." "Blanco Sol?" exclaimed Gale, more in amazement that Lad should ask for the horse than in reluctance to lend him. "Will you let me have him?" Lad repeated, most curtly. "Certainly, laddie." A smile momentarily chased the dark cold gloom that had set upon the ranger's lean face. "Sure I appreciate it, Dick. I know how you care for that hoss. I guess maybe Charlie Lad has loved a hoss, and not one so good as Sol. I was only trying your nerve, Dick, asking you without telling my plan. Sol won't get a scratch, you can gamble on that. I'll ride him down into the valley, and pull the greasers out in the open. They've got short-range carbines. They can't keep out of the range of the .405, and I'll be taking the dust of their lead. Sabe, senor? Laddie, you'll run Sol away from the raiders when they chase you? Run him after them when they try to get away?" "Sure, I'll run all the time. They can't gain on Sol, and he'll run them down when I want." "Can you beat it?" "No, it's great. But suppose a raider comes out on Blanco Diablo? I reckon that's the one weak place in my plan. I'm figuring they'll never think of that till it's too late. But if they do, well, Sol can outrun Diablo, and I can always kill the White Devil." Lad's strange hate of the horse showed in the passion of his last words, in his hardening jaw and grim-set lips. Gale's hand went swiftly to the ranger's shoulder. "Laddie, Don't kill Diablo unless it's to save your life." "All right, but by God, if I get a chance, I'll make Blanco Sol run him off his legs." He spoke no more, and set about changing the length of Sol's stirrups. When he had them adjusted to suit, he mounted and rode down the trail and out upon the level. He rode leisurely, as if merely going to water his horse. The long black rifle lying across his saddle, however, was ominous. Gale securely tied the other horse to a mesquite at hand, and took a position behind a low rock over which he could easily see and shoot when necessary. He imagined Jim Lash in a similar position at the far end of the valley, blocking the outlet. Gale had grown accustomed to danger and the hard and fierce feelings peculiar to it. But the coming drama was so peculiarly different in promise from all he had experienced, that he waited the moment of action with thrilling intensity. In him stirred long, brooding wrath at these border raiders, affection for Belding, and keen desire to avenge the outrages he had suffered, warm admiration for the cold, implacable lad and his absolute fearlessness, and a curious throbbing interest in the old, much discussed and never decided argument as to whether Blanco Sol was fleeter, stronger horse than Blanco Diablo. Gale felt that he was to see a race between these great rivals, the kind of race that made men and horses terrible. Ladd rode a quarter of a mile out upon the flat before anything happened. Then a whistle rent the still, cold air. A horse had seen or scented Blanco Sol. The whistle was prolonged, faint, but clear. It made the blood thrum in Gale's ears. Sol halted. His head shot up with the old, wild, spirited sweep. Gale leveled his glass at the patch of mesquites. He saw the raiders running to an open place, pointing, gesticulating. The glass brought them so close that he saw the dark faces. Suddenly they broke and fled back among the trees. Then he got only white and dark gleams of moving bodies. Evidently that moment was one of boots, guns, and saddles for the raiders. Lowering the glass, Gale saw that Blanco Sol had started forward again. His gait was now a canter, and he had covered another quarter of a mile before horses and raiders appeared upon the outskirts of the mesquites. Then Blanco Sol stopped. His shrill, ringing whistle came distinctly to Gale's ears. The raiders were mounted on dark horses, and they stood abreast in a motionless line. Gale chuckled as he appreciated what a puzzle the situation presented for them. A lone horseman in the middle of the valley did not perhaps seem so menacing himself as the possibilities his presence suggested. Then Gale saw a raider gallop swiftly from the group toward the farther outlet of the valley. This might have been owing to a characteristic cowardice, but it was more likely a move of the raiders to make sure of retreat. Undoubtedly Ladd saw this galloping horseman. A few waiting moments ensued. The galloping horseman reached the slope, began to climb. With naked eyes Gale saw a puff of white smoke spring out of the rocks. Then the raider wheeled his plunging horse back to the level, and went racing wildly down the valley. The compact bunch of bays and blacks seemed to break apart, and spread rapidly from the edge of the mesquites. Puffs of white smoke indicated firing, and showed the nature of the raiders' excitement. They were far out of ordinary range, but they spurred toward Ladd, shooting as they rode. Ladd held his ground. The big white horse stood like a rock in his tracks. Gale saw little spouts of dust rise in front of Blanco Sol and spread swift as sight to his rear. The raiders' bullets, striking low, were skipping along the hard, bare floor of the valley. Then Ladd raised the long rifle. There was no smoke, but 3 high, spanging reports rang out. A gap opened in the dark line of the advancing horsemen. Then a riderless steed sheered off to the right. Blanco Sol seemed to turn as on a pivot and charge back toward the lower end of the valley. He circled over to Gale's right and stretched out into his run. There were now 5 raiders in pursuit, and they came sweeping down, yelling and shooting, evidently sure of their quarry. Ladd reserved his fire. He kept turning from back to front in his saddle. Gale saw how the space widened between pursuers and pursued, saw distinctly when Ladd eased up Sol's running. Manifestly, Ladd intended to try to lead the raiders round in front of Gale's position, and presently Gale saw he was going to succeed. The raiders, riding like vaqueros, swept on in a curve, cutting off what distance they could. One fellow, a small, wiry rider, high on his mount's neck like a jockey, led his companions by many yards. He seemed to be getting the range of Ladd, or else he shot high, for his bullets did not strike up the dust behind Sol. Gale was ready to shoot. Blanco Sol pounded by, his rapid, rhythmic hoof-beats plainly to be heard. He was running easily. Gale tried to still the jump of heart and pulse, and turned his eye again on the nearest pursuer. The raider was crossing in, his carbine held muzzle up in his right hand, and he was coming swiftly. It was a long shot, upward of 500 yards. Gale had not time to adjust the sights of the Remington, but he knew the gun, and holding coarsely upon the swiftly moving blot, he began to shoot. The first bullet sent up a great splash of dust beneath the horse's nose, making him leap as if to hurdle a fence. The rifle was automatic. Gale needed only to pull the trigger. He saw now that the raiders behind were in line. Swiftly he worked the trigger. Suddenly the leading horse leaped convulsively, not up or aside, but straight ahead, and then he crashed to the ground, throwing his rider like a catapult, and then slid and rolled. He half got up, fell back, and kicked, but his rider never moved. The other raiders sawed the reins of plunging steeds and whirled to escape the unseen battery. Gale slipped a fresh clip into the magazine of his rifle. He restrained himself from useless firing and gave eager eye to the duel below. Ladd began to shoot while Sol was running. The .405 rang out sharply, then again. The heavy bullets streaked the dust all the way across the valley. Ladd aimed deliberately and pulled slowly, unmindful of the kicking dust puffs behind Sol, and to the side. The raiders spurred madly in pursuit, loading and firing. They shot 10 times while Ladd shot once, and all in vain, and on Ladd's 6th shot a raider topped backward, threw his carbine and fell with his foot catching in a stirrup. The frightened horse plunged away, dragging him in a path of dust. Gale had set himself to miss nothing of that fighting race, yet the action passed too swiftly for clear sight of all. Ladd had emptied a magazine, and now Blanco Sol quickened and lengthened his running stride. He ran away from his pursuers. Then it was that the ranger's ruse was divined by the raiders. They hauled sharply up and seemed to be conferring. But that was a fatal mistake. Blanco Sol was seen to break his gait and slow down in several jumps, then square away and stand stock still. Ladd fired at the closely grouped raiders. An instant passed. Then Gale heard the spat of a bullet out in front, saw a puff of dust, then heard the lead strike the rocks and go whining away. And it was after this that one of the raiders fell prone from his saddle. The steel-jacketed .405 had gone through him on its uninterrupted way to hum past Gale's position. The remaining 2 raiders frantically spurred their horses and fled up the valley. Ladd sent Sol after them. It seemed to Gale, even though he realized his excitement, the Blanco Sol made those horses seem like snails. The raiders split, one making for the eastern outlet, the other circling back of the mesquites. Ladd kept on after the latter. Then puffs of white smoke and rifle shots faintly crackling told Jim Lash's hand in the game. However, he succeeded only in driving the raider back into the valley. But Ladd had turned the other horsemen, and now it appeared the 2 raiders were between Lash above on the stony slope and Ladd below on the level. There was desperate riding on part of the raiders to keep from being hemmed in closer. Only one of them got away, and he came riding for life down under the eastern wall. Blanco Sol settled into his graceful, beautiful swing. He gained steadily, though he was far from extending himself. By Gale's actual count, the raider fired 8 times in that race down the valley, and all his bullets went low and wide. He pitched the carbine away and lost all control in headlong flight. Some few hundred rods to the left of Gale, the raider put his horse to the weathered slope. He began to climb. The horse was superb, infinitely more courageous than his rider. Zigzag they went up and up, and when Lad reached the edge of the slope, they were high along the cracked and guttered rampart. Once, twice Lad raised the long rifle, but each time he lowered it. Gale divined that the ranger's restraint was not on account of the Mexican, but for that valiant and faithful horse. Up and up he went, and the yellow dust clouds rose, and an avalanche rolled rattling and crackling down the slope. It was beyond belief that a horse, burdened or unburdened, could find footing and hold it upon that wall of narrow ledges and inverted, slanting gullies. But he climbed on, sure-footed as a mountain goat, and, surmounting the last rough steps, he stood a moment silhouetted against the white sky. Then he disappeared. Lad sat astride Blanco Sol, gazing upward. How the cowboy must have honored that raider's brave steed! Gale, who had been too dumb to shout the admiration he felt, suddenly leaped up, and his voice came with a shriek. "Look out, laddie!" A big horse, like a white streak, was bearing down to the right of the ranger. Blanco Diablo. A matchless rider swung with the horse's motion. Gale was stunned. Then he remembered the first raider, the one Lash had shot at and driven away from the outlet. This fellow had made for the mesquite and had put a saddle on Belding's favorite. In the heat of the excitement, while Lad had been intent upon the climbing horse, this last raider had come down with the speed of the wind straight for the western outlet. Perhaps, very probably, he did not know Gale was there to block it, and certainly he hoped to pass Lad and Blanco Sol. A touch of the spur made Sol lunge forward to head off the raider. Diablo was in his stride, but the distance and angle favored Sol. The raider had no carbine. He held aloft a gun ready to level it and fire. He sat in the saddle as if it were a stationary seat. Gale saw Lad lean down and drop the .405 in the sand. He would take no chances of wounding Belding's best-loved horse. Then Gale sat transfixed with suspended breath, watching the horses thundering toward him. Blanco Diablo was speeding low, fleet as an antelope, fierce and terrible in his devilish action, a horse for war and blood and death. He seemed unbeatable. Yet to see the magnificently running Blanco Sol was but to court a doubt. Gale stood spellbound. He might have shot the raider, but he never thought of such a thing. The distance swiftly lessened. Plain it was the raider could not make the opening ahead of Lad. He saw it and swerved to the left, emptying his six-shooter as he turned. His dark face gleamed as he flashed by Gale. Blanco Sol thundered across. Then the race became straight away up the valley. Diablo was cold and Sol was hot. Therein lay the only handicap and vantage. It was a fleet, beautiful, magnificent race. Gale thrilled and exulted and yelled as his horse settled into a steadily swifter run and began to gain. The dust rolled in a funnel-shaped cloud from the flying hoofs. The raider wheeled with gun puffing white, and Lad ducked low over the neck of his horse. The gap between Diablo and Sol narrowed yard by yard. At first it had been a wide one. The raider beat his mount and spurred, beat and spurred, wheeled round to shoot, then bent forward again. In his circle at the upper end of the valley he turned far short of the jumble of rocks. All the devil that was in Blanco Diablo had its running on the downward stretch. The strange, cruel urge of bit and spur, the crazed rider
who stuck like a burr upon him.
The shots and smoke added terror to his natural violent temper. He ran himself off his feet, but he could not elude that relentless horse behind him. The running of Blanco Sol was that of a sure, remorseless driving power, steadier, stronger, swifter with every long and wonderful stride. The raider tried to sheer Diablo off closer under the wall, to make the slope where his companion had escaped. But Diablo was uncontrollable. He was running wild, with breaking gait. Closer and closer crept that white, smoothly gliding, beautiful machine of speed. Then, like one white flash following another, the two horses gleamed down the bank of a wash and disappeared in clouds of dust. Gale watched with strained and smarting eyes. The thick throb in his ears was pierced by faint sounds of gunshots. Then he waited in almost unendurable suspense. Suddenly something whiter than the background of dust appeared above the low roll of the valley floor. Gale leveled his glass. In the clear circle shone Blanco Sol's noble head with its long black bar from ears to nose. Sol's head was drooping now. Another second showed Lad still in the saddle. The ranger was leading Blanco Diablo, spent, broken,
dragging,
riderless. Section 9. An Interrupted Siesta. No man ever had a more eloquent and beautiful pleader for his cause than had Dick Gale in Mercedes Castaneda. He peeped through the green, shining twigs of the palo verde that shaded his door. The hour was high noon, and the patio was sultry. The only sounds were the hum of bees in the flowers and the low murmur of the Spanish girl's melodious voice. Nell lay in the hammock, her hands behind her head, with rosy cheeks and arch eyes. Indeed, she looked rebellious. Certain it was, Dick reflected, that the young lady had fully recovered the wilful personality which had lain dormant for a while. Equally certain it seemed that Mercedes's earnestness was not apparently having the effect it should have had. Dick was inclined to be rebellious himself. Belding had kept the Rangers in off the line, and therefore Dick had been idle most of the time, and, though he tried hard, he had been unable to stay far from Nell's vicinity. He believed she cared for him, but he could not catch her alone long enough to verify his tormenting hope. When alone, she was as elusive as a shadow, as quick as a flash, as mysterious as a Yaqui. When he tried to catch her in the garden or fields, or corner her in the patio, she eluded him, and left behind a memory of dark blue, haunting eyes. It was that look in her eyes which lent him hope. At other times, when it might have been possible for Dick to speak, Nell clung closely to Mercedes. He had long before enlisted the loyal Mercedes in his cause, but in spite of this Nell had been more than a match for them both. Gale pondered over an idea he had long revolved in mind, and which now suddenly gave place to a decision that made his heart swell and his cheek burn. He peeped again through the green branches to see Nell laughing at the fiery Mercedes. "Quien sabe?" he called mockingly, and was delighted with Nell's quick, amazed start. Then he went in search of Mrs. Belding, and found her busy in the kitchen. The relation between Gale and Mrs. Belding had subtly and incomprehensibly changed. He understood her less than when at first he divined an antagonism in her. If such a thing were possible, she had retained the antagonism while seeming to yield to some influence that must have been fondness for him. Gale was in no wise sure of her affection, and he had long imagined she was afraid of him, or of something that he represented. He had gone on, openly and fairly, though discreetly, with his rather one-sided love affair. And as time passed he had grown less conscious of what had seemed her unspoken opposition. Gale had come to care greatly for Nell's mother. Not only was she the comfort and strength of her home, but also of the inhabitants of Forlorn River. Indian, Mexican, American were all the same to her in trouble or illness. And then she was nurse, doctor, peacemaker, helper. She was good and noble, and there was not a child or grown-up in Forlorn River who did not love and bless her. But Mrs. Belding did not seem happy. She was brooding, intense, deep,
strong,
eager for the happiness and welfare of others, and she was dominated by a worship of her daughter that was as strange as it was pathetic. Mrs. Belding seldom smiled, and never laughed. There was always a soft, sad, hurt look in her eyes. Gale often wondered if there had been other tragedy in her life than the supposed loss of her father in the desert. Perhaps it was the very unsolved nature of that loss which made it haunting. Mrs. Belding heard Dick's step as he entered the kitchen, and, looking up, greeted him. "Mother," began Dick earnestly. Belding called her that, and so did Lad and Lash, but it was the first time for Dick. "Mother, I want to speak to you." The only indication Mrs. Belding gave of being startled was in her eyes, which darkened, shadowed with multiplying thought. "I love Nell," went on Dick, simply, "and I want you to let me ask her to be my wife." Mrs. Belding's face blanched to a deathly white. Gale, thinking with surprise and concern that she was going to faint, moved quickly toward her, took her arm. "Forgive me, I was blunt, but I thought you knew." "I've known for a long time," replied Mrs. Belding. Her voice was steady, and there was no evidence of agitation except in her pallor. "Then you haven't spoken to Nell?" Dick laughed. "I've been trying to get a chance to tell her. I haven't had it yet. But she knows. There are other ways besides speech. And Mercedes has told her." "I hope. I almost believe Nell has a little care for me." "I've known that, too, for a long time," said Mrs. Belding, low, almost as a whisper. "You know!" cried Dick, with a glow and rush of feeling. "Dick, you must be very blind not to see what has been plain to all of us. I guess it couldn't have been helped. You're a splendid fellow. No wonder she loves you." "Mother, you'll give her to me?" She drew him to the light and looked with strange, piercing intentness into his face. Gale had never dreamed a woman's eyes could hold such a world of thought and feeling. It seemed all the sweetness of life was there, and all the pain. "Do you love her?" she asked. "With all my heart." "You want to marry her?" "Ah, I want to, as much as I want to live and work for her." "When would you marry her?" "Why, just as soon as she will do it." "Tomorrow." Dick gave a wild, exultant little laugh. "Dick Gale, you want my Nell? You love her just as she is? Her sweetness, her goodness? Just herself, body and soul? There's nothing could change you? Nothing?" "Dear Mrs. Belding, I love Nell for herself. If she loves me, I'll be the happiest of men. There's absolutely nothing that could make any difference in me." "But your people?" "Oh, Dick, you come from a proud family. I can tell. I once knew a young man like you. A few months can't change pride, blood. Years can't change them. You become a ranger. You love the adventure, the wild life. That won't last. Perhaps you'll settle down to ranching. I know you love the West. But, Dick, there's your family." "If you want to know anything about my family, I'll tell you," interrupted Dick, with strong feeling. "I've not secrets about them or myself. My future and happiness are Nell's to make. No one else shall count with me." "Then, Dick, you may have her. God bless you both." Mrs. Belding's strained face underwent a swift and mobile relaxation, and suddenly she was weeping in strangely mingled happiness and bitterness. "Why, Mother!" Gale could say no more. He did not comprehend a mood seemingly so utterly at variance with Mrs. Belding's habitual temperament. But he put his arm around her. In another moment she had gained command over herself, and, kissing him, she pushed him out of the door. "There, go tell her, Dick, and have some spunk about it." Gale went thoughtfully back to his room. He vowed that he would answer for Nell's happiness, if he had the wonderful good fortune to win her. Then, remembering the hope Mrs. Belding had given him, Dick lost his gravity in a flash, and something began to dance and ring within him. He simply could not keep his steps turned from the patio. Every path led there. His blood was throbbing, his hopes mounting, his spirits soaring. He knew he had never before entered the patio with that inspirited presence. "Now for some spunk," he said under his breath. Plainly he meant his merry whistle and his buoyant step to interrupt this first languorous stage of the siesta which the girls always took during the hot hours. Nell had acquired the habit long before Mercedes came to show how fixed a thing it was in the life of the tropics. But neither girl heard him. Mercedes lay under the palo verde, her beautiful head dark and still upon a cushion. Nell was asleep in the hammock. There was an abandonment in her deep repose, and a faint smile upon her face. Her sweet, red lips, with the soft, perfect curve, had always fascinated Dick, and now drew him irresistibly. He had always been consumed with a desire to kiss her, and now he was overwhelmed with this opportunity. It would be a terrible thing to do, but if she did not awaken at once, no, he would fight the temptation. That would be more than spunk. It would. Suddenly an ugly green fly sailed low over Nell, appearing about to light on her. Noiselessly Dick stepped close to the hammock bent under the tree, and with a sweep of his hand chased the intruding fly away. But he found himself powerless to straighten up. He was close to her, bending over her face, near the sweet lips. The insolent, dreaming smile just parted then. Then he thought he was lost. But she stirred. He feared she would awaken. He had stepped back erect when she opened her eyes. They were sleepy, yet surprised until she saw him. Then she was wide awake in a second, bewildered, uncertain. "Why, you here?" she asked slowly. "Large as life," replied Dick, with unusual gaiety. "How long have you been here?" "Just got here this fraction of a second," he replied, lying shamelessly. It was evident that she did not know whether or not to believe him, and as she studied him a slow blush dyed her cheek. "You are absolutely truthful when you say you just stepped there?" "Why, of course," answered Dick, right glad he did not have to lie about that. "I thought I was dreaming," she said, and evidently the sound of her voice reassured her. "Yes, you looked as if you were having pleasant dreams," replied Dick. "So sorry to wake you. I can't see how I came to do it. I was so quiet. Mercedes didn't wake. Well, I'll go and let you have your siesta and dreams." But he did not move to go. Nell regarded him with curious, speculative eyes. "Isn't it a lovely day?" queried Dick. "I think it's hot." "Only 90 in the shade. And you've told me the mercury goes to 130 in midsummer. This is just a glorious golden day." "Yesterday was finer, but you didn't notice it." "Oh, yesterday was somewhere back in the past, the inconsequential past." Nell's sleepy blue eyes opened a little wider. She did not know what to make of this changed young man. Dick felt gleeful and tried hard to keep the fact from becoming manifest. "What is the inconsequential past? You seem remarkably happy today." "I certainly am happy." "Adios. Pleasant dreams." Dick turned away then and left the patio by the opening into the yard. Nell was really sleepy, and when she had fallen asleep again he would return. He walked around for a while. Belding and the Rangers were shoeing a bronco. Yaqui was in the field with the horses. Blanco Sol grazed contentedly, and now and then lifted his head to watch. His long ears went up at sight of his master, and he whistled. Presently Dick, as if magnet drawn, retraced his steps to the patio and entered noiselessly. Nell was now deep in her siesta. She was inert, relaxed, untroubled by dreams. Her hair was damp on her brow. Again Nell stirred, and gradually awakened. Her eyes unclosed, humid, shadowy, unconscious. They rested upon Dick for a moment before they became clear and comprehensive. He stood back fully 10 feet from her, and to all outside appearances regarded her calmly. "I've interrupted your siesta again," he said. "Please forgive me. I'll take myself off." He wandered away, and when it became impossible for him to stay away any longer, he returned to the patio. The instant his glance rested upon Nell's face, he divined she was feigning sleep. The faint rose blush had paled. The warm, rich golden tint of her skin had fled. Dick dropped upon his knees and bent over her. Though his blood was churning in his veins, his breast labouring, his mind whirling with the wonder of that moment and its promise, he made himself deliberate. He wanted more than anything he had ever wanted in his life to see if she would keep up that pretence of sleep and let him kiss her. She must have felt his breath, for her hair waved off her brow. Her cheeks were now white. Her breast swelled and sank. He bent down closer, closer. But he must have been maddeningly slow, for as he bent still closer, Nell's eyes opened, and he caught a swift purple gaze of her eyes as she whirled her head. Then, with a little cry, she rose and fled.